whom condescending behavior such as the offering of clemency was inappropriate. So when Cato saw that the Republican cause was lost, he committed suicide, much to the irritation of Caesar, who would have liked to exhibit his superiority by granting him pardon. When Caesar heard of Cato's suicide, he memorably said, as Plutarch puts it, Cato, l'envie you vor death, because you begrudged me the sparing of vor life, which is more pithy in Greek because Fitterch, Caesar uses the same word for what have translated as envy and begrudge degree, so Cato preferred suicide in order to avoid a merely symbolic act of submission, which would almost surely have permitted him to preserve his own life. Hobbes wishes very much to convince people that it is a bad idea to follow your desires and conceptions of the good, if these lead you to put any perceived good ahead of self-preservation. Opinions and beliefs are light, fleeting things, uncertain and epiphenomenal. How could anyone visibly and directly risk their very light for anything so insubstantial and insecure? The difficulty is, of course, that in fact people do. What becomes of Hobbes' argument, however, if one takes a different view of human motivation, such as that of Montaigne? Montaigne claims that people will allow themselves to be tortured and killed in order to maintain even relatively trivial beliefs they have once adopted, and even beliefs they have taken over from others and do not themselves fully understand. This seems to be a simple empirical claim that he makes based on observation of the world, and of course it does not mean that any and every difference of opinion will be the source of a struggle to the death. It means only that one cannot ever exclude the possibility that some difference of opinion will become disruptive in this way. A detender of Hobbes' construction might reply here that for Cato to have acquired his highly sophisticated views about the correct form of government and the ethical consequences that should be drawn from these, he must already have lived in a civilized common wealth, because he never would have been able to acquire those beliefs in the goodness of republicanism in the brutal conditions of the state of nature. Perfectly true, but since it begs the question about how things are in the state of nature, it can't be considered a definitive reply. A more plausible response is to grant that it is not a strictly universal truth of anthropology that people always in fact prefer self-preservation to any good, but pust a rough first approximation. It is true for a sufficient number of people so that in most circumstances it would be possible to form a commonwealth, or it would at any rate be rational to try to form one. Of course there can be no guarantee that people in the commonwealth will not come to value some purported goods, including the assertion of some opinion, above self-preservation. Monotheistic religious beliefs are a particularly toxic danger, Hobbes thinks, because they tend to be taken to have transcendental warrant and thus make a claim that they should be held with special force, tenacity, and ferocity, regardless of any other considerations, and perhaps imposed on others with equal ferocity, if it happens to one or a small number of dissenters that they value some belief or custom more than self-preservation, they will be dealt with, perhaps executed, by the sovereign. If there are too many for the sovereign, mobilizing all her resources, to deal with, then there is civil war. Hobbes need not be taken, implausibly, to be trying to demonstrate something which is clearly not true, such as that no commonwealth could ever break down into civil war. The text then could be read as asserting that most people tend to put self-preservation first, and thus to point to a possible mode of civil peace, if you have the good luck to avoid or the discipline to eschew theological or other forms of fanaticism. Putting aside these two serious objections, one might still see in Hobbes' analysis a convincing account of an important social phenomenon, human political society, and that means for Hobbes, any civilized society is mo pust an artificial construct but a kind of self-levitation or pulling oneself up by one's bootstraps. The point of the project is to make social order as much as possible independent dent of individual judgment, but of course this will work only under highly specific circumstances and will never be absolutely realized. The judgment of what counts as insult, assault, or injustice, that is to be relegated from each individual's judgment to that of the sovereign, and the reason the sovereign is effective and that it is rational for individuals to delegate this judgment to the sovereign is that she has overawing power. But of course, his overawing power is not a physical property he has, as Montaigne's can. Nabet observed. 1.31. The king is no stronger physically than the man at arms, but is rather an ability to mobilize through commands the actions of others who have subjected themselves to him. As Hobbes says, reputation for power TS increase in power, chapter 10. But reputation is an inherently social phenomenon which can in principle make itself independent not only of the physical powers of the sovereign but even of the first-order beliefs of the members of society. To see this, consider an example given by Keynes. Registered he pointed out the differences between different kinds of competition. In the first simple one, suppose we're asked to judge something like how many beans there were in a certain bottle or how much precipitation would fall on a certain city during a certain period of time. Although there can often be the usual problems of defining terms here, does the city have clear boundaries? There is some sense in which we think there can be an objective answer to this question. In contrast, the second case is one in which I am asked to judge among poems and decide which one is most beautiful. A third possible case is that I am asked to decide which poem is the nation's favorite. Beauty, one might expect, is subjective, a question of individual taste, like the good, on Hobbes' analysis. To say that someone or something is beautiful is the expression of a preference, rather than a claim about some objective state of affairs. We make this assumption because we have experience of the way in which human taste does vary. There may be some kind of general preference for regularity and symmetry, but we also know of sakta ties which value precisely the asymmetries and blemishes. Thus it is said that the best haiku are characterized by lack of absolute grammatical smoothness. Beauty spots on human beings were so highly valued in certain places in the late 18th century that people who did not have them would try artificially to produce the effect of having them by the use of cosmetics. We also know that in asking for an overall judgment of something like beauty, we are asking individuals to take account of different aspects, and the weighting individuals will give to these aspects may differ. So you and I may find different poems beautiful. Like Pound's cantos, you prefer a Shropshire lad. So on Hobbes' analysis the cantos are good. For me, a Shropshire lad is good. For you. In the absence of some definitive judgment by the sovereign, we may try to solve this disagreement by discussion between us, but if one of us fails to convince the other to change his or her judgment, there is nothing more to say. In the second case, if I'm asked to judge what the result would be if each person was asked individually about his or her own particular preference, each one voting individually and the preferences then cumulated. Here, he might very well predict that, say, a Shropshire lad is likely to be voted most beautiful, even though it would not be my preference. I pudge this because I think most other people would actually prefer this poem. But if I am asked, as in the third case, to predict the outcome of a contest for the nation's favorite poem, the issue is not which poem I find most beautiful but which one would be judged by most people to be most beautiful. In that case, I'm trying to predict not which poem each individual would actually prefer but which poem a majority think most people would prefer. I can, then, end up not merely voting for a poem I do not prefer but voting for one which no one actually prefers, but enough, a majority, think most others will be likely to prefer. If political power is all like this, that TS, if it is a matter of judging whether most other people will think thar, most people will obey the sovereign, HF that is demanded of their. It has an exceedingly fragile constitution. It depends on the fact that enough members of the society think that enough others can to authorize and will support the sovereign. If that is the case, the sovereign will be able to repress individual dissidents. Otherwise, perhaps not. The fragility of the configuration depends on my lack of direct information about others' preferences and opinions in a given case. Hobbes' view a Boer social order and civil society has philosophically the overwhelming advantage that it does not require acceptance of any number of highly problematic, if not outright dodgy, conceptions, natural principles of legitimacy, justice, rights, or even notions of the common good. Stull, the 21st century has not been kind to him, if only because many of the phenomena that seem to have been most significant in driving action belong to a register that he has particular difficulties in recognizing and accounting for. He was no stranger to religious fanaticism, including religiously legitimated violence against others, but did not seem to have much understanding of martyrdom, the willingness of people to sacrifice their lives for some ideational construct, or of nationalism, including in its racist, ethnic, or religious versions. These are significant limitations. Chapter 7, Hegel, Philosophy, Hegel wrote, was its time grasped in a concept, but it was also inherently retrospective. To know your present was to understand it as the outcome of its past. A certain philosophy appeared, then, not as the dawn of new era but when a historical period was drawing to a close. To sum up what it had been, that Plato could write his Republic, the ultimate philosophy of the Greek city-state, was a sign that its heyday was over and that the future belonged to large territorial empires like those of Alexander and his successors and, of course, to that of Rome. This thought was to have long historical legs. Marx believed that if he could get a full and correct understanding of the capitalist economic formation, this could be an important weapon in the class struggle, but he also thought that if he could bring capital to a successful conclusion, the very fact that he had been able to grasp fully what was going on would be a sign that this cistern of production had entered its terminal phase. Like the Greek polis in the 4th century, it might totter on for a bit, a walking corpse, but the good hopliers, which the city-states would still train their young men to be, would prove no match toward the Macedonian phalanx, just as even the phalanx would be unable to resist the Roman legions. Myth would have it that Hegel had actually been in Jena in 1806, finishing his Phenomenology of Spirit when he heard the cannonade that announced the opening of the Battle of Jena, Auerstedt, in which Napoleon's forces all but annihilated the Prussian army just outside the city. That battle, he thought, meant the definitive victory of the French Revolution over the ancient regime. Not even the Restoration, after the defeat of Napoleon and the Congress of Vienna, could fully undo this, because in order to succeed the Restoration had been forced itself to adopt, often without explicitly acknowledging it, some of the central principles of the revolutionary project. To be able to compete with the elan of the French citizen armies, the Prussians needed to create something like citizen armies of their own. So they abolished serfdom, began to appeal to patriotism, and in general embarked on a course of action that spelled redumo any serious form of feudalism. That was the reality of Hegel's present. By the 1820s and 1830s, that was the reality of Hegel's present. The Phenomenology of Spirit is Hegel's first major publication, and it has a somewhat unusual status in the corpus of his work. He describes it as at the same time an introduction to his system of philosophy and the first part of that system. The ambiguity involved in this dual focus and dual intention is difficult to grasp and express clearly, so it is necessary to take a step back and embark on what might look like a slight digression in order to understand it. We are familiar from Plato's Republic with the idea of philosophical development and progress. The prisoners in the cave are in thrall to what they take to be common sense opinions about the shadows on the walls. When they begin to engage in dialectical discussion, they are freed from the delusions they have about these shadows, and as the discussion continues, they get a better grasp on reality and on their world. Through a series of rationally motivated transitions, they eventually move up from the cave to a place in which they can see the idea of the good directly and from which they can survey the whole landscape. Now imagine that there could be a similar process of cultural development, from shadowy Confu, Scion through a series of steps each of which TS a certain way of organizing social, intellectual, spiritual, and cultural life, and suppose that this sequence, too, could be seen as a progressive ascent toward clarity, self-transparency, and rationality, ending in the developed political and social world of the end-18th century. Now imagine further that one could pat these two sequences, that of the individual's ascent from common sense to full self-knowledge and philosophical clarity, and that of our culture's ascent to its present fully developed form, in parallel. This is what the phenomenology tries to achieve. T stated earlier that the phenomenology had a dual tocus, but it would be more correct to say that it has three distinct perspectives. First, it is as if the phenomenology were the logbook or diary kept by one of those prisoners, describing how she saw the world at each point in the dialectical ascent, how she saw through each illusion, starting with the illusion that the shadows around her were real, and passed through a series of stages. At each stage the prisoner interpreted herself, the surrounding world, and the relation that existed between her and that world in a slightly different way. Second, this diary of discussions and changes of belief is also a history of the cultural forms Western civilization has passed through in attaining its perfect culmination in 19th century Europe. Thus, we watch societies based on slavery generate stoicism break down into skepticism, which in turn engenders various forms of religious light, Hegel's unhappy consciousness, and so forth until we reach the present. The phenomenology maps this motion to exhibiting the underlying rational structures which the transitions instantiate. Third, at the end of the ascent, the individual path and the socio-cultural path are seen eventually to coincide in absolute knowledge. From the standpoint of the idea of the good, the philosopher kings now have a perspective which allows them to see everything clearly, and that includes seeing the path from the shadowy cave up to the light as it really is, not pust as it appears to the prisoners transiently climbing it. So from the final perspective of absolute knowledge, the fully fledged philosopher can look back on the path she took and see it for what it truly is, and was. One of the great complications, but also the fascination, of this work derives from the fact that it tries to integrate all three of these perspectives into the same literary text. As the text proceeds, Hegel points the we, which occurs in it has a systematically shift mg reference. Sometimes it is we, for instance, Stoics, who are still struggling dialectically with the incompleteness and the contradictions involved in arguing out the particular position we hold at a certain moment. The analysis is, purportedly, from the internal perspective of the Stoic involved in that discussion, what he thinks, how he sees the world, what problems he might see, how he might argue. Sometimes, however, we refers proleptically not to a Stoic involved in discussion but to the Hegelian philosopher who has finished the whole course of dialectical discussion, has attained absolute knowledge, and from that point can comment on what is going on in the Stoic discussion from the outside, pointing out things that the Stoic participants themselves could not see. Phenomenology is, then, a literary tour de force which is to be both an introduction to the system and the first part of it. It is an introduction because it describes the journey from common sense, where we are all initially ascerned to be located, to absolute edge, presenting things from the point of view of the dialectical pilgrim who is passing gradually through a series of stages from one location to the other. Featuring as a part of the system because it is also a commentary on the path to absolute knowledge from the point of view of that absolute knowledge. Hegel thought he was not merely the chronicler of the effects of the end of the ancient regime in Central Europe, but also a philosopher. He had a rather traditionalistic conception of the task of philosophy. Humans need orientation and meaning in their lives. Ideally a full orientation. So philosophy must specify torus our loca tionem the world as a whole and point out our direction within the all. Note that when he speaks of the world as a whole, he does not mean just the physical universe but also human society and culture. His philosophy, he thought, was the definitive theory of the meaning of everything. It was a form of absolute knowledge, a knowledge which humans have always striven to acquire in their art, their religion, and their philosophy. This absolute knowledge, Hegel claims, has in one sense always been present in human societies, albeit in a one-sided, distorted, and partially hidden form. Given the necessary relation of philosophy to the world, as expressed in his dictum about philosophy as its present grasped in concepts, the task of finding meaning could be discharged only if reality actually exhibited meaning, and exhibited it in the right way, that is, in a way which would allow humans to grasp it. Hegel holds that the joint unpact of Protestantism and the French Revolution has transformed society in the first part of the 19th century so that for the first time, the meaning of the world is visible. He was therefore, he thought, able for the first time to present absolute knowledge in its full and appropriate guise. For Hegel, the human need for orientation to which philosophy responds is a speculative, i.e., a theoretical, not a practical need. 7.42-15 That TS, philosophy's task finally is to seek meaning, attain understanding, or get a conceptual grip on the world, not to tell us what to do or issue injunctions, recommendations, or prohibitions of possible courses of action. Humans turn to philosophy when they wish to know what the world is like and to understand it, not when they are confronted with moral quandaries or ethically difficult decisions. As Hegel memorably says, if your problem is what to do, ask your rabbi, your lawyer, or a close friend. Asking a philosopher about this is pointless. 7.13-14 7.27 28 2223. It would be a bit like asking your dentist to recommend a novel, or, for that matter, a novelist to recommend a dentist. The dentist might be a careered person or a close friend who knows your taste, but knowledge of the statics of human teeth is in itself no special qualification to judge literature. To say that philosophy is not practical but speculative is not to say it will necessarily have no effect whatever on how people act. All sorts of things can influence how people actually decide to act. Some people flip coins, some observe the hire of birds. Most people will act in ways that will be influenced by the general understanding they have of the world. It is just that the effect on people's actions will be indirect and that it is not part of the contents of philosophy to issue oughts, or pose obligations. It is only to understand these phenomena, as it tries to understand all human phenomena. The absolute, speculative, knowledge which philosophy seeks is supposed to be complete and definitive, but not in the sense that it contains or implies every individual fact or law. Rather, we try, as humans, to make sense of the world as a whole by using a variety of general concepts and categories. These might include such things as substance, living thing, cause, intention, perception, work of art, nation, virtue, law, God. These are the items we use to make the world intelligible to ourselves. None of them, however, is in itself fully clear, so to orient ourselves in the world means to come to understand fully what these basic concepts mean, how they are used, and how they are interconnected with each other. Hegel thinks that this final task, specifying the connection, is especially important, because it turns out that really to understand what any one of these categories means is to a large extent to see how it is related to all the others. This is his form of holism. Understanding any of these basic concepts or categories correctly requires one to locate it precisely in a total cistern of all such concepts. So the set of categories must be both explicitly unihed and also adequate for explaining and clarifying, in principle, everything. The absolute knowledge which humanity has been seeking and which Hegel finally, because of the historical circumstances in which he lived, is able to provide, is then a complete, consistent, interconnected set of concepts and categories covering all forms of meaningfulness, that is, all the ways of making sense of anything in the world and rendering anything in any way intelligible to us humans. The interconnections between the concepts are argumentative, discursive, or logical in character, and the knowledge in question is mastery of these concepts and their interconnection and ability to use them to make sense of the world. Furthermore, a part of having the appropriate knowledge is being able to explain why past philosophers, as equally children of their time, were able to see only a part of the truth but not all of it, and the ability to explain why people in the 19th century were finally able to see the truth as a whole unveiled and in its proper form. Think, then, of a group of people trying to come to clarity about how to understand, analyze, and explain their world, including, for Hegel, not just the abstruse world of mathematics and logic, the natural world of physics, and the social and cultural world, but also human history. They will proceed in a variety of ways, but once they have done the preliminary work of looking about them, classify the animal species they encounter, learning how to do long division, setting up some primitive code for regulating their social relations to each other, instituting forms of art and religion and so forth, they will turn to trying to see not just how individual aspects of their world are constituted but how it all hangs together. Hegel is convinced that this striving for totality or completeness and interconnection of knowledge is an ineluctable part of what it is to be human. To try to see and understand their world as a whole, humans may try out various tacks, dances, pictures, myths, stories, prose, cosmologies may be developed. Eventually, they will hit on dialectics of the kind practiced by Socrates and Plato as a method of getting the comprehensive understanding they crave. That is, certain of them will make particular knowledge claims and propose definitions of terms, and others will ask critical questions about these claims. We will be especially keen to see if these claims are clear and comprehensible, but also whether they can be generalized and are compatible with other claims we know we wish to make. Plato's dialogues are so exceedingly vivid and full of apparently realistic detail. Aristophanes has the hiccups in the Symposium 185 CD, and has to have his turn to speak put off, that we might almost be tempted to think of them as something like transcripts of real discussions. But, of course, that is not the case. They represent idealized constructions of the ways in which arguments might go, right, or wrong. Now imagine, Hegel suggests, a form of dialectical argument that is even more idealized than the one we find in Plata. Imagine people in sore historical context, who, given their circumstances, are maximally well informed about their world, self-controlled, raw, tonal, tolerant, and persistent. And imagine that a group of such idealized figures were to conduct a completely free and open-ended discussion with no time limit and under optimal circumstances for conversation. Then the discussion will proceed in the progressive way in which some of the Platonic dialogues proceed. Proposals will be formulated, considered, developed, criticized, improved. Defective positions will be gradually discarded and replaced with better ones, not subject to the same criticisms as their predecessors. Hegel holds, to be sure, that such a discussion, even in its most highly idealized form, would, if conducted at any time in the past, have come up against certain immovable limits and barriers which no amount of further empirical investigation, ratiocination, or dialectical discussion would be able to do away with. If you live, for instance, in a feudal society, you are never really going to be able to make rational sense of your social arrangements because they are not fully rational. Your political institutions are going to be encrusted with contingencies and irrelevancies and inextricably mixed with archaic forms of reasoning. Biologistic fantasies, dynastic ped, agrees that purportedly give a right to rule to the accidental offspring. Af certain families, religious mystifications, medieval Catholicism, and shapeless and incoherent works of art, legends about Arthur, and the pursuit of the Holy Grail. Therefore, in such a society, you are never going to be able to discover the full set of adequate categories, one that fully makes sense in itself and also makes sense of your world. They simply will not emerge at the end of a free, ideal discussion. Given the holistic assumptions on which Hegel's position rests, this deficiency will not be an isolated blemish but will affect the meaning and adequacy of the concepts and categories which people at that time use. So doing philosophy during the Middle Ages was a necessity. People can't help looking for meaning, and the total meaning of the world as a whole, but it was also a necessary failure. The same is true of philosophy in antiquity because the ancient world was a slave-owning society. Such a society cannot, Hegel claims, have a coherent concept of freedom, or even develop a proper legal definition of human being, Zom 0, because slaves would have to be classed either as human beings, and hence free, or not human beings, and thus not responsible for any of their ac. Tyons 7.341, 26-27. Protestantism firmly establishes freedom in modern Europe by its défense of the right of individual autonomous moral judgment, and the French Revolution makes it impossible to ignore the demand that even society and political institutions need to instantiate reason. The ideals of the French Revolution, liberté, égalité, fraternité, in a suitably institutionalized political form would be conjoined with post-Christian culture and sociability, rooted in a post-Lutheran form of interiority, centered in particular in free individual conscience. In the 19th century, for the first time in history, Heyman society was visibly, clearly, and intentionally oriented toward rationality, and this orientation was publicly acknowledged and, at least incipiently, institutionalized. When that happens, the way is open for an adequate form of philosophical reflection on the world that is and our ways of making sense of it. Hegel is sometimes seen as a hyperrationalist, and this is not completely wrong because he does ascribe to reason and the human understanding very extensive powers. At one point he even says of understanding and analysis that it is an absolute power. 3.36:18. That is, reason finally gives itself its own laws and criteria, and there is nothing apart from these relative to which it can be evaluated, or could be criticized. There are, in the long run, which may be a very long ran, no human powers stronger than reason and which could stand against it. Lt was, however, also a fundamental Hegelian tenet, that the reason which is all-powerful is what the subjective faculty of any individual human or the given social power of any particular group or historical society. Philosophy, as just mentioned, cannot give us a satisfactory world view, if the world will not lend itself to this. Philosophy itself cannot make the world be a comprehensible place if it is not, so its success in its enterprise of representing the world as rational depends on something outside itself, namely on the world itself, and that means, effectively, on history. In the long run, society cannot resist the force of reason, but this is something that is visible only in retrospect. We, at the end of the development, which leads up to us, enjoy a full freedom which no previous society had and have conscious access to a reason which we can see was operative even then but which they could only occasionally have glimpsed dimly and through a variety of badly distorting lenses. No amount of sheer ratiocinative power could have allowed Plato to construct an internally consistent satisfactory philosophy in a slave-owning society, nor could the collective efforts of the whole Studium Generale in Paris in 1300, because their society was fundamentally feudal. Vous live in a society without freedom, there is nothing you can do. The aristocrat is more free than the bondsman. But that is a comparative judgment, which, although not in any sense irrelevant, it is of extreme relevance for those involved in feudalism, or false, does not tell the most important part of what we can retrospectively see as the whale story, which is that no freedom available at that historical period was more than a pale and anemic anticipation of the freedom which everyone enjoys in the post-revolutionary world. That is not, of course, any consolation to the serfs, slaves, burgesses, aristocrats, kings, and emperors of the past, and was not intended to be. The idea that there could be such a thing as retrospective consolation is nor one that Hegel entertains. We have no reason to think that they, our ancestors, would even have understood our ideas about freedom and our institutions, despite the fact that our modern freedom arose, in some sense, from their world, and its well-deserved demise. And even if per impossible, they had had cognitive access to the future, to what the endpoint of their history would be, our world, they still had to live then, just as we have no choice but to live now. Hegel does on some occasions speak of his philosophy as the true theodicy, but, as we shall see, this does not mean that it gives any past victim consolation, nor does it justify anything either retrospectively or in the present. Hegel, to be sure, is trying to give a universal systematic overview of all human categories and thus needs to find a place for virtually everything, so one wild expecker discussion of pustification at various times and in is a destructive failure because a focus on justification emphasizes the fixity of authority, of rules, of procedures, of same administrative apparatus, but this is exactly wrong for philosophical or A8 Hegel would also put it, rationale pure, speculative purposes. That TS, for asking questions that purport to concern the totality of the world, how it hangs together as a whole, and how we should orient ourselves in it. The first thing, or rather the last thing, one is supposed to learn in philosophy, according to Hegel, TS that there is no such fixity, alles movement and flux. The final image of the true is not that of a series of entries in a bookkeeping system or even of some kind of orderly judicial procedure before the high tribunal of reason, but of a drunken bacchanalic revel in which no one is sober. 3.46-27. Such a revel is not completely without order of any kind. The order it does exhibit is not practically pustificatory. Individual forms of authority are dissolved into the universal flux of philosophical concepts, and that flux itself does not have the right format to serve as an authority relative to which justification can be demanded and given, in the sense in which people think they need such an authority and such a justification. Philosophy will give you a number of things: a sense of same order in thar flax, whereby cer toin forms of authority arise out of others, an ability to survey the whale of that flex and locate every form of authority you will encounter in it, and a sense that this ts really all one can reasonably expect to find. What it will not, and could not, give you as anything at all like the justification or warrant for any individual action or belief. Many philosophers, and non-philosophers too, think or even demand that philosophy must provide firm foundations for existing institutions or a free-floating skyhook from which to hang, to justify certain forms of acting, or radically delegitimize others form of action, which ts disconnected from existing institutions. Hegel rejects both of these demands. If we keep the relation between justification and existing institutions tight, we will never get a context-free justification. Hfu clearly untighten the connection of justification from particular, highly specific historical configurations and institutions, you are left with nothing, because the real content of pustification lies in the totality of these concrete connections. You may retam a highly abstract and general story about how things as whole in the world in general work and hang together. From such a story, however, nothing in particular about how any individual is warranted to act will follow. Hegel makes great fun of the late 17th, early 18th century philosopher Leibniz, who even read the term theodicy as the author of what he takes to be one of the greatest absurdities in the long history of Heidegger's philosophical misconceptions. Leibniz thinks that God has before him an abstract space of possibilities and, within that, subspaces of possibilities that can be co-instantiated, that is, realized in the same possible world. From among these he chooses the best, and creates our world. We can discover that the world we live in is the best of all passable ones. Hegel compares this to a shopper who goes to the market with a prepared list of things to buy, or rather a pre-existing list of good properties of possible groceries he is seeking to purchase. The shopper then compares what is on offer in the market with the list, and picks the best produce available. Hegel thinks that if anything, like a god really did exist, the one thing that is clear is that his relation to the world could not conceivably be anything like this. Many contemporary philosophers have compounded the absurdity by trying to run a similar theory of possible worlds without a deity. The idea of a god in his study trying to decide what would be good, or at work on a list or code or protocol before creation, is a Bronze Age fantasy, no matter how sophisticated its elaboration. Hegel believes one never starts with a set of abstract possibilities. One starts with what is the case. All there is what there is. Reality is what is or what happens. Possibilities are always abstractions from that, not something that could be antecedently really imagined, even by an omnipotent deity. Part of what happens is that humans act, and in doing so they have, of course, various complex ethical and normative views which they bring to bear on their world and which they can, perfectly legitimately, bring to bear on anything they fancy. Nothing prohibits this, but it would be a mistake to attribute to it any special significance. The fact that modern secondary school teachers express moral horror at ancient slavery is not in any sense illegitimate. It just has no particular philosophical significance. That I or anyone else has this moral reaction is also a possible subject of speculative understanding, but that won't justify anything. Justification is inherently related to actions and the war rants for action, but in 2016, could not even in principle act on an ancient society that has not existed for 2,000 years. Of course, in a completely different kind of case, may fight residual pockets of slavery and oppose practical attempts to reintroduce slavery in my own society, and then I will deploy all moral and intellectual sources can, including appeal to local authorities, contextually and institutionally specific local forms of argumentation, and whatever else I can think of or invent, but this is because Lamb arguing about potential actions that L might perform. I may also, if wish, no one will stop me, look down on the Romans for being slaveholders, but given the absence of any action context in this case for me, that is just a shadow action, a cheap way of trying to feel good about myself. SNLL, there is no doubt but that Hegel thinks his philosophy provides a theodicy of kinds. He says so explicitly enough. However, theodicy in Hegel's sense is intended to provide not justification, but reconciliation, which is a completely different thing. When reconciled, come to be warmly at peace with someone or something, which I previously saw as alien or hostile or often seeved to me. 7.27, 22-23. This is a question of attitude, one might say, not of justification. In fact, it might almost be argued that I need reconciliation only if your action toward me was not justified. Peace and reconciliation committees operate not by showing that what seemed to be grievous wrongs were actually justified, but rather by showing a way to live in peace beyond the recognition that utterly unjustified harm has been inflicted. This is not to say that reconciliation is merely a question of feeling in a certain way, or that it is not possible to distinguish states of pseudo-reconciliation that are, for instance, dependent on deep illusions from instances of genuine reconciliation. Hegel's whole work, as it were, is one attempt to give a highly detailed but also highly contextual way of making exactly this distinction. It is also not, obviously, that being reconciled, or not, will have no effect whatever on human action, but its effect will be so highly mediated and dispersed that it will not be possible to connect it with any one specific course of action, in the way justification requires. Recall, finally, that for Hegel, reconciliation can be accomplished not just by philosophy but also by art or religion. Sculpting, exhibiting, and revering a statue of the Ws. Greek god Apollo, which represents him not as a jackal-headed monster but as a beautiful human being, registered as not giving a justification, in any interesting sense, of any particular form of social organization or politics, and certainly is not a justification for a specific course of action, but it is an instance of reconciliation. To speak of some absolute justification is to compare some individual act with a normative standard of some kind which is in principle completely distinct from it, otherwise it is circular. But where would a standard that is independent of the world as a whole come from, and what could its standing be? Could use my own puny moral conceptions, and no one can stop me from doing this, but Lamb not foolish enough to take them to have any global or absolute standing. God wins his case by default because there is no independent court competent to rule on the justification of the world. The point of philosophy is to show people why nothing is justified in any absolute sense, but that it is possible to embrace the world in a warm peace anyway. More cannot be shown. Hegel's non-individualism is another striking characteristic of his approach. Reason never occurs or is operative except through individue. Thar is true, but it can also never be fully grasped from the point of view of the individual alone, and it certainly cannot be understood from the perspective of individual psychology. HF1 lives in a societary like that of Europe in the 19th century. in which the dialectic does operate fully and successfully. One can even idealize this dialectic in a way that allows one to dispense with the idea that the dialectical discussion is being conducted by two distinct Heyman's at all. To the extent to which a philosophical discussion, say, the discussion of benevolence, becomes more fully rational, the individual personalities of the people involved in the discussion matter less and fess. In the ideal case, one thought and consideration will follow another in the same order, no matter who the discutants are. 50 Actually, it is as if the thought concept itself were moving in discussion, developing itself, exhibiting its internal structure, even criticizing itself by raising the obvious objections that arise, transforming itself. This won't happen unless Heyman's are actually present discussing, but they, as potentially idiosyncratic, potentially irrational agents, are irrelevant to the structure of what is happening. That structure is, if one wishes to use this terminology, objective. To take part in a philosophical discussion means not simply to be engaging in expressive behavior but trying to be rational, to present one's position as rationally acceptable and therefore as potentially criticizable. This is true even if one does not know in advance what reason might require. In tact, the most important part of a philosophical discussion is that, if it is properly conducted, as positions are discussed, criticized, and modified, at the same time, the standards of rationality by which they are discussed, criticized, and modified themselves are clarified and improved. 50 No one in a real discussion can know antecedently to what she is committed by virtue of proposing a philosophical view. The discussion, she finds out. All of this, however, can be construed as part of the inherent motion of the concepts involved. In the canonical form of Hegel's philosophic system, as expounded, say, in the science of logic, the dual perspective of the phenomenology is no longer needed, nor would it be appropriate, and the concepts and positions are construed in such a way as to abstract from any particular agent who might propose them in discussion and are presented as objectively, fully self-moving. Hegel's non-individualism another aspect, individual psychology plays a remarkably subordinate role in his philosophy. For Hegel, I am not essentially a biological individual or an individual with consciousness and other psychological powers or one who entertains propositions or has the capacity to reason. Rather, I am spirit. Spirit is a technical term that Hegel uses which refers neither exclusively to an individual nor to a group. He thinks this concept holds the key to understanding why his philosophy is different from early philosophies that went before. Previous philosophies were one of two types. One type was metaphysical. The metaphysician studied external objects in the world and their properties and tried to explain everything in those terms. The kind of things which previous philosophers recognized as an object got more and more sophisticated over the centuries, but their view was always some more or less complex development of the idea that an object was a relatively unchanging thing or substance that maintained its identity despite changes in its properties. The cat remains the same cat, even if her properties change. She loses her hair, she is in a fight and returns with a nicked ear, she gets pregnant and bears a litter of kittens. The other type of philosophy was basically epistemological and was focused on the individual human subject and its modalities, especially consciousness and knowledge. Philosophers of this type didn't study objects but human processes of knowing. The basic question is not what is there and how does it work, but what can we know and how do we know it? Hegel thought each of these kinds of philosophy was bound to end in a cul-de-sac. No metaphysician could ever really give an analysis of the basic phenomena of human subjectivity. By studying what things there are in the world, there could be no metaphysics of consciousness, of the human subject, or of knowledge. The second type of philosophy gets nowhere because once one starts from and focuses exclusively on the individual Heyman consciousness and its modes of operation, and treats this as if it was an autonomous domain to study, one will never get out again to the real world. One can never solve the basic problem of epistemology and show on the basis of some fact about or configuration of consciousness that an external world, anything like what we imagine exists. Spirit is supposed to provide a more all-encompassing concept, either than the metaphysician's identity-maintaining substances or than the epistemologist's conscious subject. Spirit, the true, is, Hegel says, both substance and subject, 2.23 feet, 9 ff, more than both, but providing a space within which metaphysical and epistemological questions can be discussed, although always as subordinate and limited forms of enquiry. How are we to understand that? Hegel ascribes to spirit two properties. The first is 1. Spint is an TP that is away and away, that is an P 3.148, 140. This does not mean that spirit is something like a metaphysical group mind, but it is a theoretical way of describing certain human phenomena which do not lend themselves either to analysis in terms merely of individual psychology or to analysis in terms simply of the properties of groups. A good example of a spiritual phenom enon is a language, or in fact anything that at all depends on language. A language such as English or Turkish exists only as a collective social entity activated by individuals. Speak this way to a large extent because we speak this way, and vice versa. 'Tis true that English would not exist if there had never been individual speakers who made use of it, but it is also true that the language pre-exists any individual speaker. Every speaker finds it always already there. There is no path either from universal structures of raw tonality or from my individual consciousness and actions to a full understanding of the language as a social phenomenon. Universal structures won't explain the difference between English and Turkish, and no amount of introspection of the consciousness of any individual will give you a grasp of vocabulary items in the language, which that individual does not happen, at some time, to know. Addition, you cannot understand me as an individual without understanding my beliefs, they will be formulated in a language, which is not, my own individual creation, but a social phenomenon. That is, you can understand me only as a form of spirit. As an individuated part of an us, finally, can't understand my self except as part of a way, which I can alternately identify with and distinguish myself from. So in a sense even self-understanding is a spiritual phenomenon. The second property of spirit is also unorthodox. 2. Spirit is a social formarian that is always in the process of appearing to making itself into a better version of itself. Hegel says, again and again spirit is nor anything, it is always becoming something, or rather making herself inro something. The notion of becoming a better version of oneself may not be merely empty and gestural but may be full of highly individuating content. You don't understand Athens in the 5th century unless you understand Pericles' funeral oration. The oration presents a very particular ideal of Athens as a place in which the idiosyncrasies of individuals were tolerated, political power was exercised by the citizens as a whole, and each citizen behaved like a lover of the city. This does not mean that the funeral oration is a realistic description of way Athens was. It is a formulation, one particular formulation, of what some Athenians aspired for Athens to be. These are not, on the other hand, merely fanciful or invented aspirations, but have, Hegel thinks, some basis in the reality of Athenian life. There are much more primitive or rudimentary ways in which this attempt to make oneself into a better self can find expression. To stay with the example of land, gauge. Even minimal kinds of language use depend on distinguishing between correct and incorrect usage, and to call some usage incorrect is already to express a minimal aspiration toward eliminating or at least avoiding it. One might see in this the origins of what, when appropriately abstracted, is sometimes called normativity. Such a self-reproducing human community is both a substance and a subject. 5th century Athens is an instance of spirit because it is organized to maintain its identity through change in its proper ties. Individuals are born and die, but, as long as the institutions continue to function, they are born and die as Athenians. Athens is a subject because its population can and does say, we, the city can be said to know various things, such as what its own laws are, and to act and react, for instance by declaring war on Sparta. It has specific institutions, assemblies, law courts, religious groupings, a council, bole, whose job it is to be the real locus of such edge and such action and to try ensure that the city lives up to various aspirations, sec as being stronger, more just, and better prepared for various contingencies. Let us return now to the members of the idealized group discussing meaningfulness in a post-revolutionary society. What will happen in their discussion? If all goes well, eventually it will pass argumentatively through all the Bauman forms of meaningfulness. Hegel thinks they are all systematically interconnected, so that this is inevitable, and the people engaged in the discussion will eventually converge on something which is stable and no longer subject to disagreement or criticism. However, this stable thing will not be a single proposition but will rather be the whole process of argumentation through which they have just passed, which will he spread out ahead of there again. To return to the comparison with Plato, tore Hegel the dialectical ladder up from the cave does not terminate at the top with a vision of the idea of the good, as tf that was a separate thing one could see, but, having arrived at the top, what one sees is the whole trip up the path, successively reenacted eternally. What one comes understand is that in a sense there is nothing but the journey, and the whole process is an infinitely repeating circle. This circle exists only as we move through it. It is nothing separate which we could say anything about in itself. What language would we use? Yet there is nothing arbitrary or subjective about the steps on the path and the sequence in which they stand to each other. There is, to be sure, in one sense a final truth about the world for Hegel, but it is not a proposition. It is a form of conceptual and argumentative motion, a narrative or story, no part of which can be dispensed with or further abbreviated. The truth is the system itself, and spirit passing around the stages that constitute it, infinitely. This story, and the actual movement of thought in which it is embedded, is teleological, so it moves in a certain sequence and direction and is directed in a certain way toward a certain end. That end is precisely that the story be told and the movement instantiated, so the movement is not just teleological but autoteleological. Its end is that it itself exists, which means that the movement which it is continues. In a way the whole of the universe can be seen as existing in order that take place, and Hegel's whole philosophy is a specification of what else must happen. Human societies must have abolished slavery, etc., for this story to be coherently told. The final work for meaning is this narrative motion, and finding out the final meaning of anything is just locating its appropriate position in this autoteleological story movement. Hypothesize anything you would care to mention has a place in the story, otherwise the system would be complete, which we are assuming for the sake of discussion is not the case. When Hegel describes his own position as absolute idealism, this does not mean he thinks anyone ever or has had an absolute justification for anything. Rather, absolute idealism asserts, roughly, that everything can be idealized, that is, comprehended as part of a systematic whole, which is the autorelic motion, the telling of the universal narrative story which was just described. This does not mean the external world does not exist or is some kind of mere simulacrum. That is a completely different kind of claim, and one that it would never enter Hegel's mind to make in his own name. Absolute idealism, as a form of speculation, comes precisely to the conclusion that absolute justification in any recognizable human sense of justification does not exist. Earlier I mentioned that moderns find it hard to follow Hegel, i.e. a way of looking at the world that eschews using concepts like justification, and suggested that there might be something discreditable about this. We find it hard when living in a world chat is as deeply unsatisfactory as ours is, to give up the feelings of vindictiveness or of Pharisaic self-satisfaction which the use of the apparatus of justification legitimizes. Hegel is right, and our world is as it is, then we are as we are able to be, and there is nothing inherently discreditable about finding this hard. The question remains whether, having read the phenomenology and observing the world around us, we do not find ourselves motivated to change ir. Chapter 8. Nietzsche. Although Nietzsche would not perhaps always have been pleased to see it presented in this way, his basic project, as he recognizes, is a variant of Christianity, a religion which he interprets, in turn, as a slightly debased form of Platonism for the common folk. If Christianity purports to be a religion of universal, unconditional love, Nietzsche in his account of it puts emphasis on two other of its properties. First, Christianity has been peculiar in its commitment to what it calls the truth. This, Nietzsche claims, is originally a moral demand for truth-telling, that is, an injunction that not lie to anyone else. Then this becomes a demand that not lie even to myself, and finally an increasingly stringent demand actively to search the truth. KSA $.395 to 401. Given that the truth is usually uncomfortable for us, Nietzsche sees this first strand of Christianity as rooted in a form of asceticism, an active preference for that which is painful and rebarbative. KSA 5.339. 367. The second important feature of Christianity is its cultivation of an ethos of introspection. KSA 5.408 4114. It eventually comes to be the home of a very strict practice of psychological analysis and interpretation. The good light for the Christian is not one in which people merely perform external acts of a certain kind but one in which they act out of the motive of sheer love. As finite, non-divine creatures, we are never in this fief going to be able to instantiate fully that absolute fovey, but it is important for our spiritual progress that we become as clearly as possible aware of our failings in this respect. It is, therefore, understandable that Christianity encourages an increasingly and relentlessly exacting and minute self-examination of our internal psychological states. Nietzsche, who sometimes liked to pose as a master psychologist, is the heir of this aspect of Christianity, and when he describes himself as not a man but dynamite, KSA 6.365, he is referring to the fact that the truths he propagates are particularly irritating, disruptive, and destructive, in one sense a veritable feast for the ascetic. What's wrong with Christianity is that it has become massively implausible in the modern world. Or, to put it more exactly, it has destroyed herself. It is precisely those who are, in some sense, the massed Christian who find themselves incapable of continuing to believe it. The reason for this, Nietzsche believes, lies in the true history of Christianity, the sources of its power and the origin of its constructs, which he has laid bare, most clearly perhaps in Genealogy of Morality. TT's origins are in highly concentrated resentment. Its contentum G power lies in its ability to generate and focus hatred. And its characteristic habits and practices are expressions of a sadistic asceticism toward self and others, gone out of control. Christian introspection and truth-telling will, if pursued consistently, confirm this. And what is the, at this point, former Christian like Nietzsche then to do, when he inevitably comes to understand this? Simple continuation of the usual practices and beliefs, once they have been seen through as devastatingly as this, does not seem to be possible. Except perhaps for few exceptional people. We are absoler virtues of ascetic self-hatred and cognitive quick-footedness, say Kierkegaard. T described Nietzsche's project as a variant of Christianity. He would probably prefer to call it a form of overcoming Christianity. Well, isn't Christianity itself all about overcoming? I suggest that we think about Nietzsche's overcoming of Christianity along 3 dimensions, corresponding to the 3 dimensions of the Christian construction. Instead of universal love, Nietzsche aspires to unconditional affirmation. Then he wishes to distance himself from the excessively ascetic Christian conception of truth and truth-telling. Finally, although one must admit that this is the least clearly articulated position of the 3, he certainly wishes to break with the Christian ethos of introspection. Let me start the discussion with truth. Nietzsche thought there was something problematic about the facile way in which philosophers and ordinary people spoke about the truth. Some people have taken to attributing to him rather spectacularly implausible views, such as that there is no such thing as the truth, there are no truths, or there are no facts. Consequently, science is nothing but a huge delusion, and in the realm of beliefs, anything goes. These views are so incoherent and yet remain so firmly rooted in the minds of some readers that it might be worth while to try to lay them to rest. There is a certain philosophical interpretation of truth, facts, science, and for that matter, edge, which eventually goes back to Plato, but after 2,000 years it has also deeply impregnated our common sense, which Nietzsche is keen to deny. However, to reject a philosophical theory of some concept or phenomenon is not necessarily to reject the concept or claim that the phenomenon does not exist. Can reject what I take to be a false or misguided theory of botany without thinkimage that flowers do not exist. Can also reject the Augustine theory of burning, without denving that burning takes place. This now common philosophical view which Nietzsche rejects is one that is deeply committed to a series of sharp distinctions between truth and mere opinion, fact, and interpretation, science, and uncontrolled belief, formation, and knowledge, and speculation. Featuring is also committed to the view that without continual surveillance of the border and sharp enforcement of these dichotomous distinctions, there can be nothing but cognitive chaos in our world. The structure of enquiry, constatation, hypothesis formation, confirmation, and evaluation that constitutes science must in particular also be kept rigidly distinct from the domain of the emotions, all voluntative phenomena, and the interpretation of results, e.g., in the light of human needs and interests. Truth and the will belong to different domains entirely, and only confusion can result from failing to keep the truth insulated and hermetically closed off from all forms of volition and evaluation. Finally, the correspondence theory of truth claims that truth is to be construed as the correspondence of a proposition with the facts of the world. Nietzsche is not the only philosopher to find at least some elements of this analysis unconvincing, and he rejects it fully. Truth, he believes, is better understood as the pendant of a will to truth, which operated under historical circumstances that could be anal, ysed and, if it was so analyzed, would be seen itself to have a historical Truth did not grow on trees, it had to be discovered, and that meant there had to be a will to crutch, which pursued and discovered the wrath and which itself therefore deserved investigation. This will to truth developed historically in different ways. None of this, in any way, implied that truth was just something made up by an arbitrarily operating form of human volition, although, as we shall see, it did perhaps mean that there was no interesting philosophical analysis that one could give of the concept of truth in the abstract, such as the correspondence theory. Nietzsche was far from thinking that there were no such things as facts. On the contrary, he thought the acquisition of a sense for the facts was one of the most precious and the latest of human achievements. KSA 6.247-248. Nevertheless, he also thought that, although it might be perfectly appropriate to distinguish fact and interpretation sharply in CER Toyn well-defined research contexts, this distinction could not be absolutized and construed in the fundamentalist way which some philosophers proposed. There were, of course, facts, but no facts that were inherently and absolutely devoid of all interpretation. The idea of a bare, completely uninterpreted face did not make sense. So the correspondence theory of truth TS either false gf. It presupposes the existence of uninterpreted facts, or tautological gf. Fact and interpretation can never be cleanly separated once and for all. There are three issues here, different contexts in which truth arises as a problem and in which it must be treated. First, there is the question about truths with a small t, that is, garden variety statements about the world which are significantly strongly warranted and deserve to be affirmed. Do such statements exist, and are they distinct from non-truths, or is everything simply a matter of opinion, with no opinion having any priority over any other? The answer to this is, for Nietzsche, patently yes, they do exist. These truths include such statements about trivial matters as, "It is now raining," rather than sunny, "Jane has just struck John a blow to the head," rather than the other way around, "Tabitha prefers parmesan to cat food, although it is not good for her." But this codex reads est, not esset. They may also in principle include in some contexts such statements as, "The barometer has fallen, this metal has a tensile strength of 2. This has a positive electrical charge." One might also speak of the facts, although one must add sotto voce, the facts as appropriately interpreted. How much does the sun need to shine toward the day to be sunny? Is sunny, raining, really the only alternative? Have you ever been to East Anglia? What, with perfect justice, function as facts, in some contexts can be, and in some other contexts ought to be, unpacked so as to reveal the interpretations with which they are associated. How much sun makes a day sunny? This does not imply that there is no sense in which the facts of the case exist or that one's cognitive relation to the world is completely indeterminate or random. That we don't know how much sand is required to call the day sunny does not imply that one might just as well believe that Pontius Pilate composed La Belle Hélène as that Jacques Offenbach did. Interpretation, for a philologist trained in the 19th century discipline, as Nietzsche was, does not mean simply making something up or complete laissez-faire. The philologist tries to develop well-judged interpretations, not to speak at random. What counts as a well-judged interpretation is a complex matter, and there is probably no interesting general theory one can give which will allow one simply to decide in a mechanical way which of two interpretations is better. Again, context is all important, and the context will contain local criteria by which such judgments can be made, and also, in propitious circumstances, will be open to general reflection and criticism, which may permit these local criteria to be unproved. And, Of course, one can discuss what improve means in the specific context. None of this means that all interpretations are equally well judged, so to say that the facts exist only as interpreted is a rejection of certain forms of naive realism. That is, it is a claim only that the form of determination of the facts is more complicated than everyday awareness, and certain philosophers who orient themselves too closely on it, recognizes. Nietzsche celebrates a sense for the facts, KSA 6.247-248, as one of the highest achievements of the human spirit, and equally it might seem appropriate to extend this to include a sense for the complexities of the modes by which we come to apprehend what the facts are, which means the role which interpretation plays. That is the first of the three kinds of discussions of truth. The second is what some philosophers, following Plato, might call the more strictly philosophical question of truth. What is the definition of truth? Is it, for instance, the correspondence of proposition to reality? Or is it to be defined in terms of the internal coherence of a maximal set of beliefs? Or should we have a pragmatist theory of truth? Or does Nietzsche perhaps hold none of these but have a new theory of his own? Even a cursory reading of any one of the works of Mircea Maturity, particularly Genealogy of Morality, should suffice to indicate to the reader that Nietzsche does not propose to answer this question but rather wishes to destroy the complex of assumptions which one must make in order for the question to be at all a sensible one to raise. The usual approach assumes that associated with each linguistic item, such as temperance, knowledge, beauty, truth, there is a single abstract property which has an essence. The proper way to do philosophy is to define our essence in perfectly abstract terms, without, for instance, using examples. If one does nor bave such a definition, one does not at all have a grasp of the meaning of the term in question and could not expect to have any knowledge of it, know how to use it properly, distinguish sensible from senseless uses of it, and so forth. In one of his later works, A Euclidean Figures and A.R. Arithmetical Trailats have perhaps no history. Virtually everything else does, and only that which has no history can be defined, KSA 5.347. This does not mean, as Plero assumes, that no knowledge is possible. Perhaps to reject Plato means to admit that no certain knowledge is possible, but then could it not be the case that this is the right conclusion to come to? And why, in any case, the obsession with certainty? What does IR even mean exactly? Still, a philosopher who does nor follow Plato in his obsessive pursuit of definitions can sensibly think about and discuss such phenomena as temperance, or Christianity, or truth, catching churn as it were alive and on the wing without the help of Platonic taxidermy. The AP approach will have to be more historical. We can in fact tell many helpful and well-supported stories about how forms of truth-telling developed in human societies, how methods of enquiry and techniques of research for particular purposes came to be established, transformed, sometimes connected with other human endeavors, sometimes eventually forgotten. In fact, humanity has accumulated quite a respectable amount of knowledge without ever succeeding in finding universally agreed formal definitions of most of the major subjects of boom and interest. Do we have universally agreed definitions of law, morality, religion, even science? The Platonist insists that a definition-based form of certain knowledge is necessary. One should ask why. Nietzsche's suspicion is that the necessity in question is a need which is rooted finally in the philosopher King's need to claim to have certain indubitable knowledge in order to justify his rule and crack the whip over the subject population in the ideal city. This brings one immediately to the third complex of issues concerning truth, and the one that is of by far the greatest interest to Nietzsche. This is what we might call the ethics of truer. Another Part of Platonist view Gemotitude for Christianity by Augustine is that it requires no special explanation to understand why people seek the truth. It clearly has value in itself, and so one needs no distinct reason to look for it. Furthermore, knowing the truth is always inherently better than not knowing it. And finally, the search for truth is and ought to be unending and has no natural limits. Nietzsche does not accept the idea underlying this line of thought, namely that there is some one self-sufficient and self-contained concept of truth. Thar stands behind correct arithmetical calcula, good legal reasoning, careful observation of the natural world, the evaluation of portraits, political argumentation, and so on. Ff1 thinks about this seriously. It is all clear that it is always better for me to know the truth than not. Some moribund people want to know the truth about their conditions, but others really do not. In lots of cases, knowing how unlikely is success in some enterprise would have a harmfully dampening effect on one's level of effort or motivation. Even if knowing the truth is not actively bad to me, overwhelmingly many truths are of no conceivable interest or importance to me. A reasonable attitude toward them is indifference rather than a striving to push back the limits of knowledge. I need, then, a special reason or a spectral motive to undertake the wearisome task of trying to find out the truth about something. So the Dedo position should not be, obviously he is, sacrificing his health, sanity, and prospects and those of his family, friends, and associates in order to discover this particular truth. After all, it is a truth he is seeking. But, why is he doing this? Why is discovering this truth so important to him? What will to truth is moving him? In particular, in the case of natural science, one won't have far to look to find the reason. No one likes to have malaria, say, so let's find out how it is spread. Might it be a good idea to count the number of sheep beforehand in order to be sure we have not forgotten one out there on the moor when we return at the end of the day? Wouldn't it be nice to be able to cross this river without having to swim it? How might we do thar? Here it seems that the obvious usefulness of finding the truth is a sufficient motivation, but how is it useful to me to know that lamb bound to die, or that it is overwhelmingly unlikely that I shall attain a certain goal? Just to repeat, the approach described earlier represents a not insignificant challenge to many of the received conceptions, but nothing in it suggests, in face quite the reverse, that there is no such thing as truth, that I see is always irrelevant, or that astrology, respication, homeopathy, or sortition are as good as science. So concepts of truth and truth-telling clearly have a different status for Nietzsche than they do in the original form of Christianity, from which his philosophy is a derivative. What about the second component, the emphasis on focused and systematic psychological introspection as the key to revealing the truth about my real self, and thus the golden pathway to being able to lead a good life? Christian-inspired introspection, whether it be that of Augustine or that of Rousseau, leads away from the surface of human life, the accidental tics, trivial habits, and routines, to what are claimed to be the depths, the bidden core, the reality of the self. It is a move meant from the superficial to the profound. Nietzsche, however, sometimes shows distinct signs of being allergic to profundity. He praises precisely the pre-Christian superficiality of the Greeks. KSA 3.352. He admires people who do not so much forgive as simply forget insults they have suffered. KSA 3.273. Fabella. Figura made the Renaissance an especially agreeable time to live, not the speculation of Ficino or the introverted rumination of northern European monks and former monks. His Ecce Homo, with its extensive discussion of his light by reference to his preferred diet, the landscapes he loves, and his favorite meteorological conditions, is abhorred as far from Augustine's account of his life in the Confessions as it is possible to be. KSA 6.264-308. Nietzsche's attack on the idea of profundity extends to the associated ideal of authenticity, people's relation to themselves is, in reality, according to Nietzsche, one of construction. The idea behind the search for profundity is that the further down into ourselves we go, the more we will find our elemental, real self, and the demand for authenticity is the imperative that we express on the surface in all our actions, and perhaps especially our speech, the real self beneath it all. The face we turn to the world should be the one that reveals our true self, not a mask. What if the further down we go, the more we reach not any kind of primordial unified self but simply the realization that any unity we might have resolves into bundles of disorganized and shifting, potentially, and actually, conflicting impulses, that is, into a Tie-Fontaine mess that is not a self at all? There are two dimensions to Nietzsche's antipsychologism. First, if you conduct introspection systematically and relentlessly, you will eventually discover only a mass of constantly shitting, at best, partially ordered impulses. The more you reflect, the more any kind of psychic unity or substantiality will dissolve in your bands. Second, masks and the cultivation of masks can be as important as the study of the face beneath the mask, if indeed there is a face beneath the mask. As an opponent of the ideal of authenticity, Nietzsche is positively disposed to the wearing of masks. Any form of unity is, after all, the result of a conscious shaping of self, and thus a kind of mask. Perhaps Cato or Socrates were capable, by extraordinary acts of tenacious volition, of wearing always the same mask, and that was, to be sure, a sign of a certain kind of success, a success of the will. But it was also a sign of their limitation as philosophers because they needed to prerend that what was actually a constructed mask was their natural physiognomy. The true philosopher knows that beneath any mask there may well lie not a natural face but another mask. In fact, beneath that mask there may be further masks, all the way down as far as we can reach. There is nothing necessarily wrong with that. In general, the philosopher is not a person who wears no mask, but one who knows how to play with a number of masks, skillfully shifting from wearing one to wearing another, as circumstances demand. To be a philosopher is precisely not to be a person who never deviates from a single doctrine but to have a history of change. KSA 3.349-350. A philosopher is not someone who will get to the bottom of things once and for all, but someone who will be able to see the things in the world from a variety of different pots of view or perspectives at the same time without getting confused. Perhaps, Nietzsche asks, it is a mistake even to assume that a philosopher has any final or definitive opinions at all. KSA 5.231-232. This positive valuation placed in shifting masks also puts paid to another variant of Egyptianism, the usual ethical ideal of the Western philosopher who uses her system to transform living humans, starting with herself, into something like the stiff Geuss one finds in Egyptian painting. Individuals frozen in uncomfortable, unnatural positions, fixed for all eternity. As Nietzsche himself describes this demand, someone who has once decided to be a Stoic should always in all circumstances invariably act as a Stoic. KSA 1.813. And this choice should impregnate even her smallest gestures. As a keen student and admirer of Montaigne, Nietzsche agrees with Montaigne's observation that in general it is beyond us to act always in the same way in all circumstances and remain always the same person one was. This is not really a viable human ideal, and what in principle is supposed to be so bad about acting according to circumstances? Why not adapt to the circumstances? Why should not skill in adapting be as highly valued as rigid consistency of belief and action in all circumstances? Humans try to be consistent, they also try to respond to changing circumstances. It is often not possible to do both at the same time. We often don't even know what would count as being consistent or being responsive in a given situation. One cannot seriously do away with the difficulties which are part of what it is to be human by absolutizing consistency, or by completely ignoring its claims. So if one takes this strand of argument seriously, it is a mistake even to ask, who is the real Nietzsche? Or, what are his final views? Or rather, it is a mistake to ask these questions as if they were especially profound questions. They have a trivial answer. All of the opinions you can find in his work are really his, or he has a by pi 3 sod complex, exceedingly fiddly history of views which track in as much detail as possible the particular configurations of his HFE and thought, within which each opinion was formed and had to be expressed. To look for either profundity or authenticity here is to have missed Nietzsche's point completely. A.F. Nietzsche's claims about affirmation, the official view, and one that a careless reader will almost surely attribute to Nietzsche after reading genealogy, are indeed any works of the mature period. That the world is to be divided appetitally in yea-sayers and nay-savers, affirmers and deniers of life, people who are essentially active and creative and those who are reactive and sullen. The Masters are the ultimate yea-sayers, and Nietzsche is encouraging us to identify with their universal affirmation. Only then can we recover our threatened vitality. This reading, however, hides directly in the face of the clear intention of the text. The point of the genealogy is that historically, hatred and denial have become creative and that is war has made us interesting and Boomin. The superficially frisky, Lapini masters are actually self-cherished bovines, capable of producing genuine novelty. Masters and slaves, affirmation and negation, active and passive are not best understood as antitheses that absolutely exclude each other. As the much overlooked particularly important section 12 of the first essay in genealogy points out, the goal of the text is to recommend a return to Stone Age forms of unbridled vitality, but something different. The virtues of the masters and the virtues of the slaves are opposed, and engaged in a continual struggle with each other, but this means that they will both always be present, and they clearly depend on each other. No masters without slaves to look down on, those of distance, and no slaves with our masters to react against. The internalization of the distinction so that it no longer designates different social groups, but different internal psychological configurations and different ethical orientations, does not obliterate this mutual dependency. To be fair, in any given ethical configuration, one of the two will have predominance over the other, but in no configuration will only one be present. There will be no pure master morality, or pure slave morality. It is precisely the inescapable struggle between the two that makes us human. Man könnte sagen, das der Kampf, inzwischen immer höher, bin aufgetragen und eben dann immer tiefer, immer geistiger werden set. So darf es Butte vielleicht kein entscheidendersen, Zeichen der Asterisk erhieren Natur, git, als Zwiespaltig in jenem Sinn und wirklich noch ein Kampfplatz für Gene Gegensteiß zu sein, KSA 5.285-285. CME might say that the struggle between the two has meanwhile been continually raised to a higher level and consequently has become increasingly profound and increasingly spintwalk, so that nowadays there is perhaps no clearer sign of having a superior nature than being split in two in this way and really being still a theater of struggle for these two opposites. Here the idea is not so much to undercut the opposition as to keep them both in play in an appropriate way. CE sometimes hears plaintive, disingenuous criticisms of Nietzsche of two related kinds. One of them runs, Nietzsche was a trenchant critic of certain misconceptions and also forms of moral self-deception and spiritual narrowness, but he never actually went beyond mere criticism to present his own positive, constructive theory of how we ought to live our lives. Shade. The other runs, Nietzsche is a purveyor of highly interesting but detached, fragmentary, and undeveloped aperçus. What a shame that he never succeeded in being more systematic. He failed completely to write a system. I think that these criticisms, in the form in which they are given here, are completely misguided. They suggest Nietzsche was trying desperately to be Hegel but unfortunately failing, when in part the point of his work was that he was trying desperately not to be Hegel, or any similar epistemic philosopher. Weakness and the stronger one's character, the less one would need, and the fess attracted one would be to a system. Nietzsche holds that if God were to exist, he would not, contrary to 18th century views, be a master geometer with a universal system of the world. He would see each image clearly as precisely which it is, and nothing else, and he would not need to use a concept to catch it and reduce it to something else he already knows. Humans are not gods, of course, and so they cannot attain this state, but that is a failing, not an advantage that they have, nor is it anything to be especially proud of or pleased with oneself for having produced. So to the extent to which one does find something like a system, I am Nietzsche, trail is not at all surprising that it is the either repellent and clearly false or vacuous theory of the will to power. It is repellent and false if will to power is taken as something like a biological category. Empty hf it is interpreted sufficiently widely to include spiritual power. That Nietzsche does fall into systematic forms of thinking is a sign that he, too, is human, all too human. Something he would readily admit to but not glory in. Does make a difference whether one sees systems as unfortunate necessities given who we are or as culminations devoutly to be aspired to. Nietzsche would have taken the preference for one or the other of these two possibilities as deeply indicative of the kind of person one TS.7. This does not, of course, settle the issue about the value of Nietzsche's work. His criticisms might turn out to be less conclusive than one thought, his aperçus less stimulating and enlightening, or one might think he was wrong to wish not to have a system, or that he was right about this but failed to treat himself sufficiently from his inner system maker. These are open questions, but questions one can ask about his work with any prospect of making progress only if one first sees correctly what he is trying to do and does not attribute to him, even tacitly, the reverse of his intentions. One final aspect of Egyptianism is predominance in Phillies. A fee of the prose treatise as the standard ideally appropriate literary form for presenting the unitary doctrine which is to constitute the guide to life. Philosophy has been practiced in the past without being written down at all. Socrates, Der Nichts-Schrieb, KSA 7.12, 7.17, or in the form of epic poetry, Parmenides, Lucretius, or symposiastic verse, Xenophanes, Solon, as dialogue which occasionally came close to drama, Plato, Lucian, in the form of Ters, Epicurus, as a quasi-geometric system, Spinoza, as aperçus or aphorisms, La Rochefoucauld, Friedrich Schlegel. All of these diverse literary genres had to give way now in the post-Roman world to the treatise. Ideally, the treatise gives one the whole doctrine in a discursively organized and argumentatively developed form. The appropriate literary form for Egyptian theorizing is the treatise presenting a doctrine in a discursive form. Then the rejection of the notion of a fixed doctrine might be thought to have consequences for the literary form in which philosophy is expressed. Montaigne invented the essay in order to find a way of catching on the tly his rambling thoughts, but Nietzsche uses an even wider variety of diverse literary forms. In addition to the essay, the short epigram, the song, the dithyramb, and the aphorism, his work contains parodies of rhythmic religious prose, thus spake Zarathustra, parables, and commentaries on works of art, especially drama and music, as well as writings which, like on the genealogy of morality, have the form of academic treatises. This is part of his attempt to replace a view which holds that there is only one neutral and definitive way of looking at the world, a God's eye view, with a perspectivist attitude which instead locates objectivity in the deployment of as many different perspectives on a given subject as possible. There is one final twist in the scurry of truth in Nietzsche. He thinks that the pursuit of truth need nor be the all-encompassing human goal, and also he doesn't really think that truth and illusion are opposites in the way some older philosophers thought. What happens when I see through an illusion? The answer might seem to be clear. An illusion is a falsehood which I take to be a truth, and when I see through it, realize this and give up the belief in case. Nietzsche is very concerned with this question but very dissatisfied with this answer. There can be illusions that are necessary for life, and giving them up may not be an option. For many philosophers, this statement makes no sense. If an illusion is necessary for life, then this can only be because it is in some sense an inherent part of our way of cognitively structuring the world. But if that is the case, in what sense can it be false? We can come to see through various beliefs as delusions, although that does not make it possible for us to give them WP, such as the sun which continues to seem to us to rise each day even after we know it does not. Life is seeing through illusions which we then cannot get rid of. There is no stable point to this process of generation of illusion, seeing through attempted disillusionment, failure to detach oneself even from illusions one thinks one seen through, generation of new and improved illusions, and so on. To live is to participate in this process, continue with it. We are desperate to get out, to stop the wheel, but that is not possible in this life. One of the most difficult lessons we need to learn is that this is the situation in which we as humans find ourselves. Nietzsche at any rate faced it. There is no way out. We must simply accept this unsatisfactory situation, that we can see through many illusions but cannot rid ourselves of them, and make the best we can of it, one way or another. Chapter 9. Lukács had a very keen sense that philosophy was not an autonomous discipline. Rather, the framework for the study of the human world was the manner in which human societies interacted historically with nature in various ways in an effort to sustain and reproduce themselves. People gather berries, dam up rivers to make it easier to catch fish, hunt game, burn down bits of forest or jungle to practice agriculture, eventually build factories, and so on. Right after immediate physical survival came social reproduction. People needed to ensure that their social arrangements remained more or less intact and the next generation was ready to occupy the necessary social roles. In the course of this process of production and reproduction, humans developed various forms of knowledge and various ideational structures. These had a variety of uses. Some of them helped to increase production, soil science, some to keep track of resources, according, some to keep productive agents in their places, or train new ones, pedagogy. Forms of knowledge help to keep the society functioning in various ways. Since we have a pressing need for continuity in our economic and social relations, it is not surprising that our ideational products have a natural bias in favor of the legitimation of these arrangements. This, however, is not the only need we have. As societies become more calm, complex and it becomes advantageous to be able to be responsive to a variety of different environments. They also tend to develop forms of knowledge that may permit a few favored individuals or groups to get some cognitive distance from the immediate realities of their given situation and their inherited forms of interaction. Some forms of knowledge develop which contain a self-reflective and even critical potential. Philosophy generally aspires to be one of the more generalizing and self-reflective parts of the cognitive and ideational apparatus of a society, but it has an uphill battle against both the sheer inertial weight of the past and the teleological shaping of existing cognitive tools to operate best when they are helping to grease the wheels of social reproduction. Critical potential, furthermore, is an especially tricky phenomenon to analyze. Forms of critical reasoning would not seem prima facie to be cogs in the mechanism of the self-justification of society, which permits TT to continue to reproduce itself effectively, but particularly highly developed societies are ones capable of subverting criticism and even of turning it in a backhanded way into a form of affirmation. We are all familiar with the ways in which advanced societies can turn even their own acknowledged scandals into forms of self-adulation. The Watergate scandal in the United States was widely said at the time, at least in U.S. newspapers, to have demonstrated that the system works because the culprit at the center of it, President Nixon, who had had the monumental stupidity to record some of his own more compromising conversations, was eventually forced to resign. It seems more reasonable to draw the reverse conclusion. See how TMEP one would have to be caught out in such a regime. The 1960s and early 1970s saw the development of detailed analysis of SORN of the methods which advanced societies used to co-opt, as was then said, criticism, incorporating it as part of the way the society affirmed and reproduced itself and deflecting its effect as a source for serious or radical social change. To permit or even encourage small-scale criticism or whistleblowing can, after all, be a way of making a given individual institution eventually more effective and thus more difficult to delegitimize. Even criticism of larger scope can be welcome, provided it is presented in the right way as interna, that is, insofar as it appeals to and tacitly endorses the recognized values that guide social reproduction and is seen to be in any case unavoidable. In Giuseppe II. Massi di Lampedusa's novel about 19th-century Sicily, the leopard, the son of a large landowner says, for everything to remain the same, sometimes, everything has to change, and at the end of the brief Garibaldian moment which the novel presents as one in which the world is turned upside down, the old landowners are still in charge. So it is difficult, if not impossible, to tell in a non-contextual way whether a given form of critical thinking is really a threat to the reproduction of a given social formation or rather an integral part of an increasingly highly sophisticated apparatus of legitimation. Philosophy is, then, part of this social process of human interaction with nature and of the struggles over forms of social and economic organization. Of course, it is an important constituent of what it is to be human that we have the power to abstract, to focus on some aspects of the world while ignoring others, and in principle, we can abstract in an indefinite number of ways. I can tell the story of 19th-century Europe as the history of the exotic flora that was successively imported, ignoring the wider economic, social, and historical context. Or I can tell merely the diplomatic story or just describe a sequence of wars and battles. None of these ways of abstracting is per se utterly legitimate. The question is which ones are more informative and more useful, in which contexts. Just, then, as I can treat philately, numismatics, or flower arranging as cell-contained forms of practice and discourse, so I can in principle also treat philosophy with no reference to anything outside itself, or with some minimal gesturing toward one or another of the results of contemporary science. However, doing this seems especially inappropriate in Thar philosophy usually claims to be, in aspiration at least, a particularly general, particularly reflective and self-aware, and particularly self-critical enterprise. Philatelists can be satisfied with studying postage stamps for their own sake without asking too many questions about the basic conditions under which such a thing as a postal service exists. It seems much less satisfactory for philosophers, at least those who retain some relation to older ideals of self-understanding, to ignore how their questions arise, where their concepts come from. PM a philatelist. Am not interested in the internal organization of the governments who issue the stamps is at least a perfectly coherent position to hold. On the other hand, if I say, TM a philosopher, PM not interested in why people ask these questions, why they find these answers so plausible, why these forms of argumentation suddenly come to have extremely wide use, why concepts of this form suddenly pop up seemingly everywhere, or, indeed, what becomes of my theories after have proposed and elaborated them, how they are received, what effect they have on people. This somehow does not have the cadence of plausibility, unless it really were the case that philosophical concepts and theories came from nowhere and went nowhere. First, this seems clearly not to be true, and second, if it were true, it would immediately lead one to ask why in that case anyone should bother with philosophy at all, one way or another, through what are often long and oblique sequences of connections, some of them more discursive and argumentative, some more rhetorical, some finally perhaps almost merely associative or rooted in historical accidents of various kinds. Philosophical theories are connected to the societies in which they arise, and ourish philosophical problems, the existence of the external world, the compatibility of freedom and determinism or of faith and reason, or of duty and desire, are not in fact eternal human questions, despite anachronistic attempts to construe chem as such. Burr are really in the final analysis Soctal problems thrown up by his Tory. Even if there are some problems all societies face, the specific way they will be formatted when they become objects of philosophical speculation will be highly variable, and it will be impossible, as it were, to extract the timeless core of the problem without remainder from the specific form in which it arises. People in the Middle Ages obsessed about the relation between reason and revelation, or reason and faith, because they lived in a society which simply could not, for any number of reasons, conceivably have dispensed with a church which preached a revealed religion based on faith. No one before the Stoics was interested in freedom versus determinism in anything like the form this question took in the 19th century, because ancient societies had a perfectly transparent, available notion of freedom, being a free person as opposed to a slave. And although deterministic conceptions, such as fate, existed, there was no notion of an exceptionless law of nature, in the sense in which Thar was developed in early modern science. It is. Your take to be a slave, however, is not a contribution to the philosophical questions about freedom of the will and Laplacian determinism. The conflict of duty and desire becomes an obsession where an authoritarian state, or other structure, forces people to act against what they can see are their own deep desires. Thus it is no accident that interest in the conflict between duty and desire is such a staple of Prussian, and later National Socialist, academic and popular philosophy. When mechanisms of social manipulation become more subtle, more insidious, and more effective, people begin to worry not so much that their palpable desire might conflict with their duty, but that their apparent desires might not arise from their own real, authentic self. To say that philosophy is not autonomous is a claim about the proper organization of knowledge and then perhaps also a bore the way in which philosophy should be practiced. It is not in itself a way of denying that philosophy has any cognitive content at all. Lukács believed that philosophy should be construed as part of society rather than as a disembodied activity which stood in no relation to existing social and economic relations, and he also believed that most of the basic philosophical problems that had haunted humanity for centuries had no solution in the terms in which they were usually formulated. That is, they had no possible, purely theoretical solution at all. They often joke like verbal or conceptual puzzles that ought to have solutions that were theoretical or conceptual, and they were treated as such by philosophers, but they were actually expressions of difficulties that arose in real life, and many real problems did not have merely conceptual answers. This did not, however, necessarily mean that philosophy completely lacked any kind of cognitive significance at all. Lukács wrote the essays which make up his history in class consciousness in one of the places and during one of the periods in history, the apocalyptic end phase of World War I in Central Europe, during which philosophy had a particularly vivid chance to show its cognitive relevance. These essays were some of his first publications after joining the newly formed Party of Communists in Hungary in 1998. Empirical knowledge clearly sometimes does give us the power to resolve real problems. Those on deck as the ship is going down may wish to know which locker the life jackets are kept. Thar knowledge will not change the tack that the ship is going down, but it will help to keep the passengers afloat. What counts as the problem is, of course, highly variable, depending on who TS asking the question and in which context. For the captain, the problem may be how to keep the ship afloat for a few more minutes to allow the passengers and crew to escape. For the person on deck, it may be where the next lifeboat is, or, failing that, where the life jackets are kept, and for the marine engineer investigating the sinking, it may be how to avoid similar incidents in the future. In more general terms, the scientific knowledge which allowed Heymans to produce life jackets to start with, and the organizational knowledge that allowed them, after the Titanic, at any rate, to provide, and, ideally, distribute, one life jacket per passenger, were, however, both solutions to potential real problems. The person drowning, however, urgently needs a real life jacket, not a picture of a life jacket, not a definition of a life jacket, not even a theory of life jackets. In a society in which humans are constantly confronted in reality with duties which they cannot fulfill except are the cost of thwarting their own vital desires, any theoretical solution to this basic problem of ethics will be at best an elegant diagram of a life jacket. No amount of conceptual reinterpretation or theoretical fancy footwork will either make slavery or forced marriage disappear, if it really exists in the first place, or give us a humanly satisfactory way of tolerating it. The problem of slavery in places in which it existed in the 19th century, for instance, was not a theoretical problem about how to reconcile freedom and necessity or duty and desire. It was a problem of a different kind, a practical and political problem. The problem would disappear, as the medieval problem of the reconciliation of faith and reason has disappeared, if the social world as a whole were transformed and became completely different. This does not imply that philosophical speculation is completely irrelevant to human concerns, only that the form relevance takes is not necessarily by providing solutions to what are defined at any given time as particular philosophical puzzles. Suppose I live in a society, for example any early modern society, which requires me regularly and systematically to do things that are violently incompatible with my fundamental desires. philosophers have chosen one, or some variant or combination, of 4 ways of dealing with this. 1. Definition. This is a puzzle arising from some conceptual problem, which a well-trained philosopher will sort out for you. Perhaps people have misunderstood the way language works, or have given incorrect definitions of central concepts, or have failed to appreciate some argument for the compatibility of duty and desire, which the philosopher can provide. The slave, really, is tree, if one understands freedom correctly. Sent g as an inner attitude to the world. Or perhaps even free man, or slaves, if one understand freedom, slavery, correctly. Slaves of their passions, salaried wage slaves, or slaves to the illusions of their time. 2. Metaphysics. Maybe in this life duty and desire conflict, but there is another world, a metaphysical realm, which we will come to know after death, and in the afterlife we will lead in that realm. God will reward those who do their duty in this world with commensurate, or even incommensurately large, rewards. 3. Unworkable empirical suggestions. For M. Stands Thar by Schiller, the poet, dramatist, and philosopher to whose work Lukács devoted a lore of attention during his long HFE. Schiller did not consider extreme cases like slavery but moderate cases of dissatisfaction with a life in which duty and inclination did not always coincide. He proposed that aesthetic education could overcome this conflict. F. could learn through ARR an aesthetic experience to cultivate and identify with face desires which would make me want to do what it was my duty to do. Lukács thought this indicated a serious engagement with the problem, but overlooked the fact that a society in which the split between duty and desire was really fundamental and deeply rooted would never be able to institute a regime of aesthetic education of the appropriate kind on a large enough scale. To do so would be to undermine its own conditions of viability. So if such an aesthetic resolution were even possible, that would indicate that the problem was not much of a real problem to start with. Merely aesthetic resolutions of what are, in fact, real social problems can even seem to succeed only at the cost of ignorance or distortion of reality or the propagation of large-scale illusions. 4. Honest recognition. Anne simply has to learn to live with the gap and potential conflict between duty and desire, because it is a necessary and essential part of the human condition, and there is nothing anyone can do to change that. Lukács clearly has particular respect for 4, but thinks that the supporters of this approach make a deep mistake in that they confuse what is absolutely impossible in this, our form of socio-economic organization, with what is impossible in a form of human life. Lukács thinks that our society, that is, the capitalist society we know, which began at the end of the 18th century and extends, in various modified forms, up to today, is an especially powerful generator of irresolvable philosophical puzzles because it is fundamentally non-transparent, an obscure breeding ground and incubator of murky conceptions and unclear forms. In addition, it is based on a number of irreconcilable antagonisms. The reasons for this, he thinks, are deep-seated. We live in a society that is based on distribution of ownership of economic factors of production to private individuals, namely natural persons and corporations. These are torqued to cooperate under conditions set by a legal framework, which regulates them and which is absolutely essential for the operation of the economic system, and whose importance tends to be underestimated or denigrated by the agents who are its greatest beneficiaries. Nevertheless, the coordination unposed even by the most strenuous legal SVSTEM still leaves the choice of exact employment of the private economic resources in question very much in the hands of the private owners. The form of organization is antagonistic because each individual owner is encouraged to compete with the others, and each is to maximize the profits that accrue from the deployment of his or her own economic resources, even at the expense of other individual owners. The clearest expression of the non-transparency of this society is provided by the doctrine of the invisible hand, which was developed by Adam Smith as a way of formulating what is especially good about this form of economy. Such a society is set up, B claims, in such a way that the common good arises precisely from the fact that each individual actor pursues as energetically as possible his or her own private good. Ir is as if an invisible hand took the actions of each and diverted the results to an end that no individual perhaps intended. Lukács, Lke Marx, has two objections to this. First, he thinks that the invisible hand does not invariably work as advertised. Smith had tacitly assumed that the common good of the society in question meant no more than its material prosperity, but even in this impoverished sense, this is not the universal result of allowing private agents to use economic resources as they wish. Rather, it is a description of something that happened under certain conditions in the past. Trail worked well enough for some countries, especially Great Britain, in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, but by the early 20th century antagonistic competition was visibly not producing anything like a common good. Rather, it brought about wars, imperialism, and economic depressions. One might add to this that common good meant the wealth of the nation, as Smith puts it, and the nation, in the form of its massed well-off members, may indeed become preternaturally better off without much improvement in the conditions of the majority of the population. Second, regardless of the issue of material prosperity, societies based on the invisible hand necessarily fail to realize the highest possible human social good because they institutionalize a lack of full freedom. For Lukács, freedom is inherently a matter of degree, not a binary concept. That is, there can be no question of an absolute opposition between free and not free, but rather one must consider what degree of freedom TS exhibited by some agent in some situation. His claim is that the greater the power available and expressed in an action, the greater the freedom exhibited. Human action that is free to an especially high degree has two properties. First, it is an expression of a high level of development of human powers. To be free is to have the power to do something, and to be more free is to have greater powers to do a greater variety of things. The idea that freedom is inherently a negative concept and refers to the absence of obstacles to particular possible courses of action is a mere shadow of the correct view, because what is a passable course of action in the first place, and also what can count as an obstacle, depend on the level of harm and power which has been developed. Power is the primary feature of any situation in which freedom is at issue. The existence of possible obstacles is only secondary. Second, an action is free to the extent to which the agents can see the outcome as what they intended and brought about by the action in question, and to the extent to which they can affirm themselves in that result. Affirmation of self is almost a technical term, but its basic sense is that I recognize the action I have performed as my own, or we recognize the action as our own, and I approve of myself, or we approve of ourselves, because I, or we, have intentionally created something which is visibly worthwhile, and deserves approbation and appreciation. If one construes freedom in this way, thar is, along these two dimensions, it sears an almost unmediate corollary that collective action ts in general going to be the primary locus of freedom, partly because in collective action more human powers can be mobilized and expressed than in individual action. This seems uncontroversial, but also because even individual self-affirmation can reach a higher level within the context of appropriately organized collective action. This ig not even to mention the fact that virtually no individual action is conceivable, certainly in any society like ours, in which FE do not massively depend on social institutions, the traffic police every time fuse a vehicle to go anywhere, the postal service every tune I receive, or send a letter, the National Health Service every time I are ill, and in which I do not use socially produced artifacts, spectacles, books, electricity. To be sure, to speak of free collective action requires some notion of a collective subject who could be the agent exercising this action. Such a collective subject would, Lukács thinks, have to be capable of having a minimally unitary form of consciousness with forms of desire and intentions coming together to form a single project or plan which all the humans who make up the collective subject could see as their own and identify with, at least to some extent. So a football team could be composed of people who shared a desire to play a certain kind of game at a high level of competence, perhaps even win a match or the UEFA Cup, who also knew that all the team members had a shared plan of action in dealing with the other team and collectively put this plan into action so as to win. In this case, the team could see the winning of the match as an expression of their collective power and thus an instance of especially free action. Lukács has an easy time showing that a society based on the invisible hand cannot ever exhibit a very high degree of freedom, if freedom means what he takes it to mean, because the invisible hand means precisely that individuals do not have the same desires or the same plan. Only as a joke could you say that economic competitors shared the same desire to outwit and get the betray of the other person. If you are a seller, you do not share my desire to get the better of you. If am a buyer, you wish to get the better of me. Furthermore, hypothesize the common good that results from our interaction, if indeed such does result, was not tended by either of us. So there is no collective or common subject who could recognize the action which realizes the common good, even if some action did realize a good as its own action. In a society like this, Lukács thinks, there will be significant limits to our ability to co-develop human powers because of the limitations on genuinely cooperative human action, and there will also be corresponding cognitive limits, rooted also in the economically necessary barriers to shared knowledge. It is generally better for me if my competitor does not know too much about my situation, preferences, and intentions. Lukács adds to Smith's account of the invisible hand Marx's class analysis. In the sphere of circulation there are distinct economic entities competing with each other purportedly in such a way as to realize the common good, but circulation presupposes production, and the basic fact about production is that it depends on the mutual relation between two antagonistic classes. One class consists of owners of capital, who are thus able to acquire control of means of production. The other class consists of individuals, torn from their original social context by the expropriation of their agricultural land, and similar phenomena, and therefore forced to sell their labor power as their only resource in order to survive. These are the proletarians. In a society based on economic competition like that analyzed by Smith, in which the basic form of production is work in factories owned by capitalists kept in operation by a proletarian work force, human relations, Lukács claims, will rend to become fed, and this includes forms of consciousness. In trying to explain what he means by reification, Lukács refers to Marx's discussion of the fetishism of commodity production in Volume 1 of Capital. Contemporary readers will also be reminded of Marx's account of alienation, massed fully in his philosophic economic manuscripts of 1844, although Lukács couldn't have had these in mind when writing of history and class consciousness because the 1844 manuscripts had not yet been published at that time. As the realm itself suggests, reification is the process by which something which is not an object, such as a human subject or a social relation, TS treated as if it were an object, turned into an object, or conceptualized as an object. This distinction between subjects and objects is and remains of the greatest importance for Lukács. The appropriate connection of these two into a proper unity is the final aspiration of his political philosophy, but much of his work is devoted to analyzing the almost unsurveyably many ways in which this final unification can fail, be prevented, or be blighted, especially by taking crude or premature forms. A subject is a center of action and perception who views the world from a particular perspective or point of view, and we pursue plans. In particular, it is capable of transforming itself, by radically changing its beliefs, desires, plans, into something else. Tam a subject because LT now do not have the power to read Polish. But I could turn myself into someone with that power by pursuing a course of action which might undertake. This would require me to form fixed intentions, make plans, and accumulate forms of knowledge which I now do not have, but in principle I could do that if I wished. Pursuing a fixed plan to learn Polish gives me a certain perspective on the world. To look around for Polish speakers to practice with, notice Polish newspapers, etc. An object is an entity that is merely acted on, pushed around by external forces, initiating nothing, and therefore without a perspective of IRS own. The three senses of reification, mentioned earlier, be treated as an object, be turned into an object, be conceptualized as an object, are connected in that to the extent to which a human subject is treated as an object, to that extent it may begin to act like a mere object. And to the extent to which conceptualize what is intact a human subject as an object, to that extent, may begin to treat it as an object. Finally, to the extent to which I have been treated as an object, and thus have become to some extent like one, to that extent, may begin reify myself in thought. A similar analysis, Lukács thinks, can be carried out for a relation between two subjects or a social relationship. It, too, can be treated and conceptualized as if it were a simple relation between inanimate things. TRT can happen, then, that I have been so universally in success tully treated for such a long time as if T were an automaton that I have actually begun to act as if T were a mere object. Even in this case, however, am a human being who has been reified, not a feral cog in a wheel, although it may then be easier for others, and also for myself, think of me as if I were a mere thing. As Brecht put in the 1930s, General, der Mensch ist brauchbar. Kann fliegen und kann toten. Hat nur einen Febler. Kann denken. General, here we have a handy little gadget, called a man. He can fly a plane. He can kill. He has only one defect. He can think. Numerous high-tech corporations are, of course, now at work to develop drones, robots, and other automated weapons systems that do not have this defect. In a superficial sense, reification and fetishism seem to be opposites. In reification, a human being, or a human social relationship, is taken to be a thimage, or a relation between things. In fetishism, an object which is in fact a mere thing, a stone, a piece of wood, a collection of feathers, bones, and pieces of metal, is treated as if it had the powers of an animate entity. Agent-like powers, that is, are as cribbed to what is not an agent. The sacred stone can bring rain or cause the rain to stop, can bring on a plague, cause or cure sickness, even strike people dead. Perhaps it can be angry, vindictive, helpful, fatigued, inattentive, or benevolent. When you enter its presence, perhaps you should clap your hands to make sure it is awake. The fetish cannot really bring on the rain, although, as anthropologists Apologists have pointed out, performing ceremonies to placate it can have all kinds of positive social ethics, such as reinforcing a sense of solidarity in times of crisis. Most interesting for us are cases in which the fetish does seem to work. The man who violated the taboo by touching the fetish does soon come to a sticky end. In most cases this will be mere accident. However, even we, purportedly disabused and enlightened theoretical observers of this phenomenon, can see that there are cases in which something more than mere accident seems to be involved. There are, we might say, active, social powers which do exist but are falsely ascribed to the stone, or piece of wood. In a small society which is held together by strong common beliefs, especially religious beliefs in the efficacy of the fetish, in which people are highly visible to each other, and in which mutual help is imperative for survival, visible thwarting of beliefs that are held to be associated with strong sanctions is not automatically a recipe for social success or even individual survival. A preternaturally strong person might get away with violation of a taboo, but not a normal person. It was said in the 19th century that if people thought you were bankrupt or a bad credit risk, then you were a walking bankrupt, because if they thought you were not creditworthy, they would not lend you money, even in cases which represented no more than the usual and virtually unavoidable ups and downs of business life. This would maximize the possibility that one of the recurring downs would be fatal to you, even if it need not have been, had people been willing to lend you the small sums, as they generally did lend to their neighbors in difficult times. The widespread idea that you were likely to default, an action appropriate to that belief, brought about the envisaged outcome. Similarly, if your friends and neighbors in a small, highly integrated society think you are accursed and highly likely to come to a bad end, your chances of ending badly are significantly increased, even though one cannot antecedently specify the exact mechanism through which this will occur. So there are actually two slightly different ideas connected here. 1. The power which is attributed to the stone, to re-extent to which it exists and is not just accident or pure illusion, is actually the power of re-society as a whole. 2. The belief in the existence of this power is to some extent self-reinforcing. We bring it about ourselves that the fetish has what power it has by holding the beliefs and acting as we do. However, although reification might look to be the opposite of fetishism, in Lukács' discussion of capitalist society they are better understood as two complementary sides of the same process. Instead of endowing a non-personal object with personal powers, in alienation powers that are mine, or more importantly, ours, are separated from us and experienced as alien powers, acting on us from the outside. The workers who produce our commodities are treated as mere things, reified, and the things they produce, commodities, are fetishized, because we attribute to them independent powers of action of the kind that only subjects have. Politicians are to obey the dictates of the market, as if the market were an independent dynast or potentate rather than simply, as Smith pointed out, the result of human action, which has no power other than that which we lend to it. To be sure, as long as production follows the laws of the invisible hand, it has a kind of autonomy because its motions are independent of the conscious control of any individual or group, but even this is an independence that we give to the system as a whole by acting as we do. Lectices thinks that we now, i.e., post-1850, could, if we really wished, take back control of the process and deprive it of its pseudo-objectivity. We shall see shortly how. B thinks this is possible. To use the terminology which Marx employed, the workers alienated their own labor, congealing and embedding it in the camaraderie, where it looks back at them as if it were a foreign, alien subject exercising power over them. Featuring is also important to note, as has often been done, that neither alienation nor reification, as understood by Marx and Lukács, is Rye 4c7, really essentially or in the first instance a psychological or merely theoretical category. In the first instance, workers are alienated, not because they think of themselves in a certain way but because their work, the process of production, and the object produced which ought to be under their control, because it is the worker's own life activity, actually is what under their control but under that of the owner of the factory. Similarly, workers are reified because the work processes intact treat them as things and thus can reboard to an actual process of destruction of their initiative and subjectivity. Of course, if workers really are alienated and reified, IC will be, as we say, natural for them also to realize this, but whether or not they realize it and what consequences this has are matters for farther investigation. The reification of basic economic and social relations in society will, Lukács believes, necessarily lead to an increasing reification of forms of consciousness and forms of thought. Human action will be understood as interaction, under the pressure of external necessity, between isolated units whose perspectives on their own lives and actions can be ignored. There will be strong pressure to focus theoretical attention on individual facts rather than to look for the larger networks of meaning that give so much human action its orientation and inform human perspectives on the world. A society like this generates paradoxes, contradictions, and antinomies of though thar cannot be resolved. These have, as it were, an objective and a subjective aspect. Take as an example the puzzle about how to overcome the antagonism between duty and desire. First, social duty, that is, what the society must require of its members in order to reproduce itself, has a rather clear content. The workers must accept starvation wages and massive coercion in the workplace so that the surplus value on which the society depends can be efficiently extracted from their labor power. How can they ever be expected actually to desire this rather than, say, to endure and learn to tolerate it? It is the role of ideologies to try to make them actually desire what they must desire, work under alienated conditions, if the cistern as a whole is to survive and reproduce itself. Second, the fact that all forms of consciousness in the society are retfed will mean that even theorists will be increasingly unable even to understand the social world they live in, because even reified humans who are moved around on the checkerboard of the world market are not really mere tokens and can surprise one. Philosophy, then, as it has generally been practiced, is a non-autonomous pursuit which, for the specified reasons, is capable, Lukács thinks, of dealing with the conceptual conflicts and contradictions that naturally arise in a capitalist society. At best it can note the gap between such things as duty and desire and recommend stoic toleration of the unbearable features of human life. As should be clear, this is not a kind of reductionism, nor one that renders philosophy irrelevant, although it does require a change of focus and approach. From the fact that certain philosophical problems have their roots in social problems, it does not follow that we can destroy their hold on us simply by undertaking enlightened social action. On the contrary, to abolish the social conditions that give rise to insoluble philosophical puzzles requires action that is informed by a correct understanding of human society and its history. For modern society this means understanding fetishism and reification. Such an understanding must, Lukács believes, have a significant philosophical component. For one thing it must be Marxist in Lukács' sense of that term. Lukács' is clear thar Marxism does not refer to any specific set of doctrines but to a general approach to society, which sees it not as a collection of individual facts but as a totality. comprised of human subjects acting and interacting. Totality is a philosophical concept, and say to the extent to which the members of the proletariat can act to realize their own interests only if they see their society as a totality, to that extent philosophy has a positive, cognitive, substantive role to play in the modern world. A number of conditions, then, need to be satisfied if our society is to change in an appropriate way. First of all, human powers and, in particular the forces of production in our society must be sufficiently developed to provide an appropriate level of economic surplus. Second, there must be a human agent who is in principle capable of bringing about the necessary change. Lukács holds that Marx has shown that such an agent exists in the form of the proletariat in an advanced capitalist society. This group is in principle capable of abolishing private ownership of the means of production, and introducing a classless mode of economic production. However, Lukács follows Lenin in modifying Marx's relatively insouciant view that, as economic crises become more and more severe, it will become obvious to the workers what must be done. Rather, Lukács thinks it is crucial to think in a focused way about the specific form which the consciousness of the members of the proletariat must take for it to act effectively. This is not something that will simply arise of itself out of the objective situation. Objective crises provide an opportunity, but whether or not that opportunity will be taken and, if it is, how exactly it will be grasped, are not foregone conclusions. The transition to a society which is classless, and in which the conceptual and theoretical antinomies that plagued capitalist society will disappear, will take place only if the proletariat acquired the correct class consciousness and acts in accordance with it. The correct class consciousness would need to be philosophically correct, that is, Marxist in the sense described earlier, consciously centered on understanding the society as a totality. This would mean that it would have to put the immediate details of any situation into an overall framework that connects it to the social system as a whole, and it will have to have drawn from a study of the system as a whole a correct analysis of where the real interests of the proletariat lie and how they can best be achieved. Lenin thought that proper class consciousness would not arise among the members of the working class during the normal course of events. They would at best be able to arrive at a subpolitical form of trades union consciousness. So if the transformation to a classless society was to succeed, there would need to be a party of professional politicians who had the appropriate philosophical knowledge, were able to transmit the right class consciousness to the members of the proletariat, and would serve as a vanguard for socially transformative political action. Lukács thought that at the end of World War I the time had come for philosophy to play a positive historical role by becoming the self-consciousness of the working class, or GANISED, behind such a vanguard political party. There cannot be a single social subject under capitalism, because the society is split into classes with incompatible vital interests. No large-scale social project can satisfy the interests of both of these classes at the same time. A society composed exclusively of capitalists is impossible. Who would actively work the factories? Perhaps at one time, say in the 18th century, capitalists had an important and even vital economic role to play, but now they are really mere parasites. A society composed exclusively of workers, however, is, in fact, possible, and such a society, whatever other difficulties it might face, would lack the inherent contradictions of class. In a classless society there could in principle be a social which could organize social and economic life as a whole and see it all as a result of its own collective action, that is, as free. Lukács speaks of such a society as one in which the proletariat recognizes itself as the identical object of history. This means that there would be a collective subject, the proletariat, which knew that in knowing the social world, the object, it was coming to know what was actually a subject, itself, and the intentional consequences of its own actions. Such a society would be characterized by complete social transparency. Of the major criticisms leveled at history and class consciousness trom the lead is precisely Thar Lukács can sometimes seem more interested in finding solutions to philosophical paradoxes than to questions concerning the basic survival and well-being of people in contemporary societies, but in a way, the interest of the book consists precisely in the claim that these two interests are not alternatives. Behind the writing of history and class consciousness lie a series of ethical concerns. Lukács believed, for example, that the strength of the party was a moral strength, especially in the section entitled, Rosa Luxemburg as a Marxist. This means that it is composed of people who know or even, the fundamental teach about history and politics and have made the right choice. What does the right choice mean here, and can Lukács give some sense to this notion? In a text he wrote at about the same time as he was composing History and Class Consciousness, Taktik und Ethik, Lukács makes the point that the modern world is in a state of suppressed civil war, in which there is no neutral position. The choice is either for the proletariat or against it, and to try to stay neutral is to choose to be against it. Members of each party are responsible for their choice, and that means also for the consequences of those choices. None of these choices is innocent. This distinction is intended to replace the distinction which is so close to the hearts of liberals, between the immediate agents who perform some action and those who, in one way or another, support the position of the unmediate agents. This need not mean that no relevant moral distinction can be drawn between the person who actually places the bomb, the person who plans the attack, and those who in various other ways support the project in general, or even after the fact, but it means that these distinctions need not be the starting point, and are certainly not the definitive end points, of ethical thought. If the world is in a state of active civil war, one must choose sides, and no one should expect either side to be without guilt. It is an ethical demand that one realize this clearly and choose without trying to cover up one's complicity or hide it, even from oneself. The National Socialist view, of course, was not that each European society was already, at least tacitly, in a state of civil war which pitted the workers against the capitalists, or, if it was, this situation was a creation of Marxists and other socialists who brought TT about for their own purposes by propagating it. Rather, workers should see themselves as part of a national and racial community inherently at war, whether they knew it or not, with all other such communities for survival. In a situation like this, how can one orient oneself? Lukács guess that if life in the proletarian vanguard party is the only form of life in which fully coherent social thought and action are at all possible because the standpoint of the proletariat is the only one from which the society as a whole can even be seen, then it makes sense to try to stay in the party even if this requires heroic sacrifice, not least the sacrifice of a comfortable individual conscience. If there is, in fact, no party which proleptically embodies, even if in a highly fallible way, the consciousness of the proletariat, then coherency is not possible, and the human fate is a fully tragic one. More or less any choice is as good as any other. We are, then, mere isolated, mora, atoms swirling in a void, and each individual will simply be forced to make choices between incommensurate and contradictory goods, and courses of action with no standards apart from shifting individual judgment. Suppose, then, M confronted with a choice between A and B, he choose A. I choose to live in a world in which nothing finally will ever make sense, action will be self-defeating. and pointless, reason will be more or less useless, and people will lurch from one form of misery to another without hope of escape or improvement. If choose B, I take a chance on constructing a world which has enough order in it for it to be a possible object of human cognition and foresight, and in which human beings have at least a chance of improving their situation through rational collective action. To call a decision to take a chance on B, the choice in favor of the proletariat and its party, irrational or even irrational, would be, Lukács thought, ludicrous. Of course, as an individual, one could always try to opt out of history. That was a decision people made, one that was historically understandable and had historical effects, but it was a decision arising from desperation and leading nowhere. Degree. One of the things that will strike, and perhaps disturb, contemporary readers of Lukács TS the set of tacit assumptions he makes about the nature and structure of the human subject, the soul, mind, psyche, or personality. As his literary criticism shows, he was obsessed with a number of conceptions that might strike us as exceptionally Biedermeier and that blocked his access to much of modern, high culture. His tacit ideal for a work of art was one that presented the interplay between rounded literary characters with fully developed and integrated lives. He was especially keen on the notion of an organic, unitary personality. Few now are likely to find this conception either very plausible or very attractive. In addition, we are likely to think that to the extent to which we do find any kind of unity, either in literary characters or in real people, this should be construed as an imposed unitariness rather than as something natural. This might be taken to reflect badly on the very idea that the proletariat as a unified subject is to take control of its own fate, by virtue of abolishing the invisible hand and planning society and making society conform to its wishes. If the plausibility of this is supposed to depend on the strong analogy between a social subject and an individual subject, are individual subjects even in the best of circumstances really always so full-bodied, so unified, and so harmonious? Is my individual mind, psyche, and consciousness always, or ever, especially unitary? Would it be an indubitably better thing if they were? Do I always, or ever, know my own mind? Lukács, of course, would hold chat our cultural obsession with non-transparency, indirection, modes of inner psychic conflict, and Larison, be it as a reflection of an unnatural stare of society rather than an sight into the way things are, or at any rate the way things need to be. That is certainly a point that cannot be taken as having been established beyond the possibility of doubt. Chapter 10. Heidegger. Sleepwalkers are often said to be preternaturally sure-footed, able to walk without hesitation in places where a fully awake Haman would be almost certain to stumble. In a reversal of this commonplace, Heidegger thought that all the readers of his first major work, Being and Time 192.7, had, with the self-assurance of sleepwalkers, completely missed the main point of the book. It was actually intended to be a metaphysics of the most austere kind. However, his readers avoided the metaphysical question of being, which was at the center of his discussion, and were obsessed with one or another of the subordinate or merely preliminary, quasi-anthropological topics which the book treated: anxiety, guilt, authenticity, resoluteness, death, the modes of being in the world, or the particular form of interpretation he discusses. The published book is over 400 pages long, and, whatever one might finally think of the plausibility of the theses IR proposes or even the mode of argumentation, it is densely written and systematically highly organized. Why and how could so many readers have taken this thick, learned tome to be a kind of lowbrow self-help manual? Of course, it would be easy to reply to this that Heidegger had only himself to blame if his intentions were not clear. He was a highly proactive and skillful mystifier, and the text he published in 1927 as Being and Time was only a fragment of the originally envisaged full text. In fact, it was only an incomplete fragment, albeit a large one, of part of what was supposed to be a work in 2 parts. 98. If one needed to see the Whale Project before judging it, an assumption that does not seem unreasonable, Heidegger could have made judgment easier by publishing the conclusion of part, and all of part ill it eventually turned out, after decades of equivocation, which, however, left the strong impression in people's minds that part TT was being withheld, that it actually never existed, at any rate as a publishable text. So if the book, that is, the fragment of the book that was published in 1927, was widely misconstrued, there was some reason to think this might not be entirely the reader's fault. Heidegger takes a self-serving line here. He claims that contemporary interpretation of the work ignored its central contention, namely that it was necessary to ask the question of being. However, he further claims that this purported fact actually confirms his view that humans are always concerned with this question, but always try to hide this concern from themselves. To understand this contorted claim requires a bit of an interpretive detour through the history of philosophy. Heidegger was, as he repeatedly said, fundamentally a Christian negative theologian trying to destroy the pretensions of Haman reason so as to open space for a form of life that was more primordial and different from the existing organized religious life in the West, and also from our post-Christian mode of existence. What one might call the Enlightenment, or progressivist, view of culture and history, which emphasizes the positive value of development, elaboration, refinement, and sophistication, is completely alien to Heidegger. He sees history as a story of decline, and he has an obsession with origins, and with getting to that which is primordial, which remained a characteristic of his writing during the whole of this long light. These terms combined toward him the sense of what is physically fundamental, what is especially robust, and what is cognitively essential for any form of understanding. He avoided the word ethics, but putting that aside for a moment, we might say that terms like primordial had a series of further ethical or at any rate value-colored associations. What is genuine, honest, authentic, refreshingly unpretentious, and salutary. Point 4. Heidegger applied his general doctrine to himself. His origins remained, he claimed, decisive for his development, and the goal of all his striving could not be anything other than to return to that origin and understand and assimilate it correctly. He had originally been in training to become a Catholic priest but was eventually sent home from the seminary because of poor health. He then completed his university studies as a lay theologian, and began his academic teaching career in a university post for Catholic theology. The theological curriculum at the time would have been of an especially desiccated and metaphysically top-heavy, late scholastic kind, which he later described as the system of Catholicism. It was roughly what is known as Thomism. At a certain point in his 30s, Heidegger then had a rather spectacular conversion to Lutheranism, identifying strongly with the more irrationalist aspects of Luther's doctrine of faith. The original Christian message was like that of St. Paul in the 50s and early 60s of the first century. Christianity was a light of a faith that was a scandal to the Jews and a folly to the Greeks. It was the very opposite of the life of wisdom, sober reflection, and calculated moderation. Luther had notoriously called reason a whore, who would do the bidding of anyone who paid her fee, and he thought it was necessary to break through the carapace of medieval philosophical dogma to get back to a more living and primordial Christian faith. Heidegger went him one better in that he claimed the rot had set in even earlier The self-misunderstanding of Christianity had begun not in the shadows of the early Dark Ages but in the period between Paul and the Gospel according to Fobn. H. Paulin 55 CE says that Christianity is folly. The author of the Gospel of John can write in 100 to 110 CE that Jesus is the Auyos, the rational principle of the universe which Greek philosophers sought for so long. With the Gospel of John, Heidegger claimed, living Christian faith came to be expressed in an utterly inappropriate rationalistic and metaphysical language derived from Greek philosophy. The Greek metaphysics with which Christianity was brought into contact in the late 1st century CE was itself a highly decadent, incipiently scholastic shell of a form of thought which 6 or 7 centuries earlier, at the time of the so-called pre-Socratics, had been a viral intellectual tradition of thinkers engaged in trying to capture a unique and primordial kind of human experience. Heidegger's original ideal, then, was to free Christian faith and the Christian form of life from Greek metaphysical categories so as to allow it to grow and flourish in a form more appropriate to itself than any of these categories would permit. However, since these same forms of metaphysical thinking had dominated all parts of human light and thought since antiquity, the only way really to free ourselves from them was to destroy them from within. The one strand of Christian theology for which Heidegger feels some affinity ts that of negative theology. Negative theologians argue that everything in the world is completely dependent on a God, who is also utterly transcendent, that is, utterly beyond and different from anything that is in the world. As a consequence, normal human language, which is, after all, set up to speak about things in the world, has no application to God. So we can say, and hence know, nothing about God, except perhaps torsum particularly thin negative assertions, such as that he is identical to any thing we might encounter in the world and does not have any of the properties we might apply to things in the world. In a certain way, we might even say that God does not exist, given that exist itself is defined as a mode or way of being in our world. Similarly, Heidegger thinks that everything that is dependent not on the Christian God but on being, or perhaps one should write being, but that being is neither itself a thing that is nor some abstract property shared by all that is. It cannot, he thinks, be a property, certainly not, if one accepts the traditional way of construing such properties, namely as having a definite and specifiable position in a hierarchy of greater or lesser abstraction. Red ts a property because it can be located under the more general property of color, red, ts a color, and above the more specific varieties of crimson, scarlet. Carmine, vermilion, scarlet, is a kind of red. It is this location which gives a property its specific content. However, in the case of being, there is no more general property under which it can be ranged, so this form of analysis is not possible. $1. The radical difference between that which is, that is, avething, that is, and being is what Heidegger later in his Light took to calling the ontological difference, and he thinks that the systematic ignoring of this difference has been one of the fundamental features and basic errors of Western philosophy. So normal human language, which readers I am the first instance to things that are or events in our world, is inappropriate if extended to being. This means that from the very beginning questions of language are central to Heidegger's project. His own retrospective assessment was that in his early work, including Being and Time, he thought he could break out of our usual ways of speaking and of disciplining speech into philosophical concepts and yet find another kind of potentially conceptual language that would be amenable to speaking of being. 50 He tried to invent a whole new and, it must be admitted, completely outlandish set of concepts to make possible modes of expression that might allow us to ask and answer the question of being more appropriately. There is a certain unclarity that comes to light here. is the thesis that no normal, everyday language can apply to being, that none of the existing philosophical vocabularies applies, or that no language at all could apply. In Being and Time, Heidegger held that both everyday language and the received philosophical vocabulary that arises out of it needed to be discarded and replaced, but what he replaced it with was another, very different set of concepts and terms. They were different: being in the world, running forward to death, authenticity, resoluteness, but they were still concepts of a kind. Later he came to see this whole project in Being and Time as flawed, and thought it was not possible to find a different form of conceptual language. He tried much later in his life to explore some forms of what he called poetic speaking as a way of getting access to being, but without any noticeable success. Degree. Why should we be at all interested in this question of BMG? Why isn't complete indifference and a hearty yawn the right reaction to this whole discussion? No one likes to see a pet research interest ignored, but it is a part of Heidegger's philosophical position that such claims to indifference are to be construed as merely feigned, and also, it turns out, as a kind of quasi-moral failing. What Heidegger calls forgetfulness of BMG is not mere inattention but an active power of willfully enforced, purported disinterest. It is only the exercise of this active power which makes it possible for us continually to ignore and overlook the ontological difference. If Heideggerian metaphysics is, as Lamb suggesting, a proposed successor discipline to the now defunct Christian theology, one can perhaps find some indication of the reason for this initially rather odd view in the history of religion. For the monotheist, indifference to theological and religious beliefs tends to be construed as just another form of atheism, because it is even more threatening to a monotheist that people could genuinely not care about religion than that they could have deviant beliefs. The monotheist at least has a category for proper, articulate atheists and can appeal to notions like willful error, sin, and Hernan obstinacy to account for thurn, so it would be convenient if indifference, too, could be brought under one of these categories. If I have sufficiently forceful theological beliefs, I can even maintain that there is and can be no innocent lack of interest in religious case. Tyons F. can, for instance, claim that God has created Burmans with an inherent and ineluctable concern to know him and, therefore, to take an interest in religion. Christians of a certain kind, especially followers of Augustine, have a clear line on this. God made humans to know and love him, but Adam rebelled against this, and his sinful disposition has been inherited by all humans ever since. So claims of lack of interest are really especially dishonest and malicious forms of atheism and a rejection of God's manifest will. Feigned indifference is merely one partially camouflaged active decision to refuse to engage appropriately with God. Similarly, Heidegger TS of the opinion that humans cannot fail to be interested in the question of being, what it is and how it is different from beings, because in one way or another, humans must be construed to have given, at least tacitly, an answer to this case. Tion through their very mode of living. No human beings, Heidegger claims, can really be completely disinterested in how they are living, in their own mode of being. We cannot even imagine what a human life of true indifference to all aspects of the way it was led would look like. Tarn not indifferent if I'll make any, even the most minimal, attempt to live in one way rather than another, and thus any way I do live can be seen as a way in which Lamb answering the question of being, purportedly, then, parallel to the religious case, claimed indifference is really a kind of willful denial of the truth that one has an interest in the question of being and has asked and answered the question. One would expect the discussion then to shift to whether or not it is appropriate to construe every form of human living as a way of, tacitly, answering the question of being. Heidegger's thesis would be exceedingly implausible if asking and answering the question of being was anything like giving a formal and explicit theory of being. Virtually no one has or has had such a theory, and if normal human language is supposed not to apply to being, as the negative theologian thinks it does not apply to God, then this is what one would expect. What about the claim that merely by living in a certain way, without necessarily saying anything, one can be seen, tacitly, to be giving an answer to theological questions? Or then, in a parallel way, to the question of being registered. There is an important distinction here. On the one hand, one can try to resolve a life problem by giving an analysis, developing a theory, or proposing a set of concepts that will purportedly give one an understanding of the problem and provide a way of dealing with it. On the other hand, one can sometimes resolve a problem in life simply by living in a certain way. So if someone has a problem with, say, anxiety, to take an example that is class A to Heidegger, I can present a theory about anxiety couched in a set of specifically psychological categories, and in various ways I can try to see how that could help to overcome the anxiety. However, I might also show that actually understand how to live without anxiety simply by exercising that ability. By doing it, I simply live, or even learn to live, in a way that reduces my anxiety without having a theory. Heidegger tends to express this distinction as a difference between forms of understanding. Some people simply know or understand how to live without anxiety. This is an understanding that expresses itself simply in its effective and successful exercise. Featuring is different and distinct from any form of conceptual or theoretical understanding that one may or may not have in the relevant domain. Obviously, these two forms of understanding are not exactly the same thing. Equally, they are not completely unconnected, and there will be complex relations between them. People who live servile and insecure lives will tend, when and if they come to try to speak about their lives, to employ concepts like command, obedience, certain. On the other hand, the suggestion made a few years ago that all school pupils be required to take instruction in neoclassical economics was intended to have the effect of changing the way they acted, making them more calculating, and thus also easier to predict. If these suggestions had been implemented, however, this formal instruction would probably also have eventually had some effect on the way the pupils actually began to relate to their own lives. Formal instruction does not necessarily have the effect intended. Catholic catechism classes do not necessarily produce pious Catholics. From this it does not follow they have no effect whatever. They do at any rate often produce something different from the equally unsuccessful Protestant catechism classes. Heidegger's clear view is that these two forms, roughly understanding how to live and conceptualizing how one lives, are mutually dependent in such a way as to make it impossible to say that one is basic and the other derivative. There is no breaking out of the circle in which these two phenomena coexist and affect each other, to find some absolute beginning. So medieval Christians have a certain way of living. They understand how to five in a certain way and they will use certain concepts and theories to give an AC count of that HFE, make it understandable to themselves. These two things are not exactly the same, but they are interdependent. If one looks at this phenomenon of mutual dependency of mode of existence and conceptualization from the outside, say, as a modern scholar looking back on the Middle Ages, and tries to understand what is going on there, one sees a similar kind of circularity instantiated. I can understand how they live only in terms that make sense to me, and chat means attributing to them goals, desires, and attitudes that seem plausible to me and that can be made to fit into categories I have at my disposal. I study them sufficiently long and intensely and with sufficient sympathy, might, of course, find that my own ideas about what is a plausible way of living begin to change. This circular relation of dependency does not make understanding impossible. If I immerse myself deeply and carefully in enough medieval literature, what I can make sense of might itself change, so that gradually aspects of their life that look very alien to me at the start begin to become comprehensible. Heidegger calls the circular structure instantiated here the hermeneutic circle, and thinks it is a basic characteristic of any Niemann understanding. Sections 31 to 33. In the case in question, one can see that there are a number of such circular structures in evidence. Some medieval woman has a way of living that is dependent on her understanding of, say, Christianity as a set of concepts and dogmas, but what that understanding is in some way limited by and dependent on what she can make sense of in her actual living. Equally, what kind of life she will act to understand how to live will be limited by and dependent on the concepts which Christianity provides to her. As look back on her life, Rue will be able to make sense of it only relative to the possibilities of living in some way can understand and the concepts I can bring to bear. In both cases, the hermeneutic circle is an inherently dynamic structure. It is to some extent true that she is a Christian, but she is also trying to be a better Christian than she is, and her understanding of what that means and implies can change. The same is true for me. Lamb trying, and may succeed in my attempt, to get a better understanding of beer, but do that by coming to see some possibilities that were possibilities for her as also possibilities for me. So to some extent as interpret beer to become more like her. Ht per impossible, were to understand her fully, I see would be. Because, had become indistinguishable from her, and so no interpretation would be needed. However, the circular motion has no absolute beginning and also, of course, no absolute end. There is no such thing as complete and perfect understanding of Christianity available to her or to me, nor complete and total understanding of her available to her or to me, nor, finally, some complete understanding might ideally have of myself. Nevertheless, understanding is not so unstructured as to make it impossible to speak of a fuller or a less full understanding or a better or a worse understanding. It is just that the criteria for better or worse are highly contextual. To be sure, might want sometimes to speak, for instance, of a preconceptual or pre-theoretical understanding that people have about how to treat those in need, but concepts like pre-theoretical will apply only contextually. That is, if Lamb speaking of nurses be for the professionalization of this activity, I may say that they had a pre-theoretical understanding of how to do what needed to be done, but this simply means that they knew how to act better. They were taught some specific doctrine that I consider to be appropriate in guiding action. This does not imply they had no thoughts before, or were guided by no concepts at all in treating the sick. Heidegger's emphasis here is precisely the reverse of that which one finds in Socrates. Socrates was keen to try to show the limitations of any form of human skill that was merely a theoretically unarticulated knack. In order really to know what one is doing, one needs to have a proper theory. In general, Heidegger wishes to focus attention on ways in which inadequate theoretical or conceptual accounts can distort, blight, interfere with, or otherwise damage the way we conduct our lives, or the way a false conceptualization can inhibit tacit understanding. Let us grant, then, for the sake of argument, that we can assume that all humans ask the question of being, at least to the minimal extent that they are somehow concerned, one way or the other, with the way they are, the way they exist, act, behave, fare in the world. This concern expresses itself in the way I conduct myself, so that the life lead can be construed as a way of tacitly answering the question of what being is for me. Why should I then have an ingrained tendency to shy away from recognizing and acknowledging these facts, assuming they are in some sense facts? The answer to this lies in another feature of Heidegger's account of what it is to live a human ire. A human being is an entity not so much of present fixed proper ties as of already existing obligations and commitments and of future projects and possibilities that are not yet realized. When Heidegger speaks of possibilities as central constituents of what it is to be human, he does not mean by that positions in an abstract logical space. That is, he does not mean by passability, say, the fact that it is possible that the cat is in the loft, as opposed to the possibility that she is in the kitchen, the garden, the sitting room, etc. He, almost, always uses possibility to mean, specifically human, possible ways of existing, acting, living, or being in the world. So, a possibility is not that the cat be in the loft but that I pick her up in order to get the book she is sleeping on, or that I go into the garden to watch her sniffing the air and chasing birds. These examples are overt actions, and it is true that a possibility for Heidegger is always embedded in a context of acting in the world. However, Heidegger uses the world in a sense derived from Christian the ology, seculum, and so it does not designate an actual space external to me. To say that some people live in the world, I am this Christian sense, is to say that they do not devote their light, for instance, to contemplation but, as we would also say, to mundane concerns and interaction with other people who are equally engaged in everyday activities of various kinds. So, the world in the phrase, my possibilities of acting or being in the world does not refer to a topographic location, the loft, the garden, the kitchen, but rather to my existing set of everyday concerns and projects, as a human being always already enmeshed in life, engaged in half-completed projects, bound by obligations I did not enter into with anything like full knowledge and to which I have never given full consent. There is an irreducible contingency and ungroundedness about most of my projects. I don't choose my relatives or place of birth, yet by the very tact of growing up within a situation basically structured by my social surroundings, I have acquired many of the projects that are most constitutive of me. I might like to imagine myself as a disembodied enlightenment subject, completely, freely and knowledgeably making a choice among the full field of possibilities and giving a convincing reason for every choice, but that is just a fantasy. To imagine myself not thus enmeshed is a profitless exercise of my imagination. The relation to my past is important, but in the context of the present discussion it is not as significant as the inherent human orientation toward future possible modes of action and experience. As a human being, I'm always ahead of myself, pursuing projects in the world which have not been fully accomplished. I can, of course, look back at completed projects in the past, but as long as I am alive at all, I will also have projects still in the course of realization and whose conclusion is outstanding. Even on my deathbed I shall presumably be trying one final time to look around the room or listen to the whispers of the prospective chief mourners assembled around my bed. To have no outstanding projects is to have no future, that is, to be dead. In addition, my projects are not simply a mass of disjointed different things I am trying to do, but form connected strands. I take the train to get to the airport, in order to be able to catch the flight to Berlin, in order to buy the computer at Saturn on Alexanderplatz, so that T shall be able to finish the writing project, and so on. Of course, various forms of the exercise of the imagination form an essential part of human life. Can imagine that to exist without any particular one of my projects, but if ptry to imagine what it would be like for me to exist without any project at all, chat is tantamount to imagining a me without me. actually to believe that I could exist without Avi project is a form of imaginative self-delusion. Finally, and this TS an important Heideggerian claim, all my project ECTS are structured together into at least a tacit and aspirational unary or a single totality, some project abore my life as a whole. This is presumably Heidegger's version of the subordination of every thing to the singular idea of the good in Plato. What this means, though, is that human life is necessarily incomplete. One could almost invert Lucretius' message. He claims that while we are still here, still alive, death is not, whereas when death is, we are no longer here. Therefore it makes no sense to fear death. Heidegger claims that our life is essentially care, and a kind of care that can at the slightest provocation turn to anxiety, precisely because when death arrives it will always arrive at the wrong time, co-thwart some project or at least render it incomplete. Sections 39 to 41. All our projects therefore are inherently fragile, which means all our living is fragile. To the extent to which they are all interconnected and eventually interrupted by death, they are all by their very nature incomplete and a failure. This is what causes our desire to suppress the question of being. Radical nothingness is the opposite of being, and we encounter such nothingness in certain experiences such as anxiety. Our own death, of course, is the final radical cancellation of all that we are, and facing our death is thus also facing our own possible nothingness. Concern about death thus is not mere concern about one or another of my possible individual ways of being about my world as a whole, that is, about being as a whole, and as such, we always deal with anxiety and possible eventual death in one way or another, even if that way of dealing with them consists in trying to stop thinking about them. In dealing in one way or another with radical nothingness, anxiety, and death, we are also showing that we have some understanding of the opposite of nothingness, BMG in itself and as a whole. In this sense we are asking and answering the question of being as long as we continue to exist. Even to raise explicitly the question of being is at the same time to raise the question of my own death, because it is to confront the fact that I am my projects for four possible ways of living. But becoming clearly aware of that unavoidably also focuses my attention on my death as the ultimate reason why those projects will remain unfulfilled. In a sense, then, all of Western philosophy is a reaction to anxiety in the face of death, although it is a reaction that tries to cover up the phenomenon. The form this reaction takes is what Heidegger calls the falling, or perhaps the great decadence. Das Verfehlen, section 38. Given my motivation to get away from thinking explicitly about being, myself, and my possibilities, that is, finally, my death, I am tempted to understand myself in terms that bypass and short-circuit this whole complex and focus on something else which, purportedly, will not induce such conceptual and existential vertigo. That is, what I really am is a continual spiraling of possibilities, possible ways of being in the world, oriented toward my death. But how reassuring it would be if I were not that, but just one more thing with fixed and immutable properties, like the things I encounter in the world. The metaphor of the falling then means falling out of the spiral of my possibilities into the fixed world in which those possibilities are realized, but to which those possibilities may never actually be reduced. There is an individual dimension to this falling and a historical dimension. The philosophical analog of this is that try to use categories that actually apply to things in the world to describe and speak of myself, who, whatever else am not anything in the world or at all like anything in the world. We wish and try desperately to interpret ourselves as standing firm and complete in our present with a set of properties, then moving through time toward a future, each segment of which is a new step forward from one fixed state being with properties to another. Contrary to this, even to say what I am at any given XED time must make essential reference not merely to my present state of being, because part of Thar state of being is a set of projects, things, care about and which are essentially connected with action in the future. So in one sense the future is not before us, but we are already there. Similarly the past is not behind us but still with us as the present background against which alone our future and present have meaning. One immediate consequence of this is that we are never complete in our present but rather, as Heidegger says, always in front of ourselves out there in the world. We deal with the anxiety this induces by trying to construe ourselves as not out there in a future that will, at some point, end abruptly in death but rather as solid, present-centered beings that rest in themselves, just as chairs, billiard balls, and burrs of masonry rest their being in a substantial present. The historical dimension is the invention in Greek philosophy of a way in which things in the world appeared to be, then our way of apprehending things in the world, and of conceptual thinking. This was an important historical step in the process of falling. The concept was invented as a fixed structure that would stand between humans and the world, give human cognition and life, ability, and distance humans from too immediate a confrontation with the question of being, under the guise of answering that case, rather than face directly, that is, the sheer brutal contingency of the world, which at any moment can cease to exist. With my death, the concept gives me a soothing way of moderating Thar contingency and focusing on some individual trait of the world, some object. There is no anxiety-producing confusion assaulting me, being which can transform itself into non-bame, death, but rather an ordered structure of experience. That is a mountain, that is a river, that is thunder. Each concept, and each object, is potentially in its predictable place, safe. Unfortunately this strategy did not work, nor, given the nature of the human condition, could it ever have worked completely. The repression of the anxiety which is a constituent of human life is not ever fully successful, but what Greek philosophy did was to initiate a long historical process which has a certain internal logic that can be traced. This is a process of gradual and cumulative degeneration in which the more philosophy develops, the more complex the conceptual schemes it elaborates, and the more elaborate the schemes, the further away they take us from an achade being, and also my death. These phytosophica schemes eventually seep in even to everyday language, so now we speak without any special reflection about substances, subjects, essences, and causes, terms that originate in earlier philosophical speculation. So by the 20th century we were caught in a web of concepts which are the latest and most calcified residue of a project of understanding everything in the world in terms derived from, and at best appropriate to, objects, and which maximally cover up and make invisible the question of being. This conceptual apparatus is one of the things that makes it difficult to come to an understanding of how to live which takes proper account of the question of being. So how can we get out of this situation? Eventually Heidegger thought that we could not do so by our own efforts. In an interview with Spiegel published after his death, he timorously claimed that our situation was hopeless and that only a God could save us. Sein und Zeit was, however, written at a time when he still indulged in what he would later think were youthful fantasies of escape. Given that the two forms of understanding, conceptual understanding and an understanding that expresses and realizes itself in the very act of living, are inherently connected and reinforce each other, changing one mode of understanding being will require also changing the other, ideally at the same time. So there will be two interconnected dimensions to the attempt to exit from the current, according to Heidegger, ontologically unsatisfactory situation. The first dimension refers to the attempt to find some mode of experiencing, or way of existing, that instantiates an understanding of being which does not cover up the question. Heidegger thinks Ba found this in what he calls authenticity. It is a mode of choosing to pursue projects while refusing to ignore the fact that these are, both in the final analysis, ungrounded and necessarily connected to a single larger project which will come to an incomplete end with my death. Authenticity, then, does not refer to any specific concrete set of options or choices of action, to marry Regine, or not, to become a pastor of the established church, or not, to move to Berlin, or not. Rather, it refers to the way the choice is made, my own attitude toward myself and my projects as I choose to pursue them. This is a way of living which does not make these choices and projects dependent on the illusion of being fully grounded or part of some larger project that could ever be fully completed. The second dimension TS, the historical one, a destruction in the original Latinate sense, an unbuilding or taking apart of the history of philosophy, showing how, at each stage, the basic philosophical vocabulary has moved further and further away from one that would allow us to ask the question of being. The first of these two dimensions was treated in the published, if incomplete, part of Being and Time. The second was to have been done in the unwritten part H, so we don't know exactly how Heidegger would have proceeded concretely, unless we try to reconstruct what his treatment would have been by appealing to his many later writings on the history of philosophy. The title of Heidegger's book Being and Time means philoso. PHERS have tried to resist recognizing that being is dependent on time, because being is revealed only to someone who will die. Being is nothing for us save to the extent to which we have access to it, understand it, and deal with it, that is, have already tacitly deal with it in one way or another. For humans, that way is always one that is mediated by our essential nature as temporal beings. We are constituted through our projects, and these always extend into an open future which will, we know, eventually come to an end in death. In a backhanded kind of way, even Western philosophy recognizes the role of time in being, in that one of the most usual traditional criteria for being is that which always is. Heidegger's response in a way is that there is nothing which always is. Heidegger doesn't seem to have had any particularly distinct political views at the time he wrote Being and Time, although, obviously, his violent rejection of the Enlightenment and all its works, and his origin as the son of a small-town artisan in a very rural region of southern Germany, made it unlikely he would become a supporter of the radical left. His politicization seems to have taken place in the early 1930s. After a brief but highly visible period of political involvement as an active and publicly vocal National Socialist immediately after Hitler came to power, when he reveled in the title, first Nazi rector of a German university, Heidegger town himself politically sidelined. On reflection, he decided by the end of the 1930s the official party ideology was just an instance of the same kind of Western rationalism he had always opposed. He particularly objected to the Adern PRT to base ethics and politics on science, namely the version of Darwinist biology which was used to justify racialist doctrines. According to one Gestapo report, made by a spy sent to observe his lectures, Heidegger had withdrawn into a private National Socialism of his own creation, a position, to judge by an interview he gave late in his life, he seems to have continued to hold until his death in 1976. In any case, after about 1939 or 1940 his philosophical views underwent a shift. At any rate, there seems to have been at least a significant change of emphasis. The shift is from an early position which puts great emphasis on individual decisions to one focused on millennial historical shifts about which humans can do nothing, although in some sense care or Concern is at the center of both the earlier and the later view. The kind of care in question has changed. Individual engaged action is 5 at the core of philosophy in the early period. The care repeatedly invoked seems to be a matter of taking charge and forging ahead. The later philosophy devalues this and connects the appropriate human kind of care with the virtue of a Zen-like letting go, gelassen. Bait. Pour the later Heidegger, humans must remain open and receptive to the calls which being may make on us, and learn to take care of being as a shepherd does his sheep. We need to become die Hirten des Saints. If the early model is activist and anarchic, the later position emphasizes the need for humans to cultivate, take care of, and foster what is around there. Often there seems to be almost a proto-environmentalist tone to some of the later works. Being and Time itself is written in a style that is very strongly exhortatory, but it doesn't seem to be advocating or denigrating any particular form of life or set of choices. Heidegger was often asked whether being and time was or implied in ethics, and he gave one of his usual slippery answers, that it was not an ethics, but that this did not imply that its content was ethically irrelevant. The best way to take this, I think, is as meaning something like the following. Ethics is not a purely disinterested and speculative enterprise, but it is always addressed to someone. You, child of God, do not do this. As a rational agent you should avoid doing that. Proletar. Eons of the world, unite. So before giving ethical advice, you should investigate TBO, it anyone it was to whom you were proposing to give thar advice. One of the strands of argument in Being and Time concerns whether or not a human being is an individual, a specific who. Humans are born not as individuals but as anonymous members of crowds or groups, who all, we assume, have the possibility of becoming individuals. One becomes an individual by adopting an individuated attitude of care toward one's own life, and that means toward one's own life as a configuration of projects leading to death. To be authentic is just to adopt such an attitude, and being authentic is a precondition to being a subject who is at all a potential addressee of moral discourse. So Being and Time describes one of the preconditions of ethics, namely the potential genesis and constitution of the ethical subject. Given the understandable revulsion which National Socialism generates and Heidegger's close association with this movement, it is natural to look in Being and Time for the germs of what would motivate him, or at any rate permit him, 6 years after the publication of the book, to become an active Nazi. Lukács, in one of his later works, Die Erste der Vernunft, takes the standard vulgar Marxist line that Heidegger's radical rejection of reason meant that a move to the political right was, eventually, almost inevitable. Logical positivists, to the extent to which they bothered to take a position at all, tended to take a similar tack, although their notion of reason was more tied to an interpretation of contemporary natural science than Lukács was. Adorno wrote a small book about the authoritarianism and the aesthetic failings of Heidegger's style, Argon der Eigentlichkeit, and he also pointed out that although there was a lore of discussion of time and history in Heidegger's work, the only real topic is the passage of Tyre in my own light and my relation to that. There was no real history in Being and Time. That is, no study of social, political, and economic configurations of the past and how they changed, but it was a highly etiolated history of being, a succession of studies of past philosophies. Finally, various people pointed out that Heidegger's persistent obsession with origins could easily mutate into justification for a primitivism that was deeply unattractive. Think it fair to say that this discussion, although by no means useless, remains highly speculative, and often it comes close to making the mistake of looking for something like a single philosophical virus that caused fascism. This would be incorrect on 2 counts. First, because fascism was not caused by a philosophical mistake, and second, because there is no single philosophical view, as far as he can see, that all fascists held. FTTS true that National Socialism was overwhelmingly attractive to followers of the 18th-century philosopher Immanuel Kant and to devotees of Nietzsche, and that it was anathema to Hegelians and logical positivists. Greater than but what characteristic is it that Kantians and Nietzscheans have in common that they do not share with Hegelians and positivists? Although Heidegger later claimed that being and time was a failure, he never repudiated it but continued to think it a necessary step on the road to philosophy. Or rather, to use one of his own favorite metaphors, he thought that philosophy itself was a path or way, and that being and time was a set of steps along that way. The use of this metaphor becomes more extensive, the more skeptical Heidegger becomes about the possibilities of human action to change our relation to being, and the greater emphasis he comes to put on the need for us to wait with pastoral patience until being reveals itself. The Allies banned Heidegger from publishing and teaching immediately after the end of the war because of his National Socialist engagement, and the first collection of essays he published after the ban was lifted in the early 1950s was a volume entitled Holowege. This does not mean forest paths, as the English translation will have it, as if we had here a soulmate of Eichendorff or Wordsworth enjoying himself in the fresh air, but, as Heidegger himself explains, the title refers to the paths in the dense forest which woodcutters cut to get the wood out. Such paths stop when they get to the stand of wood that is being extracted, which is otherwise inaccessible, so such paths usually, although not quite invariably, led nowhere. In everyday German Auf dem Holzweg sign means, be on the wrong track, be on the highway to nowhere. Heidegger himself was keen on making his work available in French, and the French title, Che minutes qui ne menant nulle part, gives the right tone. I think it would be wrong to identity Heidegger, and in general the philosopher, with the activist woodcutters who create the Halsweg. They knew, after all, what they were doing and where they were going, to that stand of trees over there that needs to be cut down. Heidegger is rather the relaxed shepherd wandering in the forest, wondering whether or not the path he happens to be on leads anywhere. If it is a whole weg, the answer is, most likely it goes nowhere. The more one studies Heidegger, the clearer it becomes that he was in almost equal measure a deft charlatan, an unreformable bully, and a supremely gifted modernist intellectual. He was probably the most influential philosopher of the 20th century. Certainly he was the most written about. This fact is unwelcome to many people because of their understandable revulsion at the very thought of a Nazi philosopher. None of his squirming and evasion and downright mendacity has ever made it in the least plausible to deny that he was a Nazi, albeit one who wished to be one on his own terms alone, and remained one until his death. The fact of his influence is particularly difficult even to see and appreciate in the English-speaking world of philosophy, because that is virtually the only place where he has remained a marginal figure. Even if Heidegger had not been a Nazi, his contempt for forms of philosophy, depending on appeals to mathematics, natural science, common sense, ordinary language, and all the other mainstays of Anglophone philosophizing would have made his message hard to receive. Conceivably this position could change when the collapse of our ecology really begins to bite. There might be a revival of interest in Heidegger's later view, where the emphasis on care, as the human essence one finds articulated in being and time turns into an ethics of letting things be, Gelassentit, and taking care of the environment. but it seems more likely that the few survivors of the imminent catastrophe will have more pressing concerns than philosophical texts from the mid-20th century. Chapter 11. Wittgenstein. Many philosophers find it difficult to admit they have changed their minds, but what could conceivably be wrong with that? As Keynes T.S. said to have remarked, "I change my mind when the facts alter. What do vous do?" That, of course, is an excuse brought toward in order to give a retrospective explanation for a change of opinion on policy in the rapidly changing world of politics and economics, and, for those purposes, it has some force. It is perfectly reasonable to think that policy decisions ought to be considered dependent on an assessment of details of the real situation in the world. They will change. So there is nothing surprising about the need to change one's views when the facts change, and there need not be anything shameful or embarrassing when a theorist does this. However, the situation for philosophers is not quite parallel and not quite as easy as this. Some Marxists, to be sure, hold that philosophical activity always is, and must always remain, explicitly aware of the fact that it is closely connected with the actual world and, so must change with changing circumstances, but they represent a minority. Most philosophers construe what they are doing as primarily related to structures that purportedly do not change over time or are invariants of some kind. There may be some details that are, as it were, sub-philosophical, beneath the notice of philosophy proper, such as questions of casuistry or applied ethics, and hence, where making a mistake might be philosophically insignificant, though perhaps practically catastrophic. In addition, one might accept that at some level there were accidental, random, and unpredictable oscillations of political, economic, or social fact or new developments in religion, art, or science that could account for some changes of emphasis. Thus, like anyone else, philosophers, if they even condescend to make sufficiently low-level statements about the world at all rather than dealing only in generalities, may then fail to take account of some unexpected variable or be caught out by some opportune tact. In addition, philosophers sometimes change not merely individual beliefs but their position as a whole. That is, they give up substantive theses or modify important structural features of the way they see the world. For some this issue does not arise because they enter the public realm with only a single work. Lucretius did not even do that, publishing nothing during his own lifetime and leaving his unfinished poem to be edited, as the ancients would say, i.e., published after his death. If he had second thoughts, or if there were drafts containing other positions, they never came to anyone's attention, not even, it would seem, in antiquity. The work itself might contain contradictions, tensions between different elements, undeveloped passages that could be taken one or another way, but these do not necessarily represent changes of position. Some philosophers' work, to be sure, is inherently or even intentionally internally fluid and open-ended. Montaigne and Nietzsche are examples that come to mind, and in some cases, such as in the Dialogues of Plato, the presentation is so dialectical and so deeply structured by Trony that the question of fixity of belief does not arise in exactly the Sarn form in which it does for some later and more strictly dogmatic philosophers. Recale, nevertheless, how keen even Socrates is to emphasize that his hopes toward the future are fixed and firm. Still, by and large philosophers are widely assumed to be required to take relatively considered and unchanging positions on things. And if they do change that position, this raises the possibility that they have been merely accommodating to a present, either a philosophical present or a political present, that is now past, or that they have failed to be appropriately certus in their work, or, vorable dictu, that they have made a mistake in an area that was supposed to be adequately policed. This can be a position of potentially great embarrassment. A philosopher who has written work that instantiates publicly what seem to be two clearly different positions, can, when confronted by someone who points out the change, take any one of a number of different tacks in trying to explain what has happened. In some cases, of course, the shift in position is itself a publicly documented event, as when Augustine has himself baptized a Christian, or when Lukács joins the Party of Communists in Hungary. The very public nature of these acts deprives them of a certain kind of potential for impenetrable mysteriousness. There may be a clear conversion narrative that can be told and is perhaps expected, and there will be precedents and external forms for Thar. Augustine, an author much admired by Wittgenstein, and also by Heidegger, even devotes an important work, The Confessions, to the narrative of his various conversions and returns compulsively to the history of his own behests in a farther work, Retractationes, published ar the end of his light. The structured narrative of change of positions becomes itself an internal object of explicit philosophical scrutiny, perhaps even a part of the philosophical position eventually taken. No one can be born an Anabaptist. One must have been something else and have been converted, and the conversion story is integral to the position itself. The culmination of this development is perhaps Hegel's phenomenology, where in a sense the narrative of past changes of position, which are also purportedly demonstrated to have been retrospectively rational, becomes, when correctly conducted, itself the full and completely adequate content of philosophical reflection. Lukács was not committed, as Hegel was, either to the view that philosophy must be retrospective or to the idea that it is speculative rather than practical. However, his works before his public commitment to Marxism are now all automatically and straightforwardly covered by the etiquette pre-Marxist, and they can be discussed sans états d'âme under that rubric. Other works, e.g., the Bloom Theses, an outline party program from the late 19,205 which Lukács composed, can be retrospectively characterized as appropriate for its time and situation. Furthermore, self-criticism is a recognized category both in a certain form of organized Marxism and in Christianity, so discussion of previous positions, ever errors, fits right into established patterns, and in fact may be thought to strengthen the standing of the later position. For philosophers outside the discipline of an even partially institutionalized public creed, however, the choices are different. The two most influential 20th-century philosophers, Heidegger and Wittgenstein, both born in the same year, 1889, as dissimilar as they are in many respects, are like each other in that the work of each seems to fall into two distinct, historically separated periods, with a caesura in the 1930s. But then lots of things broke down in the 1930s. In each case the work after the break seems to represent, not just a change of position but an almost direct reversal of the earlier position. Thus the early Heidegger, as represented by the works written up to the beginning of the 1930s, presents a conceptual analysis of the Heyman situation, or what he sometimes calls a philosophical anthropology, seen from the point of view of the Böhmen individual, or, rather more exactly, of a biological entity that could potentially become a human individual through attaining the right attitude toward itself and its own death. From a sufficiently great distance, and if one squints sufficiently, being and time can be seen as a rebellious and deviant contribution to one of the three great established modes of philosophizing. The first of these TTS old-style metaphysics, trying to look at the world by focusing on the objects in it, eternizing them, describing what general properties they have, and discovering how they are related to each other. This is philosophy as an extension of science. The second approach emphasizes regimentation and starts from some normatively stringent conception of correct thought and correct speech. In one way or another, the world has to be viewed through the lens of these patterns. turns and structures, and, if that is done correctly, it will be seen to conform, except for certain accidental human deviancies, called errors, which can relatively easily be corrected with enough intelligence and application. Philosophy is to be continuous with mathematics and logic. The third form of philosophy puts Raymond cognitive access to the world in the center. Not, what is there, or, what would it be consistent to say? But, how do we know? For all its savage criticism of some earlier versions of this third mode, and particularly of the assumption that human knowledge is always primarily propositional knowledge and that one can sensibly speak of a human, cognitive subject, as a distinct and basic entity which is congenital in the work of practitioners of this kind of philosophy, being and time is still discernibly a successor of works of this third type. Whatever the difficulties, obscurities, and perhaps even incoherences of Heidegger's later, post-1940 work, it does not belong to this third mode of philosophizing at all. Trail distances itself from the conceptual analysis of propositional knowledge altogether and looks to hermetic forms of poetry for a basic orientation. It also seeks not to treat individual human experience or any form of human cognitive processing as a privileged framework of ANV kind. Burr tries to locate all human undertakings increasingly in the much wider context of what Heidegger calls the history of being, and to see being itself as the basic agent in history. Wittgenstein's work also falls into two periods. His Tractatus 1921, which is an instance of the second rather than the third of the three modes of philosophizing I described, presents a view of language as an image or picture of a world of independent facts, all of which can be expressed in a relatively simple propositional form. The meaning of a proposition is its reference to one of these hard-edged facts. Whatever is not such a fact, important as it might nevertheless be, is not a possible object of discussion. Wittgenstein published virtually nothing else during his lifetime, but by the 1930s, he had established a cult following among a large group of students and young philosophers. Shortly after his death, in 1951, some of his students published the Philosophical Investigations, a text he had been working on for several years. In this text Wittgenstein clearly and explicitly rejects as completely wrong his own earlier view that the essential nature of language is to be a picture or model of a world. He also rejects the metaphysics of facts which, according to the Tractatus, constitutes the structure of the world. Instead, he construes language use not as the holding up of a mirror to the world but as a collection of different forms of social action. It is not impossible for us to represent the world, to try to give a picture of it, but that function is a special and peculiar one which requires certain highly distinctive conditions to be satisfied for it to be possible. The descriptive proposition is not the paradigm of linguistic meaning. Meaning is neither a purely formal or logical property of propositions, nor is it some kind of associated psychological phenomenon that has its locus in the privacy of the individual's mind. Meaning depends on and can only be understood by reference to a set of complicated social practices that are much more than merely linguistic. So far, so Hegelian, one might think, but this aspect of the Hegelian philosophy had been more or less completely lost after 1848, except among some Marxists. So the fact is that Wittgenstein is to some extent reinventing the wheel, but that is not an argument either for or against the correctness of this view. The Tractatus was in intention a highly conventional, purportedly apodictic philosophical treatise. In its preface Wittgenstein claimed that the truth of the statements which the book contained was unantastbar und definitiv, untouchable and definitive. In the preface to the Philosophical Investigations he then asserts with deeply refreshing honesty that the position he proposed in the previous work was wrong. How, though, was the Tractatus wrong? The work is intended to show that anything that can be said at all can be said clearly. The philosophical investigations, however, are an investigation of the unbounded multiplicity of ways in which one can say things that cannot be said clearly. The idea of clarity with which the Tractatus operated turns out to be itself completely confused, at the same time too rigid and too indeterminate. The criticism of certain widespread conceptions of clarity and of some associated notions, determinateness, precision, section 88, unambiguousness, is one of the most interesting and powerful parts of the later book, which argues on a wide front against a whole range of other prejudices about the necessary univocity and determinateness of language. Certain forms of clarity, as it had customarily been conceived by philosophers, cannot be necessary because they are not possible. No picture of the world ever could be absolutely clear and sharp. Sections 71 to 88, at any rate not in the way philosophers have construed sharpness and clarity. We can only ever hope to represent the world in ways that are shot through with ambiguity and indeterminacy. Habitual social behavior of a kind that is inherently variable and inherently unpredictable. TS all that gives even the most austerely referential statements any kind of connection to reality. The Renaissance discovered the infinite ambiguity of language, the fact that any statement can be interpreted in a variety of different ways. The third book of Rabelais illustrates this in an extreme way, when it describes how Panurge tried to get advice about a practical problem. Should he marry or not? He consults all the authorities he can find but is shown to be sufficiently quick-witted and clever to turn any advice he receives which does not conform to his antecedent desires into something that T.S. grist for bis mul. When the experts in question, e.g., the dead poet Virgil, consulted via the Sortes Virgilianae, a sort of medieval I Ching, the Sibyl, and others, tell him in no uncertain terms thar his wight will beat him, rob him, and cuckold him. Panurge develops increasingly complex interpretations of the meaning of what the experts say, and interprets their advice as meaning she will be a careful, loving, faithful, and honest wife. After the advent of Christianity, this indeterminateness of meaning becomes a staple of fairy tales. No one can ever couch a wish with such precision as to prevent the devil from fully granting it as literally formula read and requested, but in such a way as essentially to thwart it. Point 4. No matter how many further qualifications and explanations are added, there is still always room for more than one reading, and the process of adding has no natural end and can run on indefinitely. As epicycles of interpretation become more elaborate, perhaps they become less plausible. This may be correct, but then meaning would come to depend on the plausibility of a certain reading or interpretation. Plausibility, however, was thought to belong to a totally different domain of discourse from the strict analysis of cognitive meaning. Featuring was a matter for rhetoric rather than for semantics. At least that was the view most philosophers took. So although the meaning of the cat is on the mat, this "Sobution has turned blue," or "it is raining," seems to be so simple that the statement itself wears its meaning on its sleeve, not requiring any farther interpretation. That would not be the case. The basic paradigm and also the point of departure for further thinking about meaning, about AIF meaning, is the situation of Panurge confronted with a verse from Virgil which he must interpret, a situation in which, obviously, one would be tempted to say, a number of different interpretations are perfectly possible and no one interpretation is absolutely mandated with unmistakable clarity by the text itself. Hobbes recognized the problem here, that of the openness and potential indeterminacy of all linguistic meaning and the potential variability of the ways in which humans might interpret any sign. His solution was the appeal to the power of the sovereign, who can make words mean what he wants by enforcing a certain reading of them. He enforces his own reading by acting. If you interpret a law in your own way and act on this, he has the power really to make you regret it. Hobbes' view does put the correct emphasis on conformity in action. The sovereign makes a law that anyone walking on the grass outside the castle will be subject to capital punishment. Does this leave open the possibility that capital punishment here means simply major, important, significant punishment, rather than, say, the death penalty? Or does it mean specifically decapitation rather than hanging, impalement, smothering in thick blankets, lethal injection, lapidation, electrocution? Hobbes holds that the sovereign could prevent any interpretation but one from establishing itself by himself acting in a certain way. He wished it to be clear that capital punishment meant specifically decapitation, rather than merely any old form of execution. Then he could have the head of any executioner removed who hanged the criminal rather than decapitating him or her. Now, of course, sovereigns will not generally do this job themselves but will have someone else, such as an other executioner, do it for them. How exactly does the sovereign instruct these other executioners in the precise nature of their duties? Do they need further instruction through coercive punishment? There are presumably also an indefinite number of further potential executioners at the sovereign's disposal, and they are XBV hypothesi completely overawing, but what use are they in a concrete case if the sovereign cannot make his or her wishes precisely clear? Brew it means bren it, as we have all recently seen, is a foolish thing to say. If one is genuinely trying to make any progress at all in understanding, or indeed trying to explain something, although I see can have some effect as a rhetorical kleb to brandish in order to rally support among the faithful or to belabor the heads of opponents, at a certain point explanation and its enforcement with club or scimitar must stop. This will be at the point at which people simply respond or react with what they take to be spontaneous or routinized or unreflective forms of behavior. That is, they react, as we say, without thinking. These spontaneous forms of behavior are taken for granted, not explained or even discussed. In the given context, they are not created ex nihilo by the sovereign, but presupposed and taken for granted as natura, and not requiring, or perhaps even admitting, discursive comment. These routines can and do change. Anyone who has moved from a country where traffic moves on the right of the road, such as France, to one in which it moves on the left, such as Japan, or vice versa, is familiar with the surprising number of natural reactions that one was not even aware of exhibiting, such as automatically looking to the left or right before crossing a street, and that need to be adjusted to the new environment. Of course, one gradually changes them once one has even become aware of them, and even changes them so much that if a French driver returns to continental Europe after living for a decade in Japan, it may take a day or so to re-establish the old habits. This does not mean that under particular circumstances, particular forms of human reaction might not be explicitly thematized and examined, and even subjected to new norms and changed, but this will always be a case of focusing on a very specific reaction against the background of a massive stock of other reactions that are taken so much for granted they are effectively invisible. What gives us the delusion of fixity is that most thought and most language use is not the formulation of absolutely clear propositions about hard facts but routine, regular participation in a variety of what the later Wittgenstein calls language games. Suppose a FRST builder is passing out stores to a second builder, and there are two kinds of objects in the yard: rough-hewn wooden planks made of pine and large round polished pieces of granite. If the second builder shouts out, "timber," he is being completely clear. he does not want the other to give him one of the large round stones but one of the wooden planks. He says, stone, he wants a piece of the granite. Timber does not formulate or assert a proposition or have a truth value. It is not even a full sentence with subject-predicate form. However, it is clear enough, and as precise and unambiguous as needed. To say that this speech event TS clear means that both of the builders can use it effectively to help them to do what they need to do. The set of possible human uses, needs, and actions is completely open-ended. There are virtually no determinaire limits to it, and thus there are no given determinate limits to what is, or could be, clear. That timber is clear is the case because of the language game they are playing. If they had short wooden planks for window frames, and long wooden planks, fair floors, in their store, and if each of these was used for a different relevant purpose, so that the second builder might reasonably want one rather than the other, then timber would no longer be clear and specific. Does B want short planks or long planks? Language is essentially action, an activity of speaking and part of the way people get things done. From the face chat saying, timber, ig not asserting a proposition thar has truth value, IRDs not follow, that it cannot be evaluated in various ways. Featuring can, for example, be said to be unwise. To mark this boundary the builder needs large stones rather than wooden planks because planks would soon rot in the rain and snow, or immoral, this storehouse actually belongs to someone else, and they are clearing it are legally, or even just mistaken. He meaner to say, stone, but misspoke himself. In making all these judgments I am, of course, adopting a position outside thar of the language game they are playing, but, if Wittgenstein is correct, inside one or another other, more extensive language game. There can be games that consist in evaluating other games, too. Football teams compete, perhaps initially without any umpires, but, in the more usual case there are umpires and overarching sporting organizations that comment on the play between the two teams and evaluate it. In certain cases they may even legislate for it and regulate it. Whether one cooms these governing bodies as part of the original garne, as if the umpires were themselves participants, or as members of a separate corporation playing a separare game, the game of regulating football, is a question that has no answer. Whether or not the MT interaction takes place correctly is a sociological fact, that is, it is something that in the first instance the participants in the action and then the wider community will determine according to whatever evaluative processes they decide to use. There is no way to specify either what the limits of that wider community are or what they all decide to allow or disallow. If Heyman Life Im Society TS, among other things, a matter of participating in various language games, and TF some of these games may have the observation and regulation of other games as their content and goal, the question immediately arises about the relations of the various language games in a society. Platonically inclined philosophers will look toward the possibility of organizing these in a hierarchy under a single super-language game, which may be, say, logic, or philosophy, for some older style theorists. Theology, this seems precisely what Wittgenstein wants to deny. He thinks this is impossible and in any case would be inadvisable because it would impose fixity where flexibly is a virtue. To some extent he seems to claim that all language games are embedded in something he calls our form of life, but he is completely unclear about what this is. It seems most likely that a form of a hay consists of a certain number of natural and social teachers that are the preconditions for language games. One is tempted to say, HFR, form of life is a precondition for language games, there must he lines to it, and therefore we must be able to study them and learn about the limits of possible language games, but there is no evidence that Wittgenstein would have accepted this form of light. Rue seems to be characterized by a highly fruitful indeterminacy. Who is the we presupposed in speaking of are? Which we under what circumstances? What does cold I am could recognize as a part of our form of ite mean? A form of life in any case is not itself a separate and distinct object of study, or if it is an indirect and highly empirical study, and it is certainly nor possible to deduce anything significant from purported knowledge of our form of life about how our language games must be constituted. And whatever a form of life turns out to be, the whole point of introducing it is to deny the existence of a language game. A form of light, whatever it is certainly not itself a language game. They change, and they can change without any difficulty and need no one's warrant to do so. The meaning changes. This does not mean that every change is completely irrational or unmotivated, the reasons may well be so social or psychological and not, as it were, strictly cognitive, and they are certainly not necessarily connected to some inherent meaning the word has by itself. Even when the reasons are in some sense cognitive, it does not seem that the inherent meaning of some word determines future usage. We have good reasons to deny that a whale is a fish. One might even say she's were good cognitive reasons in that they were connected with what our biology tells us is most important. The decision to call a whale a fish, or to deny that it is a fish, is not a merely semantic decision, not one mandated by the very meaning of the terms used. Would also be wrong to think this means that the meaning of all our words is now completely fixed and clear but could change. That meanings change is true, trivial. Of course we could begin to use the word rabbit to refer to a certain species of bird, but so what? The point seems rather to be this: if we did begin to use a certain word differently or in a differently constituted language game, this would retrospectively show that the meaning never was as clear as we thought it was. Timber, in its appropriate context, is clear enough, but even then, how do we know that it readers to the material, wood, rather than to the shape of a plank, rather than the round shape of the stone, or to rough-hewn thing, rather than polished thing? Suddenly we add to our stack of rough pine planks a quantity of well-planed oak planks. There is nothing in the antecedent usage which requires us to call the oak planks timber, because they are made of wood, rather than stone. Because they are polished, rather than rough-hewn. There is no fact of meaning apart from social usage, and even such usage is incapable of giving the distinctness, precision, and lack of ambiguity we all crave and which philosophers in the past purported to analyze. The implications of this, Wittgenstein realized, were tremendous. For one thing, if there is no final precision and clarity, there can be no final justification for actions or beliefs. If I don't know what a belief really means in the final analysis, any justification of it must be local, relative, and deeply praxis-dependent. Words don't have inherent sharp and clear definition, and if the appearance of sharpness is no more than an appearance, then to the extent to which clarity, precision, and determinateness exist, which is less than we assume, they are always artifacts brought into being by highly structured social institutions, dictionaries, law courts, school systems, and these institutions and practices which exert a palpable constrictive force on language users, and their actions are fragile and variable and could never in principle engender absolute precision. Such institutions in turn can exist only if there are lots of shared and tacitly accepted, although in principle variable, forms of unreflective human response. Whether or not, then, the world is composed of hard, sharply defined propositions, we couldn't ever formulate them in a way that was absolutely unambiguous because it will always depend on a relation of human reactions which may change in unpredictable ways, and we cannot theoretically factor these out because they, if we consider all of them at the same time, are necessarily beyond formulation. Not that any ove by itself could not be tied down, but they form an unservable and indefinitely extended mass that cannot be grasped at one go. Featuring is not insignificant that the Tractatus was a series of numbered and subnumbered propositions, according to a complicated system that purportedly indicated the relative, logical weight of each one. This external structuration modeled on that of a mathematics textbook seemed appropriate for the view of the world that was presented in the book, a unified world of facts expressed in a highly formalized language. There is to be a single system. Philosophical investigations, on the other hand, is closer in literary form to Montaigne or to Nietzsche in that it is composed of a series of texts of various kinds, inciting short essays that stand by themselves, short discussions that seem to represent a continuation of the discussions being conducted in the sections around them, small interludes of apparent monologue interior are quasi-dramatic encounters between imaginary interlocutors who raise objections, lists, aphorisms, discussions of diagrams or figures, and more. Most of the components of the philosophical investigations are, at under 2 pages each, generally significantly shorter than essays by Montaigne, although longer than the aphorism, which was an established literary genre in German in the 18th, 19th and early 20th century. Ries. Wittgenstein calls them remarks, Bemerkungen, and says they represent his characteristic way of thinking. We might wonder whether this structure, so different from the obsessively organized Tractatus, was intended to reflect the new flexibility and freedom of Wittgenstein's views about philosophy as analyzing the variety of human ways of sense-making and understanding meaning. Just as there can be an open and changing set of different language games with no unresidently fixed limit, section 23, so the form which philosophic reflection takes can be more open and fluid and need not be some fixed propositional form. However, as Wittgenstein himself makes clear in the preface, this fluidity and fragmentariness turn are not to have been intentional and part of a conscious program. He states that he continued to want to produce a finished book as a unitary structure of the conventional sort. He thinks, that is, that his inability to transform his texts into a whole where one thought house from another, was a failure rather than a discovery of a different way of thinking about things and viewing the world, or success, in a different enterprise. He floats the idea that the disparate nature of the remarks that make up the book might be connected not just with what he was able to accomplish but with the nature of the project itself, dies hing mit der Natur der Untersuchung selbst zusammen, Vorwort, but rather than pursuing that thought in any way, he immediately lets it drop and falls back into what looks like the more conventional view. In the philosophical investigations, Wittgenstein presents at least 2 slightly different, although perhaps not incompatible conceptions of the task of philosophy. The first is that philosophy is a voyage through a conceptual domain, a domain of thoughts, Denkensgebiet, during which the philosopher makes a number of different sketches of the landscape, which he then modifies, revises, cuts back, and puts together to form an image, picture, build, of this landscape. This makes it seem as if Wittgenstein thought that the landscape was already out there, just waiting to be crisscrossed by an explorer eager to map it out. Presumably, though, he does not mean thar all the various landscape sketches, the accounts of different language games which the book contains, or even could be seamlessly integrated into a single united picture, because he then writes that the book is really just an album. An album, however, is not in general something with unified representational content. tent but rather is more like a scrapbook held together by one or more external purposes. Might have put together an album v. of the year lived in Berlin, with photos, but also with maps, sketches, newspaper clippings, concert programs, even tickets, dollar bon timetables, old DDR transit visas, and, if had been that way in CL Med, pressed flowers, bits of the hair of favorite people, menus, the labels, Trom bottles of wine, fingerprints of colleagues who seemed suspicious, and specimens of their handwriting. Each of these things has a different function, and they are held together only by the complete contingency that they caught my attention and appealed to one of my predilections, or hatreds, at a certain time in a certain place. In this sense, the album may give a picture or image of life in West Berlin in 1982-1983, but it is not at all like the unitary picture of the world as a whole, or of some part of Thar world, which many philosophers tried to produce. A second conception of philosophy one finds in the philosophical investigations replaces the bearded cosmic mapmaker or pimply adolescent computer modeler with the idea of the philosopher as engaged in a skilled activity, in particular as therapist. Philosophica problems arise when language takes a DAV off to get drunk. When die Sprache fired. In everyday life we distinguish solids, liquids, and gases, and despite some marginal phenomena, such as marmalade, we don't usually have mock difficulty making this distinction. If L can pick it up with my fingers, it is a solid. If I need a glass or cup, it is a liquids. If I smell it, it is a gas. If someone were to ask whether an electron is a solid, a liquid, or a gas, this would be a typical philosophical question, that is, one in which I am using language, iquid, etc., in a context which is very different from that of the language game in which it naturally functions. Thinking too long or too hard about this question might give me a mental cramp. The philosophical therapist can perhaps treat that cramp by explaining that I have abstracted a certain form of words, solid, liquid, gas, from the location in which it makes good sense, the study of things I can touch, scoop up, sniff out. I'll make a mistake by trying to impose the use of that same form of words in a completely different context, say, of a laboratory with Bunsen burners, trical coils, measuring devices of various kinds, mechanical hands to reach into chambers where the temperature is tar below zero, and with theorists standing at blackboards covered with equations. It is the shift from one language game to another that makes the case on about how to classify an electron unanswerable, and generates the mental cramp. Once you understand where the terms used to formulate the question really belong, you see they have no application in the purported philosophical examples, and the case or problem disappears. The philosopher as therapist causes these problems to dissolve by pointing out their origin in a misapplication of terms in a context that is inappropriate for them. He or she does this on a case-by-case basis. There would be no other way, given the nature of the difficulties he or she is trying to treat. Each case may be slightly different. The album, which Wittgenstein presents, may be a kind of dossier of previous cures. Perhaps one can learn from studying it, but that learning does not consist in general icing because each case in the album is different. So on this second view about philosophy, the goal is not to get an image build of the landscape but to learn to get around in a variety of landscapes. The model of a solution is SQ 153 cent F pound. Jetzt weeps ich weiter. Now I know how to go on, which, despite the use of the apparently cognitivist term, no, actually means not that have a theory but merely that L can confidently and successfully go on. I know how to do it. To do this might require any number of things, some of them being connected with having the right kind of theory but others being of a different status altogether, such as learning to attend to certain features of the world. Being musical does not mean knowing which keys have 3 flats, but is chiefly a question of being able to hear when the singer is flat, the rhythm is off, and the players are not quite together, and perhaps being able to sing on key and in time oneself, and that is a question of complicated forms of attention, discrimination, and cultivated talent, not of conceptual mastery of a theory. This does raise the question whether it is really correct that all philosophical questions are questions about the misuse of language. In 2 of his more memorable phrases, Wittgenstein writes, Die Phi. Lo Sophie ist ein Kampf gegen die Verhexung unseres Verstandes durch die Mittel der Sprache verhext. Philosophy is a struggle against the bewitchment of our understanding by the instruments of language. $109, and was ist dein Ziel in der Philosophie? Der Flies den Ausweg aus dem Fliegenglas zeigen. What is your goal in Philos? A fee? To show the fly the way out of the fly bottle. 309. Does this attribute to language an independence or autonomy from society that Wittgenstein himself in other places is at pains to deny? To be sure, perhaps we are bewitched by language, but language is not necessarily a locus of some independent contusion. Will all, really, all, be well if we get our language correctly policed? Will even all that philosophers can treat be well? Is Lukács wrong to think there could be some problems that were better understood not as linguistic misapprehensions but as structural difficulties or contradictions in our social practices, including our language games themselves? If there were such, would one be able to get out of the bewitchment by means of linguistic therapy alone? Wittgenstein's later way of trying to write philosophy attaches it to and focuses it on a kind of dismal everydayness. Contrary to Plato, everyday light is cognitively contousing, a dark cave from which we try to escape to attain the light, but that we can rise through thought or theoretical activity to a better, superhuman state. Featuring is also not the case, say, that rural simplicity was healthy and regenerative. The small Austrian village where Wittgenstein worked as a teacher was a breeding ground of exquisite sadism, as he soon realized and admitted. Nor did nature provide access to an organic order which was destroyed by abstraction and would re-emerge if those abstractions were undone. Everyday speech and life were not particularly wholesome. There is nothing redemptive or even salubrious about being in the builder's yard shouting for timber. Trying to escape from it, though, through traditional philosophical activity, will only add to our own confusion. Earlier mentioned the strange phenomenon that Wittgenstein seems to think there is a conceptual territory that is simply given and can be criss-crossed and explored without considering the possibility that it could be changed, internally restructured, expanded, or constricted. At one point Wittgenstein makes the remark about his friend and colleague Frank Ramsey that Ramsey is a bourgeois thinker. This chink means that Ramsey thought all conceptual space was like that. But in saying this, Wittgenstein is clearly intending to distinguish his own attitude from that of Ramsey. Wittgenstein was not a bourgeois but a religious thinker, or rather one kind of religious thinker. There was only the order there was. To that extent the bourgeois thinkers were right, and philosophy left everything as it is. But there was another side to reality, which was mysterious, transcendental, beyond our world. This other side was not part of the order, but still it was there. God was not part of the world but was universally present, alchou in no way visible. The question, then, is whether bourgeois and religious are the only possibilities. Is it really out of the question to think that a philosopher might be an inventor or a constructor of something new, perhaps a conceptual inventor like Hobbes, the state, or the inventor of a new language, as Heidegger sometimes aspired to be. The dichotomy bourgeois, religious would also exclude thinking of the philosopher as revolutionary, Lukács, or as a utopian speculator, Plato. To return to the issue with which this chapter began, it is strict. Img that the basic change in philosophical orientation between the Tractatus and the philosophical investigations was not accompanied by any other important change in Wittgenstein's form of life. He was a highly sensitive and aesthetically gifted man with wide cultural interests, but the complete and radical transformation of his philosophical position did not cause him to change his mind about music, architecture, ethics, literature, politics, or, for that matter, anything else. He also had continuing religious and spiritual interests, although not of a denominational kind, but his attitude toward his own life, or his own spiritual concerns, does not seem in any way to have changed. Partly this is as the detachment which is a result of construing philosophy as a relatively self-contained technical subject. In Wittgenstein's own terms, in his early Tractatus, ethics and aesthetics are transcendent. 6.421, there is nothing you can say about them. The later view in the Philosophy Cal Investigations maintains that philosophy leaves everything as it is. $124. This may be one of the reasons it was relatively easy for Wittgenstein to change his mind and admit that he had been wrong. Being wrong in matters of philosophy doesn't really change anything in ethics, politics, or matters of the spirit. If Augustine was wrong, he would, after death, end himself down in hell with the Donatists. Being on the wrong side for Lukács wouldn't just mean ending up in the gulag but would entail losing his connection, via the party, to any form of meaning at all. Could Nietzsche have lived his life as a sadist, it not exactly happy, rentier if he had believed he had a duty to obey the commands of his creator, as expressed in scripture? In contrast, for Wittgenstein philosophy has become an entirely academic affair, or, in fact, even less than that, if Max Weber is right. And the proper academic is someone who thinks the salvation of his soul depends on making this conjecture in this place of a corrupt manuscript, or on the correctness of Fhis equation as a solution to this problem. Degree Wittgenstein was concerned with the salvation of his soul. He had a deep cultural commitment to the continuance of the 18th and 19th century Viennese musical tradition, and he had lots of interesting things to say about these topics, but, as far as one can tell, he did not think they had anything to do with his philosophical work. Even in the preface to the Tractatus he writes, "We see that the problems of philosophy are solved in this work, but that just shows how little the solution of those problems signifies." Vorwort. Perhaps this is a sign that he has taken the notion of a philosophical problem too narrowly, as he certainly has in the early work, but even later he never seems to give up this view. One can, of course, turn this around and wonder whether the thick patina of depression that hangs over Wittgenstein's work is not itself partly an expression of the loss he suffered when he came to the opinion that philosophy has no alternative but to become just an academic subject, and one of even less significance than physics or philology. This perhaps underestimates a certain existentialist strand that can also be found in Wittgenstein's work. Philosophy can become a kind of life obsession, and then one can make the salvation of one's soul depend on getting the philosophically correct answer, or at least avoiding clear philosophical error. For certain people, having this obsession may not even be a choice in any interesting sense, but a fate. Philosophy, in this sense, would seem to lose its claim to universal human relevance. Chapter 12. Adorng. The world inhabited by post-Hegelian philosophers is full of reversals, inversions, and metatheses of various kinds. Hegel says of philosophy itself that it is common sense turned upside down, and that the French Revolution exhibited the spectacle of a world trying to walk on its own head, triumphage to organize politics and society ac. According to reason, not the conjunction of mere accident and might. Marx, in turn, says of Hegel's dialectic that it is deluminating, but it is standing on its head and needs to be put back on its feet right side up. One of the weirder chapters of the Phenomenology concerns a world view in which people are unclear as to what is positive and what is negative, what is a force and what is the thing propelled along by that force. Loss of control can lead to vertigo and madness. We first encounter Bickner's deranged poet Lenz walking through the mountains in the rain and mist. He had not a care in the world. He was just sorry he could not walk on his head. However, for those on earth who try to walk on their heads, the heavens are an abyss under their feet. Whichever way was right side up. By the 1940s, there was a politically established social formation that presented itself, correctly or not, as the polar opposite of Hegel's bourgeois state, the Soviet Union. Heidegger wrote, with what Adorno would have taken to be characteristic peasant crudeness, that, metaphysically speaking, the United States and the Soviet Union were the same thing. Point 6. And although Adorno detested Heidegger and everything he stood for politically, socially, and philosophically, he did not, finally, completely disagree with Bum about this, although, of course, his self-respect required him to phrase his views in a more subtle and sophisticated way. Adorno could even appeal to an established Hegelian figure. The simple reversal of one structure into its mirror image was thought a model of advanced human progress. Putting the Bolsheviks into the Winter Palace and the Manovs against the wall was not necessarily much better than the reverse. Adorno was never at all attracted by Soviet-style socialism, and does not ever seem to have felt the need to demonstrate this publicly in any very detailed way. Heidegger, of course, had no direct experience of life either in the United States or in the Soviet Union, so his views are to that extent based on second-hand reports and his own theoretical constructions. With Adorno the situation was different. In Germany he had been classified, according to the Nuremberg racial laws, as a halt Jew, because his father came from a family that had in the 19th century been Jewish, but his mother was a Catholic from a Corsican emigrant family in Frankfurt, and Adorno himself had been baptized, brought up, and even confirmed as a Roman Catholic. However, his marriage to a full Jew automatically caused him to be himself reclassified as a full Jew, which made it impossible for him even to consider staying in Germany. In the late 1930s he and his wife emigrated to the United States. Meninia Moralia is the response to the fundamental shock that Adorno received, the trauma from which he never really recovered, the direct encounter with the American way of life. It became increasingly clear that his emigration had saved him from certain death, that it had landed him in an infernal region of a different kind which he would not have been able to imagine had he not seen it for himself. War, massacre, political and economic collapse, even genocide was, after all, stuff of history. Adorno knew this, but the outre spiritlessness of life in the New World and the Kampler absence there of anything he could recognize as culturale was something else, and he became keen not to lure his great and justifiable relief about his escape from Hitler dull his aesthetic, moral, and intellectual sensibilities or blind him to the horrors of life in Southern California. Heidegger and Adorno were not the only two strange bedfellows when it came to their judgments about the United States. Bertolt Brecht, also on the run from the Nazis, held Adorno personally, intellectually, and politically in a kind of amused contempt. but when he, too, found himself washed up on the shores of the Pacific, the one thing on which they did agree was their opinion of their place of exile. Nachting kend, wie ich bor, Tiber die Hdeel, fand mein Bruder Shelley, sei set Ort, gleichend ungefähr der Stadt London, der ich nicht in London lebe, sondern in Los Angeles. Find, nachdenken über die H6 Lee, sei Muffs. Nach Meber Los Angeles gleichen. Thinking about hell, PM told my brother Shelley, decided that it was a place rather like the city of London. Opening square bracket comma. We don't live in London but in Los Angeles, have decided. When think about hell, thar it has a greater resemblance to Los Angeles. Brecht had been to some extent imaginatively prepared for what he encountered, in that America had played some role in his imaginative life before his arrival there, registered, but that was not true of Adorno. Minima Moralia is a kind of prose version of Brecht's poem, motivated by initial disbelief, then by the same shock and horror. How could a boom in population have turned what might have been a moderately attractive natural environment into such an abomination and build a society so wholly devoted to deceit, corruption, and human self-degradation, a huge mortuary of human spirit? Minima Moralia is the beginning of Adorno's attempt to keep equidistant from both behemoths, Hollywood and Magnitogorsk, and to try to resist their respective subtle or clumsy embraces in the only way he felt he could, by engaging in social criticism. Simsehi was not living in Magnitogorsk and had never even visited the Soviet Union. Direct critical analysis of Soviet society of the kind he could give of American society, based on IMU-mediate experience, was not possible. The appeal to unmediate, individual, subjective experience might seem slightly unusual in a philosopher who, like Hegel and Marx, puts so much emphasis on stations, large-scale structures, and historical developments. The reason is, partly, I think, that Adorno sees that simply reversing Hegel seems to have done little good in the medium term. Whatever increases in freedom and release of cultural energies there might have been in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, and Adorno was in fact never at all impressed by these, they certainly disappeared by the later 1930s. So perhaps the answer was not standing Hegel upside down but turning him inside on. Hegel's Phänomenologie is a kind of Bildungsweg, describing a path by which an individual can, as it were, move forward by looking back, by understanding and that means also, our past, and CNTFT, fully and consciously assimilating it, move ever closer to being able to embrace it, and our present, warmly, be reconciled to it. Becoming more me means being reconciled increasingly to us and affirming the rationality of our institutional life. To be sure, from another point of view the Bildungsweg is a perpetual Leidensweg, a way of the cross, each stage of which is a process of bitter disappointment. Stoicism doesn't work. Skepticism doesn't work. The Enlightenment doesn't work. The French Revolution ends in the terror. Anyone who reads Hegel's Rechtsphilosophie learns that the generation of a dishonored, impoverished class, what Marx will call the proletariat, is a great unsolved problem of modern times. One can think of Adorno as objecting that he has followed the whole of Hegel's argument but missed the last step, that raw tonal comprehension of universal disappointment implies warm affirmation of everything, or perhaps of everything as depicted in Hegel's system. Hegel is clear about this. He claims his system has exhaustively developed and developed all forms of rationality and meaningfulness. What is more, he has shown that each one of us, Adorno, Carnap, Heidegger, Trotsky, Peyton, and Yuan, has been made possible as the rational individual we each, more or less, are through the process he sketches in Phenomenology, and that ulation about some other possible paths through history are just so much codswallop, infantile projections of one sort or another with no cognitive standing. If that is the case, Hegel claims, and you run through the path to absolute knowledge correctly, you will see that you can have no rational grounds for rejecting the whole process. The only alternative to embracing and affirming the whole thing, including oneself as one of the results of the process, is radical septa. CISM. Of course, he admits, you can step out of the realm of rationality altogether, sit down by yourself in skeptical silence, and not say anything, and in that case you become an irrelevancy. But not saying anything was never an option for the voluble Adorno. If systematic rationality means affirming Treblinka, the Gulag, or Beverly Hills, then so much the worse for systematic rationality. The ideal Hegelian individuals at the end of their Bildungsprozess find all contradictions resolved in affirming themselves, their our history and our present. But what if there is a contradiction, which the system itself cannot resolve? Or if, having the past have, I find it cannot make the required step to affirmation? Hegel would have had claim that this was a sign that one had not understood the system. But suppose one gives every indication of having understood, and furthermore never stops talking in a way that clearly instantiates the kind of rationality a Hegelian would have to recognize, and yet does this in such a way as systematically to read what Hegel sees as an elevation of the individual to universality as oppression of the individual by the universal? Humans can bite the hand that feeds them. There is nothing irrational about that, though it may be unattractive. T can acknowledge that what, in one way, was a great benefit or cultural achievement was, at the same time, based on the unbridled oppression of others, and also required of all of us significant amounts of self-oppression. All who now live in Britain, not to mention the United States, are still benefiting from the horrors of the Atlantic slave trade. It produced profits that helped build the cities, hospitals, concert halls, libraries which we all enjoy, and thus it is part of what made us who we are. Understanding that in no way disbars me from rejecting the slave trade. Furthermore, to live effectively in a society that profited from the slave trade also required increased forms of self-oppression even from the white, free population, who would be subject to various restrictions on their ability to act spontaneously. This oppression was nothing compared with what was inflicted on the slaves, but it was not non-existent. In fairness, Hegel himself did not think the fact that we are who we are because of past slavery in any way chided us from rejecting the slave trade absolutely and practically combating it in the present. Could reject it effectively in the present because it belonged to a past which we had historically overcome in the process of becoming who we now are. But what if we think we were mistaken to think that we had fully overcome this past, or if it arises again to haunt us? War Adorno does is, roughly, to construe himself as the culmination of the Bildungsweg of Western culture, rather than allowing himself to be talked out of his reactions, perceptions, and subjective experiences by the Hegelian who tries to denigrate and relativize them by putting them in the context of the big picture of systematic rationality. Adorno stands by them and develops them rationally, thereby, he hopes, throwing doubt on the universality of Hegel's final affirmative stance toward the world. This turned Hegel inside out because it accepted that his holistic analysis of the larger facts, our world, the social institutions, legal systems, economic order, regis formations, IWAS appropriate for understanding them. However, rather than affirming that individual reactions, desires, and perceptions were to be subsumed under or sublated in a dialectical understanding of these larger structures, it was dented that this larger understanding in any way caused me to revise or relativize my tive reactions to oppressive institutions or to make my peace with these institutions. Minima moralia illustrates the way in which the reactions of highly educated individuals do not conform, as Hegel would have to argue they would, to the structural demands made by present social institutions and do not incline them to embrace these institutions. In his later work Negative Dialectic, Adorno goes further and writes a whole treatise on the nomadentity of particular and concept, to show that my immediate experience gives the lie to the claim that I should be reconciled with my social world, as Vaught to claim that my immediate perceptions and reactions, or indeed any individual's, are pure, absolute, or in any sense stand independently of the social context in which they are generated. Of course, if you wish to grasp life in its immediacy, you need to look at the experience of the individual in the context of the external powers that influence and structure it. Society and history constitute, if one wishes to speak in that way, the conditions of possibility of the experience which any individual has. Seeing the conditions that are necessary for my reactions, however, does not invalidate them but is the only thing that will really permit me to understand them and to cultivate and deploy them correctly. There does at first glance seem to be something slightly repellent about Adorno's stance, as the representative of the highest aspira tions and vocation of spirit in partibus infidelium. Both Brecht and Lukács, for their own differing reasons, thought that Adorno was a deeply unserious character and philosopher. Lukács, whose father was a very wealthy Budapest banker and who therefore came from a background as privileged as Adorno's own, spent the war in extreme poverty and great political danger, as a foreign communist, in Moscow. He once described Adorno as residing in the five-star Grand Hotel Abyss, enjoying the factory of a comfortable seat on the balcony, where the view of the poor starving outside was just one more aesthetic spectacle that added an extra frisson to the experience. Minima Moralia would be the book in which Adorno complained about the poor service in this hotel. Brecht wanted to write a satirical novel about a group of people he called the tie intellectuals who got everything backward. Chief among these were the members of the so-called Frankfurt school to which Adorno himself belonged. The facts, Brecht thought, were simple. Hitler and his associates were Chicago-style gangsters, and the capitalist form of economic organization was basically large-scale larceny. Rather than recognize this, the TUI intellectuals discussed Goethe, atonal music, and Voss' translation of Homer and reflected on why there were no proper door handles in the United States, whether you could tell how beautiful a woman was by listening to her voice on the telephone, whether a garden should or should not have a wall around TT, and what it meant to have house guests. The Frankfurt School was funded by a wealthy German speculator who imported grain from Argentina to Europe. A man with what was called at the time a social conscience, he wanted someone to study the causes of the economic crisis in Europe. As Brecht pithily put it, he could have saved his money because the answer is simple. He, and those like him, was the cause. It is true that Adorno was never at a loss for a plausible, or at any rate highly articulated reason for doing and thinking what he actually did and thought. The general thesis of Minima Moralia is that society is, as Hegel and Lukács say, a torelliary, but that it is a false torellatry, not one in which everything fits together so as to be for the best. It is so powerful and so insidious that its falsity infects everything, every person, every desire, every gesture. Nothing is harmless anymore. Section 5. This unrelentingly negative global view is associated with what seem to be repeated bouts of special pleading in favor of whatever position Adorno himself happens to occupy. However, the conjunction nothing is innocent with repeated references to the advantages of being exactly like Teddy Wiesengrund, Adorno's original name, does strike a false note, as do the discussions of the uniquely intolerable, actually rather insignificant, indignities to which Teddy Wiesengrund has been subjected. Adorno's response to this in Minima Moralia, for, of course, he bad a response, was an aphorism. The splinter in your eye is the best magnifying glass, section 29. He makes no attempt to deny that he is both an excellently placed observer and damaged goods, and that these two traits are connected. This comes not long after a section, in fact the very first section of the main text of Minima Moralia, which gives a defense of the cognitive advantages OT having a conventionally privileged position of wealth, standing, and influence in society, like that which Proust had and that which Adorno knew he had enjoyed before his emigration. Privilege brings no moral superiority, it also need not be associated with any special moral dissoluteness or cognitive weakness, and it might well allow one to see certain things more clearly than others did. On the other hand, the émigré, as Adorno tells us in the preface, is always damaged in one way or another. But even such damage can be turned to cognitive advantage. It was not merely a rationalization for Bum to hold as he did that refugees who checked their critical faculties at their port of entry deserved his contempt, or at best his grudging sympathy. They were suffering from something like a form of Stockholm syndrome. Just as the capos in concentration camps mimicked, as best they could, the uniforms of the SS guards, so emigrants who assimilated to the American cults of boosterism, positive thinking, and success, and tried to adapt to the prevailing iron in curiosity about anything outside the narrow American form of life, were giving up a part of themselves that might well be valuable, blinding themselves deliberately, and proleptically overidentitying with potential aggressors in order to forestall actual aggression. Like Augustine, who believed that human salvation made its appearance in the world at a certain historical tomb and that every thing was different thereafter, Adorno thinks that truth itself has a temporal index, or a temporal kernel. One wants truth to have any serious relation to ethics, political philosophy, or human action. One needs to accept this. Positivist conceptions of truth, as Adorno called them, construe truth as finally a matter of observable tact. And they depend on the idea that the methods employed by the natural sciences have some kind of distinct priority in determining what truth is, although various positivists disagreed radically on what exactly these methods were and how exactly the application of them was connected with the pursuit of truth. Adorno thinks that if one takes this tack, and makes the employment of the methods of the natural science the only canon of truth, one must abandon ethics, politics, history, society, religion, the human soul, and art too. The outer darkness of irrationality, and thus open the doors to superstitions like astrology and forms of the occult, section 151, and even to the mass disreputable politics, because then no political position is alethetically worse than any other. They are all equally outside the domain in which true positions can be distinguished from false ones. What one needs is a more encompassing notion of truth, like Hegel's Trath, Tor Hegel, is in the first instance a structural property, although the harmony was sometimes of an exceptionally astrm gent kind, and then, derivatively, a property of corresponding human attitudes toward such a world which properly engage with it and satisfy the fullest possible criteria of internal rationality. Truth is a matter of degree, not a categorical property, because things can featuring together more or less rationally and harmoniously. Another way to put the same thing is that something can be said to be tre to the extent to which it cannot be rationally criticized. This doesn't mean the mere correctness of individual empirical propositions can be ignored as irrelevant. Quite the reverse, because if they are not correct, they clearly do not satisfy rational standards and can be criticized. But it does mean that being compatible with the existing facts is not a sufficient requirement for truth. One must always ask oneself whether what one has to deal with in a given situation is really a matter that can at all be properly formatted as a question of tact at all. Many things that look like matters of simple fact are really much more complex. In addition, many things which can be rationally discussed and about which it makes good sense to try to be discriminating cannot be reduced to questions of empirical correctness. Truth has a temporal index, then it might well be that there was a time when it was appropriate for philosophers to make positive constructive suggestions for social change, that is, when certain progressive theories were true, but that time is past. In the late 18th century, the philosophers of the emerging bourgeoisie had an actual historical chance to realize some of their projects. It made sense for them to make positive proposals. Now, however, that is, in the period after World War I, society is so corrupt and has developed such a capacity, an almost infinite capacity, toward turning what are intended as positive and constructive suggestions to its own benefit, and the possibilities of successful constructive engagement are so limited that relentless negativism is the only reasonable attitude for a person of sense and discernment. This does not so much mean negative action, throwing bombs, as detaching oneself as completely as possible from the realm of direct action and analyzing the weaknesses current society reveals. In the contemporary period, philosophy can only be social criticism, and that criticism can only be negative, not constructive. It would be a major mistake to try to work out any positive suggestions for reform or to present any positive ideals. Adorno later connects this central claim with the old Hebraic prohibition of graven images. Just as the ancient children of Israel after their return from exile in Babylon were prohibited from sculpting an image of their God and had to learn to deal with a visual empty space, so we should avoid any positive specification of some good state to which we are enjoined to aspire. We should particularly avoid positive utopias. The reason for this is a danger which Adorno articulates and takes to be the main danger that confronts us at this moment, namely the totalitarian realists, of what are, in their origin, utopian projects. We live in a social system that is virtually all-encompassing, all-powerful, and also all-flexible. Such a social system can take over and adapt to its own purposes any positive proposal that one might make. We have special experience of the way such systems can turn even highly critical proposals for reform, to the extent to which they have even minimal positive content, into ways of strengthening its hold on populations. Utopian projects in fact end up making the society more closed and oppressive. Philosophy then must be relentlessly negative, formulate no positive ideals, and avoid making proposals for active social transformation. Adorno announces the subject of minima moralia as the attempt to reconnect philosophy with what used to be its central and most important topic: what is the right life for a human being to live? Zuanunij, dedication. This topic, he says, has corn to be neglected or ignored, or is radically privatized and construed as a matter merely of individual lifestyle, private passion, or mere consumer choice. In contrast to the complex dialectical fireworks that accompany or even constitute the essential part of many of Bis discussions, Adorno does give a clear, if to many disappointing answer. To this question, there is no right life that can be led at the moment, because society is false, and so organized as to make leading such a life impossible. 918. Minima moralia tries to show that our world is a constant cause Trophy, section 65, and that the basic reason for this is the discrepancy between what is and what could be. For in the past, humans had limited resources and powers, so suffering was simply an expected part of human life, perhaps to be railed or struggled against, perhaps to be accepted. This might be sad, but there was nothing toxic about this situation. The old philosophical story about desire and the satisfaction of desire, fulfillment, arose in such a world of necessary suffering. Would like to live on indefinitely, but cannot satisfy this desire because T shall die one day soon. Fam hungry and desire to eat, cannot fulfill this desire because the harvest was poor. Our rudimentary transport system has broken down, or the masters are consuming all the grain. I may grow angry and band together with my fellows to burn down the master's house, but a jacquerie is not necessarily a general solution to the problem of poverty. Now, Adorno claims, this old story should receive a new twist. Or rather two new twists. First, to the abstract discussion of desire and fulfillment, we must add a discussion of real collective human powers and their relation to the use which is actually being made of those powers. Collectively we now accrually have the power to turn the world into paradise, and yet what we have produced is what Adorno saw through the window of a car traveling through the American landscape. Section 28. We could, in principle, end human want and poverty, but we choose not to. Think of Lucretius' way of asking his basic question. Life could in principle be worthy of the gods. Dis dignum vitart degere nil impedit. Th.3221, vet foolish. People turn it into hell on earth by worrying about light after death and practicing despicable rites of propitiation for gods who do not care at all. He.1023. I see is the discrepancy between the two that is the problem, and the opportunity, for philosophy. Minima Moralia documents the split between powers and their realization through analysis of a plethora of individual examples, showing how even in not the apparently most trivial phenomena one finds traces of the catastrophe which is modern life and of the way in which every attempt to extract oneself from it has only made things worse. The second twist is that in the old story there was not much disagreement about desires. Of course, in most societies we know of, there was some elementary awareness of the face that some desires were perverted, excessive, unhealthy, or what have you. Even Plato, in the Republic, talks about a city of pigs. However, this was, in the past, a relatively limited and easily surveyable set of phenomena, and no one thought that starving agricultural workers were not perfectly right to desire what they desired. The situation in the modern world is different in that we generate artificial, excessive, and false desires and needs on an industrial scale, so much indeed that it really is sometimes not antecedently clear what is a real desire and what is not. To move outside the realm of what Adorno himself directly experienced, we can understand a desire for a typewriter. One has to produce long texts that must be easily readable, and one can endorse it as sensible and real, but what about the desire for the latest electronic gadget? What is more, one can even argue that our economy is based on the continued production of false desires and would collapse without it. Adorno believes we cannot remedy this situation merely by thinking. We might, then, immediately conclude thought is futile, and in a sense that is right. However, we can trace the causes of this cataclysm and its edicts, and perhaps there is a kind of limited and bitter, even perverse but nonetheless real, individual happiness to be derived from the success of the project of understanding them intact. Perhaps one of the few pleasures left is to understand our own unhappiness. So the only sensible course for us is to try to continue to live to the extent to which we can manage it, as subjects, as active centers of feeling, thought, and action. rather than merely as cogs turned by other cogs in the social mechanism. Society works to suppress as much as possible exactly such activity. The social system requires us to be unaware of our true individual and collective powers and to be deceived about our real desires. Featuring is just barely possible that some accident of history has permitted some of us to acquire and retain the capacity for thinking and reacting to the world, and, if so, we must continue to indulge in it as much and as long as we can. Even if the intellectual activity open to us is restricted to the observation of the way in which the Hegelian dialectic realizes itself in everyday life, we must pursue this chance. It is in fact even a mimmer act of resistance. One should, on the other hand, also be under no illusions either about the final significance or success of such resistance, about the price which individuals must pay for cultivating it, or, for that matter, about its own purity and innocence. This is minimal, if not nil. There are a number of objections that immediately come to mind here. The first is perhaps about the very idea of thoroughgoing universal negativism. It is tempting to think chat negative criticism is somehow parasitic on same positive conception of how things could be for the better. This can seem plausible if one focuses on antly highly structured decision situations in which failure to act in a particular way is tantamount to acting positively in some determinate other way. If someone explains to me that they have planted a bomb on a certain airplane which will explode unless T perform some action, such as flipping a switch, then it makes some sense to say that my failing to flip that switch has killed the people who die when the airplane crashes. Of course, need to know the connection between the switch and the bomb for this to be the case. But in the example, aren't assumed to know reliably about this connection. We will be perhaps especially tempted to say T have done something positive here if the action I must perform to prevent catastrophe is itself trivial, easy to do, and without serious cost to me. However, this argument from negative failure to act, to post-tive mass murder, seems plausible, to the extent to which it does, only because of the highly determinate framework conditions that have been imposed on the example artificially. The bomber sets up the situation so that have morally no choice. Without that framework, or if am permitted to envisage another framework, having the power to inform the captain of the flight and tell him to neutralize the bomb, my failure to throw the switch TS not necessarily equivalent to the act of killing all the passengers. It is one of Adorno's contentions that Saussure always tries to make an indeterminate world determinate. That is part of what societies do, and it is not in itself a bad thing. However, our society is set up so as to reduce uncertainty and indeterminateness by ruthlessly suppressing alternatives, and that means even the human capacity to envisage alternatives. Another aspect of this is that our societies try to ensure that nothing new ever happens in them, that no novelty can emerge. The best way to do this turns out to be by constant generation of pseudo-novelty. There TS always a new film in the cinemas, but the plot, characters, and style always follow one of a small group of existing recognizable patterns. The future is supposed to be an infinite repetition of the present, just as the past cannot be construed as genuinely different but as a mere stage on the way to a present that is destined always to stay the same. 4150. The transformation of high industrial productivity and great intellectual effort into a massive attempt to allow nothing to change, except to let existing things get bigger, was the ultimate perversion of the human spirit. Intelligence disconnected from ethics. One might say, intelligence turned into an anti-ethics soul. The idea that this could be a potentially stable state is nothing more than a nightmare. our prospects would be an unlimited continuation of the present based on manic and rigid reproduction of pseudo-change. Fascism is the final mobilization of fear of indeterminacy. That is, why people who have an obsession with absolute clarity, mistrust ambiguity, insist on a clear separation between races, have no sense of humor, or dislike atonal music have what Adorno called an authoritarian personality, which predisposes them to support right-wing political movements, greater than. To engage in strictly negative criticism is to deny the present while also rejecting the temptation to appeal to one of the pregiven sets of pseudo-alternatives which the society permits. There is nothing inherently irrational about claiming to know that this is false or wrong. Without being able to say what would be right, we don't know what the possibilities are. Let us not be too quick to close anything off or to alight on some completely determinate course of action. Our power to do this is limited, for various reasons, including because the Soctete makes it difficult for us, but what else do we have? This brings us to the second objection. Can one really isolate oneself completely from the realm of action? And then, if this were to be possible, would it be a good idea? The answer to the first case is obviously no. Of course one cannot live a life of complete isolation. That is why Adorno says that nothing is harmless any more. Section 5. As far as the second question is concerned, Adorno maintains that we do not know a priori that action, any action, is always better than failure to act. Sometimes simply not doing anything is, by far, the best one can do. When Franz Kafka said, "Mexico is everywhere," this was not a remark expressing a Trump-like prejudice against a certain place in North America or its inhabitants. Mexico is being used here as a metonym for a place of random oppression and inconceivable and he meant that no place had a monopoly on perversion, oppression, and degeneracy. What particular place plays this symbolic role changes historically. Thus, in the Christian apocalypse, Babylon does not refer in the first instance to a city in Mesopotamia. And the whore of Babylon is not an frat sex worker, but is used to mean a place of maximal and infamous impiety and decadence. And when Protestants speak of Rome, they are not always strictly referring to the city on the Tiber. In the early modern period, Constantinople, i.e., Islam, sometimes played a similar role. Hobbes probably did not know much about it, but he thought he knew a priori that it must be the most despotic place he could think of. So, for Katka, who lived toward the last part of his life in one of the successor states to the Habsburg Empire, Mexico, land of the culturally inscrutable but bloodthirsty Aztecs, played the role of Babylon, Rome, or Constantinople. When he says, "everywhere it's Mexico," he certainly did not mean that human sacrifice by priests wielding obsidian knives, with subsequent cannibalism, was right in the suburbs of Prague in the early pair of the 20th century. Nor did he necessarily mean his fellow citizens were well on the path to dedicating their own version of the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan on the Heradiani. Rather it meant that we have little reason to congratulate ourselves on Mo being Babylon, Rome, or Constantinople. The Christians who railed against Babylon themselves constructed the Church of Rome, whose record of tender toleration of schismatics, doctrinal deviants, and unbelievers was nothing to be proud of. The men of the Reformation burned as many heretics as Catholics did and were deeply implicated in the construction of a disenchanted worldview which encouraged us to treat our environment simply as material to be exploited, one of the consequences of which is the ecological catastrophe we now face. Hobbes at least knew that the vaunted fibertas of the city of Lucca was no greater than what one could enjoy under the Great Turk, as Hobbes calls him. Look at Prague closely and, if you can, with the detached and unprejudiced eyes with which you look at Mexico, and you will see the horror beneath the veneer of familiarity. This might be thought to take us back close to our original case. Tion at the very beginning of the book, is it better to be satisfied in Santa Barbara, or Palos Verde, Malibu, San Francisco, or Orange County, or to be dissatisfied in Limoges, Colchester, Benevento, Svola, Zagreb, or Leipzig? It will come as no surprise to the reader that Adorno would reject this question as all-formed, not merely because it is Eurocentric, something Thar would not actually have been of concern to him but which might bother us, rather, because he would hold, adopting, mutatis mutandis, Kafka's remark to our own changed circumstances, that, in the modern world, although you may not realize it yet, there is no cure and no escape. Where is California? Conclusion. The End and the Future. In his lectures and the Philosophy of Fine Art, Hegel states that there was a period in human history before art. People certainly had predilections for certain rhythmic patterns, and there were perhaps even some primitive decorative practices, but they were not sufficiently developed, sufficiently important, or sufficiently connected with other forms of meaningful activity for us to call them art in the full and proper sense. Similarly, Hegel claims, we now, in the early 19th century, live in a period after art. This does not mean, he hastens to add, that art does not exist anymore. Past art is still admired and important, and contemporary art is soul-produced and appreciated. It may even develop further and become more perfect than the art of the past. I see may occupy a dignified niche in human society and human life. However, it has lost what once was its highest vocation. It is no longer the place where people find their highest needs satisfied and their highest interests articulated. We admire the archaic torso ot Apollo. We may even, with Rilke, think it enjoins us to change our lives, but we do not bend the knee. Setting aside Hegel's own views, we might ask whether the same kind of analysis does not apply to philosophy. There was a time, before, when there were various different human practices, giving advice, criticizing other people, investigating the environment, telling stories. Some people are better at one or another of these activities than others are, although people can disagree on who exactly is better than whom and why. Gradually, it may happen that people begin to get reflective and systematic and to cultivate assiduously one or another of these ways of acting, and eventually some of these activities may become entangled with others. We tell stories about the gods, and part of that is advice or even commands that we think they give to us. Philosophy designates a particular configuration, into which some of these practices entered and in which they remained for a rather long time. It did not exist forever but arose at a certain time, although, given the inherent looseness of human language, there can be reasoned disagreement about exactly when. That is, began this story with Socrates and his practice of using ratiocination, consisting of dialectical questioning and response, to seek self-knowledge and also a knowledge of what human life was best, and I focused on the moment when he had to defend this practice against claims that it was incompatible with traditional religion and led to the corruption of young citizens. The post-Socratic complex of logic, of a kind, the study of ratiocination, theology, ethics, and political philosophy came over the centuries to seem to have a natural unity, but it could, in principle, dissolve back into the successors of its original constituent elements, or even, if it remains more or less intact, it could, for one reason or another, stop being important and lose the centrality it once aspired to have and laid a claim to. We can certainly envisage such a possibility, and, arguably that is the situation in which we find ourselves now. Like studying Greek sculpture in late 19th century Paris, we may go through the motions of arguing for or against utilitarianism, examining the implications of a proposition in logic, analyzing ambiguities in the use of some concept, or renning for the 100th time through the fruits of God's existence, but the soul and spirit are not appropriately edified and elevated by this, and it's only so. CL function is pedagogical. This may, of course, be a good development, part of sobering up we needed. We might in retrospect also claim that philosophy never did articulate the deepest human interests. That was always a myth. Still, there has been enough overlap between the Phoenicians and continuity in the change of roles and concerns that one can pick out an identifiable configuration called philosophy that lasted from the Peloponnesian War to the failure of the movements for reform in the second halt of the 20th century, often called the 60s, or *19,687, or we can date it more precisely, from some time after 399 BCE, when Socrates was executed, to same time shortly before 1976, when Heidegger finally died, and the spurt of increase in economic productivity that was released by World War II finally came to an end. In a sense, Socrates was not a philosopher. At least it is not at all clear he would have called himself that, or that anyone during his lifetime would have referred to him in that way. The first occurrence of the terms philosophy and philosopher are in Plato, though there is a story that they were invented by the earlier thinker Pythagoras, who, however, has the disadvantage of probably not having existed. Even if Pythagoras did not exist, though, we know that a group of people called the Pythagoreans did, and so perhaps they did invent the word betor Plato. We don't know what the real Socrates, as opposed to the character in Pleros's dialogues, would have called himself, or indeed whether he would have called himself anything at all. Perhaps he called himself a sophist, as did Aristophanes, and also various other ancient writers who did not stand in the Platonic tradition. Once the word philosophy, isds, perhaps invented by Plato, its use can be extended backwards, especially if there is a strong retrospective reason to distinguish what Socrates was doing from what others like him did. Talking to Socrates was not doing philosophy, it was just talking to Socrates. Philosophy arises when people, after Socrates' death, try to reenact their memory of Bun, arguing as they think he would have, taking a keen interest in whether and in what ways the argument was like, and in what ways it was unlike what they can remember of him. The sublimated eroticism of this performance is part of its attraction. To say that Socrates was not himself a philosopher, though, should be no more paradoxical than saying that Lord Sandwich never ate a sandwich, because to eat a sandwich is not to have a piece of meat between two thin slices of bread, but to eat that thing which Lord Sandwich used always to have. Or to claim that Jesus was not a Christian, a self-evident truth. And if even part of being a pious Muslim means trying to imitate the exemplary light of the Prophet, then the Prophet himself was not a Muslim in that sense, because he was not imitating his own life but living it. The activity gets its identity, consistency, and substance only from its status as a repetition, variation of what it takes, correctly or not, to be its own past. If happy eras are blank pages in history, registered the connection of philosophy with periods of political and social distress, dislocation, civil conflict, and especially political or military failure also seems clear. Plato invents various fantasies about the young Socrates, but the first real glimpse we get of him is standing in the cold outside his tent during the Athenian military campaign in Thrace in the middle of a war that was going to end in the most complete of failures for Athens. Socrates had died during the retreats at Amphipolis, or Dolinum, or if Athens had won what we call the Peloponnesian War, there might well have been nothing like what we know as Philos. Speaking about a beginning of philosophy is, then, always somewhat arbitrary, and the same is true of its end or death. First, because nothing much seems to have happened since the 1970s, doesn't mean that the dying embers of the subject might not flare up into life again under the right circumstances. Some physicists, after all, claim that there has been no significant progress in physics since the 1970s, but it would be very rash to declare the further development of that subject definitively over. In fact, philosophers have proposed two different kinds of the auras about how, in what circumstances, and why philosophy arises. What motivates people to ask philosophical questions, and what kinds of answers do they look for? The first line of approach, initiated by Plato, registered TS that it is a positive theoretical response to amazement, surprise, admiration, or wonder at something that is seemingly incomprehensible or impressive. The second approach also has an origin in antiquity, but it is most closely associated with Hegel and various of his followers. This approach emphasizes that philosophy is a reaction to negative aspects of our general experience of the world, to apparently irreconcilable practical conflict, severe suffering, real loss, experienced deprivation or weakness. I don't start philosophizing when the cherry tree blossoms in May, but when the government demands that I do something I find deeply and unconscionably repugnant, when loved ones die in random violence, when I control the radical failure of my plans or my own death, or when my society as a whole seems bent on visibly self-destructive action. In a situation like this, either look for a reason to accept the failure and inadequacy as inevitable, and therefore something must simply learn to bear, or I try to understand why what seems to be an experience of pain, frustration, and failure is really not any such thing. Then there might be a kind of division of labor in which philosophy provides the reason for accepting failure, imitation, and deprivation, and religion, especially monotheistic religion, provides a compensatory and fantastic consolation. There is in principle a third approach, historically a minority view common only among some followers of Hegel, including Marx and Johann Dewey, which emphasizes not the unchanging nature of the universe and the world we live in, as an object of wonder or something we roust learn to tolerate, but as an inherently humanly malleable domain, and which construes philosophy as a way of seeking to change the world so as to make it more satisfactory. One implication of adopting the second or the third approach is that in a fully satisfactory society, one in which even my death has become not a complete and unmitigated trauma but, say, a positively integrated culmination of light, philosophy would be superfluous and would thus not exist. Or perhaps it might survive as a bit of historical folklore or theatrical spectacle, like the reenactments of battles from the English Civil Wars which certain small towns sponsor. This does not imply that in deeply unsatisfactory societies philosophy will inevitably arise or maintain itself. Its existence will also depend on any number of further factors. In particular, for philosophy to exist, deeply rooted dissatisfaction with the state of our world must be experienced by some people who are living a life in which their basic physical needs are satisfied, or capable of focusing developed intellectual and cognitive powers on their situation, and do not think the situation is so self-evidently hopeless that there is no point in thinking about it. So we cannot assume that as our world falls apart now in ecological catastrophe, there will necessarily be any renewal of philosophical activity. Philosophy presupposes a certain minimum of optimism. It is a comic, not a tragic genre of writing. Just as Western philosophy was coming to an end in 1960, the poet Paul Celan was awarded the Georg Büchner Prize of the city of Darmstadt. In accepting the prize, Celan gave a speech in which he described poetry as that form of speech which declared that mortality and futility were enough Nicht, dies Unendlichsprechung von lauter Sterblichkeit und sonst. In an earlier version of the same claim, be added that poetry remains mindful of its own finitude. The phrase Selin uses Unendlichsprechung, ba past theological and post-ecclesiological coloration. Heiligsprechung is the process in the Catholic Church through which a person is declared, after death, company have been holy, and thus officially promulgated as a recognized saint whose intercession may be invoked by the faithful. Poetry makes the official announcement that our world is one of death and futility and proclaims that there are no limits to the extent to which this is true. Poetry can, perhaps, tolerate this truth, but it might not be so clear that Philos, a fee, committed as it always has been to an almost dementedly sunny view of the world as a place where things in the final analysis make sense, can be equally tolerant and herself survive. Perhaps it is just an outdated romantic illusion to expect some kind of originality in philosophy, to expect that philosophers will be inventing new concepts, new ways of thinking and arguing. Something like philosophy can continue as an exercise I am running through traditional thoughts and forms of argument in pedagogical or propedeutic contexts. We don't expect originality in subjects like anatomy, apart perhaps from some originality in the mode of presentation. Nevertheless, we think it of great importance that potential health workers have a firm grounding in it. The schools of philosophers in Athens were not closed until the 6th century, although nothing we would recognize as original thought had taken place in them for several centuries. Such institutions, especially if they are surrounded by an aura of prestige, whether warranted or not, can maintain themselves by a kind of inertia for a surprisingly long time. This is the current state of philosophy in the universities. And, of course, there will be an informal place for thinking about the logical and linguistic puzzles that have come to obsess some. This is a harmless occupation, like Scrabble or solving crosswords, and there is no reason to think it will not continue, even if as a private pastime. One should not assume that philosophy, as we know it, is indispensable for human life, or even that it is necessary or advantageous toward high cultural achievement. France produced no philosophers of note to speak of in the 19th century, but is none the worse for that. I see had Flaubert, Mallarmé, Cézanne, Beer, Leos, Rimbaud, and dozens of other remarkable artists, scientists, and scholars. Philosophy may connect in various ways with deep-seated human needs, but it is a highly peculiar social and cultural configuration which requires a highly specific set of conditions to flourish. These conditions, whatever they are, do not seem to have existed during the past 40 years, just as there were precursors and outliers to philosophy, students, AF correct speech, observers of nature, experts in healthy living, and ethical authorities before the time of Socrates, and just as it is difficult to say exactly why some sage we lived before Socrates is not quite a philosopher, so there is no reason for there not to be successors who will share some of the traits of philosophy, provided the species survives. The highly bureaucratist society we live in now will continue to need, as long as the coming ecological catastrophe is not yet fully upon us, experts in rules and rule following, and there will be niches to be occupied in various technical and scientific subjects. Although it would be naive to give too much weight to the actual role of philosophic concerns in science because they turn out generally to be of significantly more importance to philosophers than to actual scientists. There will certainly still be people who try to tell others what they ought to do and cite reasons for this. Among the inhabitants of these niches, there may survive some successors of philosophy for a while. The 12 authors whose works are discussed here do not form a natural group or an invisible collegium or tribunal. They do not stand on the peaks of time and talk to each other, nor do they look down at us from some place beyond the heavens with eaves full of grim or benevolent satisfaction or of stern admonition. Their writings have been preserved to us by the merest of accidents, and it is the contingencies of history that have moved the tectonic plates of our world into position from which it is possible for us to read what they wrote and find some of it comprehensible, relevant, and enlightening. For people in the historical situation in which we find ourselves, however, these works do reward study. As this book has tried to show, the questions which humans ask change, depending on the historical and social circumstances. Which questions count as philosophical, rather than administrative, sct. Scientific, or religious, or simply uninteresting, pointless, obtuse, alsa. Changes. Most of the questions which philosophers asked in the past were never convincingly answered, although for one reason or another, usually as a result of unpredictable social change, some simply disappeared. 50. There is no reason to expect us to have any better fact with our questions than all previous generations had with theirs. There are, however, questions that do not go away, even if we know we cannot adequately answer them. Ils durant quils avivend aperçu gewil y avoit parmi nous des hommes blinds et gorges de toutes sortes de commodités, et que leurs moelles estoyant mendiants à leurs portes, des carnes de faim et de pauvreté, et trouvoyant estrange comme ces moites ici nécessiteuses, pouvoir s'offrir une telle injustice, qu'ils ne princent les autres à la gorge, ou miscent le feu à leurs maisons. They said that they had observed Arnongus people satiated and gorged on all kinds of commodities, and yet their fellows were beggars at their door, wasted away with water and poverty, and the v. found it odd that these impoverished fellows were able to tolerate such an injustice, and did not grab the others by the throat or set fire to their houses. A Montaigne, of cannibals, notes, Prétace, Paul Vane, Dans paternité je ne m'ennuierai pas, Albin Michel, 2014, pp. 654, Jean-Paul, F. Dean Gewimmel, edited by T. Wirtz and Kurt Walfel, Die. And Dear Bibliothek, 2013, page 26. Introduction. Haydn Symphony No. 45 in F-sharp minor, 1772. C. R. Dodds, The Greeks and the Irrational, University of California Press, 1951, M. Détienne, Les Matra de la Vérité dans la Grèce ar. Chaik, Maspero, 1967, Friedrich Nietzsche, Kritisch Studienaus. Gabe, edited by Mazzino Montanari and Giorgio Colli, Walter de Gruyter, 1967, Volume 7, pp. 460-498, 515-530, 538-359. Apart from anything else, rare are now technical reasons for being highly suspicious of the very idea of a closed system of knowledge in the way that was traditionally construed. See Ernest Nagel and James R. Newman, G.D. Dell's Proof, 1958, NYU Press, 2001. I.10. It. John Dewey, Reconstruction in Philosophy, Holt, 1920, and The Question for Certainty, Minton, Balch, 1929. Michel Foucault, La Fonction politique de l'intellectuel, in Dits et Écrits, Gallimard, 1994. Volume 3, pp. 109-114. 1. Socrates. A convenient bilingual text, Bruta animaliation ut, is available in Plutarch, Moralia, edited and translated by Wilhelm Helmbold, Loeb. Classical Library, £957, Volume AEE. The numbers here are so-called Stephanus numbers referring to the standard 16th-century edition of Plato by Henri Estienne, Stephanus. In Latin, they are usually reproduced in modern editions of Plato's work either in square brackets in the text or in the margins. Gilbert Ryle, The Concept of Mind, Routledge, 1949. See Plato's Meno and Theaetetus. Specifying exactly what Socrates claims not to know turns out to be more difficult than it looks, and one rather quickly runs into numerous paradoxes, but that Socrates in some sense is denying that he knows. Even most of what everyone knows seems clear. See also Michel Tournier, Vendredi, Gallimard, 1969, Chapter 2. Socrates, Apology, 29-30. Note that the choice of lives at the end of Republic, 617-621, is clearly of types of lives as totalities. Karl Marx, Capital, in Marx Engels' work, Dietz, 1968, Volume 23. pp. 192-200. Sxo escalé, the word from which our school eventually derives, originally meant leisure. See also Joseph Pieper, Move und Kult, Cache, 1948. Roman authors are keen to praise Verus of Otium. See, for instance, Cicero, De Officiis Buchhand de Re Publica, Book 1, Seneca, De Brevitate Vitae, XTV.1. See also Epistulae Moralis, 72.3, without use of the word ophiumm. Max Weber, Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft. Moore, 1972, pp. 11-14. Friedrich Nietzsche, Geschichtsendemerung, Das Problem des Sokrates. In Kritische Studienausgabe, edited by Mazzino Montanari and Giorgio. 12, 16. Colli, Walter de Gruyter, 1967, Volume 7, page 21. Verkehrte Welt, page 25. Quere Entwicklung, page 48. See Panatiker, in Les Caves du Vatican, Gallimard, 1914. André Gide tried to represent a fully gratuitous act. Whether the complexity of the novel is an indication of how rare such events are, or of how difficult it is for us to represent Thurn, or indeed whether this distinction itself is one that can be maintained in the final analyses, are all open questions. Plato, Eukbibro, 2-16. Eunides, Hippolytus. The Buddha, Lucretius, Passum, Vitae Infra, Friedrich Schlegel, Lou. Cindy, Idle Tiber den Mufsigang. Paul Laforgue, Le Droit à la Paresse. 1883. Edition Mill et un Nuits, 2000. The Buddha, Lucretius Passon, Vitae Infra, Fr. Schlegel Lucind, Dill. Iber den Me and Igong. Paul Laforgue Le Droit for la Paresse 11883, edi. Tion Mill et un Nuits, 20003, 17. Jakob Burckhardt, Griechische Kulturgeschichte, Spemen, 1900. H.S. 19. 20. Lewis Carroll, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Chapter 3. This is a shite exaggeration because Socrates, Plato in other places, countenances the possibility that may simply be preternaturally lucky, or may have divine aid, which explains my success. This is partly obscured in translations which render the Greek word vous as law, which is not incorrect. Burr fails to take account of the fact that the word originally meant something like usage or custom, and so it requires great delicacy to hazard a guess at what exactly tt means in each context. Think of law in these early Greek contexts as like the law of the jungle. Kipling may have amused himself with the fantasy thar this was same kind of legal code with individual pravi scions that could be specified, like the clauses of a statute, but that is fantasy. G. W. R. Harrell, Vorlesungen über die Philosophie der Weltgeschichte. Suberkamp, 1970, Volume 12, pp. 329-330. Hesiod, Theogony, edited by M. L. West, Oxford University Press. 1966, pp. 2511, 384. Pindar, Pythia, Las. Sigmund Freud, Gesamt. LTE Work, 1969, Volume Vel, pp. 225 ff. Plutarch, on the Ear Delphi in Moralia. Volume 5. AAES. On 10. 2. Plato, Friedrich Nietzsche, Das Problem des Sokrates, in G6 Marahig. Friedrich Nietzsche, Kritische Studienausgabe, edited by Mazzino, Montanari and Giorgio Colli, Weiler de Gruyter, 1967, Volume 7. pp. 224-225. Michael Cook, Commanding Right and Forbidding Wrong in Islamic Thought. Cambridge University Press, 2000. David Wiggins demonstrates the falsity of this assumption in The Claim of Need in his Needs, Values, Truth. Oxford University Press. 1998. See also Emile Durkheim, La Division du Travail Social. C. For Instance, W. von Humboldt, Über die Grenzen der Wirksam. Keit des Staats, Reclarm, 1986. See also Friedrich Holderlin, Hyperion. Friedrich Schiller, Über die Ästhetische Erziehung. Plato, Republic, 419. Plato, Lysis, 207-208. The most influential modern version of this is probably Thar defended by G. E. Moore in his Principia Ethnica, Cambridge University Press. 4993, or actually also, Good for What? CPP. 67-790. 3. Lucretius. The story of the Endyne of this manuscript is told in an engaging way and I County Heat, O. In section. Greenblatt's The Swerve, Norton, 2011. St. Jerome, Chronicon, in Eusebius' work, edited by Rudolf Helm. Akademie Verlagker 1956, Val. 7, 5. 149. See Hermann Diels and Walther Kranz, eds. Fragmente der Vor. Sokratiker, Weidmann, 1996, Volume 1. G. S. Kirk, F. E. Raven, and M. Schoheld, eds. The Pre-Socratic Philosophers, Cambridge University Press, 2007. For a generous selection of writings by Epicurus and others in the EPI Kyrian tradition, see A. Long and D. N. Sadiev, eds. The Hellenistic Philosophers, 2 vols. Cambridge University Press, 1987. On 13. Aristotle, Metaphysica, 984 A11 approximately -16. Conveniently reprinted in G. W. E. Hegel, work in Zwanzig Banden. Edited by Eva Moldenhauer and Karl Marcus Michel, Suberkamp. 1976, Volume 1, page 243. Proposed other authors of this text, apart from Hegel, Inclide Schelling and Elderton. Iris true that Epicureans sometimes gave the impression that they were not interested in the details of cosmological speculation. One detailed hypothesis might be right, or perhaps another. Provided the Arimistic framework was not called into question, TT did not really matter which one was correct. LR would certainly be a mistake to get very upset trying to figure out which one way true. This, however, is not RO say that the ethics prescribes cosmology, as seems to have been envisaged in the size Tem fragment. See further the end of this chapter. Diels and Kranz, Fragmente der Vorsokratiker, Father 15. Max Weber, Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft, Mopt, 1972, pp. 327-344. 360-363. Burr C. Augustine, Chapter 4. Herodotus, Hysteres, 1136-138. 12. The idea that there is a common sense morality which formulates the demands of minimal social MTER course and is, as it were, independent of particular religious or ideological formulations plays a certain role in the thought of Lenin, for instance, in State and Revolution, Enterna. Tional Publishers, 1943, and of Trotsky, Their Morals and Ours, Path. Finder Press, 1973. This theory was widely held in Anrichiri. Richard Rarch pointed out to me that this is less straightforward as an account of the origin of belief in gods than it might first seem, because the account seems to presuppose that one has the idea of a god, to whom the thunder is attributed, but the point was to account for the origin of that idea. See Telephones and Crayons, Fragmente der Vorsokratiker, Volume 1, pp. 132-138. See Ludwig Feuerbach, Das Wesen des Christentums, Reclam, 1984. CDLA. Russell, ed. Libelli de Sublimitate, Dionysio Longino, Oxford. Classical Texts, Oxford University Press, 1968, Chapter Vil. In his collection Finn Hunger Kistler, Verlag die Schmied, 1924. See Geuss Dixerit, per ipsa novi legis sacramenta exo per operato nor confert gratiam, anathema sit. Cannonade of Session of Council of Trent, 1547, in Heinrich Denzinger and Adolf Schönmetzer, Enchiridion 1, G2, B, SNE, Ga, BB, Simibolorum definitionem et declarationem de rebus fidei et morum. Herder, 1965, page 382. 'Twas once told by my teacher Sidney Morgenbesser that reflection on this point was part of what alienated him eventually from Reconstructionist Judaism, which he defined as equal parts of Dewey and Moses's. 4. Augustine. Pour a series of particularly implausible interpretations. See, for instance, the city of Gad, point 25, but because of his acceptance of the doctrine of prefiguration, virtually any of his readings of the Old Testament will seem far-fetched to someone without his theological beliefs. CEO. Erbach, Figura, in Gesamimelte oft zur romanischen Philologie, Frank, 1967. See also Dante's Letter to Can Grande in Dante alla Vari Epistulae, edited by Paget Toynbee, Oxford University Press. 920 pounds, page 173. Rabelais, Gargantua et Pantagruel, Pleiade, 1994. Friedrich Nietzsche, Kritisch Studienausgabe, edited by Mazzino Mon, Tanari and Giorgio Colli, Walter de Gruyter, 1967, Volume 1, pp. 333. 549. Volume 7, pp. 83, 133-134. Thid. Volume 1, pp. 875-890. Val. 7, pp. 442-4448. Confessions Passum. Heidegger quotes this in Being and Time, Section 9. Gospel of John chapter 1 verse 12. EDWXEV Abtoic CTO VOTAV Takeva Geo Bjeveadar. Featuring is. Admittedly Jess clear that this is a real change of human nature if one takes euro ovoia non-traditionally to mean, sense, warrant, permission. Vulgate has potestas, which perhaps suggests more strongly change of nature than mere authorization. Saint Jerome. Letters, XXI, 35. Montaigne, Oi, pipe. As Nietzsche puts it, Scrates ist der Ideale, Naswies, ein Ostrach. Der mit dem Netigen Zartzen aufgefasst worden Muffs, which gets both 6 sides of the equation right. An endearing smart aleck. Friedrich Nietzsche. She, Kritisch Sugeanausgabe, edited by Mazzino Montanari and Giorgio Colli, Walter de Gruyter, 1967, Volume 7, page 17. Michel de Montaigne, Les Essays, edited by Jean Balsamo, Catherine Magnan Simonin, and Michel Magnan, Bibliothèque de la Pléiade. Gallimard, 2007, 2. The Complete Essays of Montaigne, translated by Donald M. Frame, Stanford University Press, 1958, page 610. Sub-C. Quent citations of page numbers in the translation will be preceded by P.F. Piro is a particular presence in 1.12. See also the beginning of B. Ducos, th.29. Maino, 71-72. C. G. Kerford, The Sophistic Moventant, Carnbridge University Press. P9 Singapore dollars H. C. Diogenes Laertius, Lives of Eminent Philosophers, edist by Tis. Yano Durandi, Cambridge University Press, 2013, pp. 42.04e. For Jesus as a Cynic Philosopher, C. B. Lang, Physis der Hund, Beck. 2040. See also the Anti-Monastic Utopia, the Abbé Telema in Rabelais' Gare, Gantua et Pantagruel. At age 12, f. 418 Montaigne specifically seems to move from the traditional vocabulary to what Fm claiming is his new vocabulary. He moves from speaking of connaissance de soi and raison to various vir scions of idioms using ss entendre within the space of a few lines. 6. Hobbes, think of Uncle Tom. Perhaps this is a slight exaggeration, but the absence of explicit resistance is ethically a crude measure, and one sees in Hobbes' work the authoritarian consequences of making it central. See René Spitz, Hospitalism, Psychoanalytic Study of the Child 1. 1943, 33-74. Peter Kropotkin, Mutual Aid, Heinemann, 1902. This view is challenged by David Constan in his Clemency as a Virtue. In Classical Philology 100, No. 4, October 2005, 337h. Vase. 6. Plutarch, Vitae Caesaris, 54. Michel de Montaigne, Les Essays, edited by Jean Balsamo, Catherine Magnin Simonin, and Michel Magin, Bibliothèque de la Pléiade, Gallimard, 2007, 1.32. The Complete Essays of Montaigne, translated by Donald M. Frame, Stanford University Press, 1958, pp. 547-49. John Maynard Keynes, General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, Cambridge University Press, $936, Chapter 12. 7. Hegel, G. Wie Hegel, Grundlinien zur Philosophie des Rechts, in work in Zwanige Banden, Suhrkamp, 1986, Volume 7, pp. 26-28. Actually, he seems to have sent the manuscript to his publisher 3 days before the battle but worried it would be losser in the post. See Hans Friedrich Fulda, Das Problem einer Einleitung in Hegels Wissenschaft der Logik Uxlostermann, 1975. Hegel, Work in 20 Banden. Edited by Eva Moldenhauer and Karl Marcus Michel. Suberkamp, 97 pounds at Volume 12, p. 529%. Hegel, Work in 20 Banden, edited by Eva Moldenhauer and Karl Marcus Michel. Suhrkamp, 1970, Volume 20, page 435. One passage which seems to point in a different direction from the one indicated here is Val. 7, page 27. However, a closer inspection with addon to the context R and RO Hegel's exact phrasing here will dispel that first impression. This is a passage in a preface, and we know that in prefaces and introductions, Hegel consciously felt he was speaking outside the system, and could allow himself a more popular and less than fully scientific mode of expression. Also, the term he uses, Figensinn, Nisbet, obstinacy, is certainly not a term of unmitigated approval. Looking for justification is a protestrein obstinacy, which, to be sure, does honor to human beings, but that does not mean it is the final word in philosophy. Hegel, Work in 20 Banden. Edited by Eva Moldenhauer and Karl Marcus Michel. Suberkamp, 1970, Volume 20, pp. 236-255. 2. I. St. Odd. Hegel, Work in 20 Banden, edited by Eva Moldenhauer and Karl Marcus Michel. Suhrkamp, 1970, Volume 13, page 24. Thucydides, Historiae T 1354. 8. Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche, Kritische Studienausgabe, edited by Mazzino Mon S. Tanari and Giorgio Colli, Walter de Gruyter, 1967, Val. 5, page 12. In an early manuscript he described his own position as Umgedrahter Pla. Tonismus's Platonism Turned Around, Volume 7, page 199. Citations from the work of Nietzsche will take the form KSA 1.100, that is Friedrich Nietzsche, Kritische Studienausgabe, edited by Giorgio Colli and Maurizio Monsanari. Walter de Gruyter, 1967, Volume T, page 100. Thid. Val. 6, page 307. Also Volume 6, page 147. Dostoevsky, he says, is the only psychologist from whom he could learn anything. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, Erste Einleitung in die Wissenschaftslehre. 1797. Minor, 1961. Section 5, page 21, was für eine Philosophie man. Wall, Hank Sanok davon ab, was man für ein Mensch ist, denn ein philosophisches System ist nicht ein toter Hausfrau, den man abelgen, oder annehmen kgnte, wie es uns beliebt, sondern es ist besit durch die Seele des Menschen, der es hat. What kind of philosophy one chooses depends on what kind of person one is, because a philosophical system is not a dead appliance lying around the house which one can pick up or put down as one hikes, rather is animated by the soul of the person who adopts ir. 9. Lucretius, Giuseppe Tomasi di Lampedusa, The Leopard, translated by Archibald Colquhoun, Colkins, 1960, page 40. See Michael Fried, A Free Will, Origins of the Notion in Ancient Thought, University of California Press, 2011. Friedrich Schiller, Die Adstätischerziehung des Menschen in einer Reihe von Briefen, on the aesthetic education of man in a series of On, Fe, 10, Il, Go M. Martin Heide. See, for instance, his interpretations of Hölderlin in Erläuterungen zu Letters, edited by Elizabeth M. Wilkinson and L. A. Willoughby, Oxford University Press, 1967. Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations, 1776, Book I, Chapter 7. Karl Marx, Marx Engels' work, Dietz, 1968, Volume 23, pp. SSFF, FBID, Supplement 1, pp. 467-588. Bertolt Brecht, Die Gedichte in einem Band, Suberkamp, 1981, page 638. GY6 Ray Lukács, History and Class Consciousness, Studies in Marxist Dialectics, translated by Rodney Livingstone, Merlin Press, 1971. pp. 174-175, 199. Printed before History and Class Consciousness IM the Aesthesis edition, pp. 4 SFF. See Taktischen und Ethik, Supra. His term for this was realism. See his essays Wber den Realismus. Luchter Hand, 1971. 10. Heidegger, Martin Heidegger, Brief über den Humanismus, Klostermann. 1947. #Rückgebalten, as he puts it in Brief über den Humanismus. Karl Lowith, who had been Heidegger's assistant during the late 1920s and early 1930s, reported me this self-characterization as a Christian negative theologian in conversation in Heidelberg in 1971-1972. One might contrast this general approach with that of Nietzsche, e.g., at KSA 1.806, 807. R. Exer, Wegmarken, Klostermann, 1975, pp. 3344. Of Elderlin's Dichtung, Kiostermann, 1963, or his interpretations of Trackel in Unterwegs zur Sprache, Nesky, 1959. Heidegger, Brief über den Humanismus. C. Meister Eckhart, Martha und Maria, Heidegger in Der Spiegel, 31 May 1976. Some documents from this period are collected by Guido Schneeberger in his Nachlese zu Heidegger, Selbstverlag, 1962. Recently some note books, 1,300 pages of them, from the period between 1931 and 1975, have been published under the name Die Schwarzenheft, a name we go Heidegger himself gave to them and which refers to the color of the binding of the notebooks. Klosterman, 2014. Martin Heidegger, Gelasentit, Neski, 1959, Red. Heidegger, Brief über den Humanismus. Georgi Lukács, Die Erstgrund der Vernunft. Luchterhand, 1954. Theodor Adorno, Jargon der Eigeneligkeit, Suberkamp, 1964. Hans Schiege, Heidegger's Crisis, Harvard University Press, 1993. 11. Wittgenstein. Extracts from these are printed in the volume Geschichte und Klassen. Bewusstsein, Aesthesis, 2013, pp. G 99. Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, Surkamp, 969 pounds, originally in Ost. Walds, Annalen der Naturphilosophie, 1921, now most conveniently. Schriften I. Vitae Supra, Chapter 4. See the film Bedazzled, 1967. Ludwig Wittgenstein, Verntischen Bemerkungen, Surkamp, 1977, page 40. The remark seems to have been made in about 1931. Max Weber, Wissenschaft als Beruf, in Gesammelie oft zur Wiss. Sensgbaftleb, Moore, 1973, page 589. 12. Adorno, G. Hegel, Work in Zwanzig Banden, Suberkamp, 1971, volume 12. Page 329. Karl Marx, Marx Engels' Work, Dietz, 1968, volume 23, page 27. G.W. E. Hegel, Phänomenologie, 105-119. Georg Buchner, Lenz, Studienausgabe, Reclam, 1993. Paul Celan, Der Meridian, in Tübinger Ausgabe, Suberkamp, 1999, page 7. Martin Heidegger, Einführung in die Metaphysik, Niemeyer, 1957. Page 34. Richard Rarch tells me that Wittgenstein expressed similar opinions. Recently Slavoj Žižek, Der neue Klassenkampf, Surkamp, 2045, pp. 13f, has said something similar, intentionally modeling his statement on Heidegger's but substituting China for Russia. 12. Bertolt Brecht, Die Geschichte in einem Band, Surkamp, 1981, page 830. See also Stephen Parker, Bertolt Brecht, A Literary Life, Bloomsbury. 2014, pp. 4341-450. One of his early plavs, L.M. Dickich der Stad, 1923, Propylene, 1927, is Esser in Chicago. Hegel, Rechtsphilosophie, in work 7.386-393. 10. 11. See Michael Forster, Hegel and Skepticism, Harvard University Press. Hegel, work 7.27. 1989. Theodor W. Adorno, Negative Dialectic, Surkamp, 1966. pp. 202-208. 13. Thomas Romer, Une Invention de Dieu, Soy, 2014. 14. Theodor W. Adorno Aesthetische Theory, Suberkamp, 1970, page 56. 15. Theodor W. Adorno, et al., The Authoritarian Personality, Harper. 16. G.S. S.E. On. S.N. S.D. 4950. Hobbes, Leviathan, Chapter 21. Conclusion. G. Hegel, Work in Zwanzig Banden, Suberkamp, 1971, Volume 13. pp. 23-26. Max Weber, Entzauberung der Weller, in Wissenschaft als Beruf, in Gesammelte zur Wissenschaftslibrary, Moby, 1973, Passum. Walter Burkert, Platon oder Pythagoras? Zum Ursprung des Wortes. Philosophie, Hermes 88, Steiner Verlag, 1960, pp. 159-177. Aristophanes, Noobs, also see Friedrich Nietzsche, Kritische Studien. Ausgabe, edited by Mazzino Montanari and Giorgio Colli, Walrer de Gruyter, 1967, Volume 7, pp. 12-22. B. Wilson, The Sandwich, A Global History, Reaction, 2010. Hegel, Work, Volume 12. Lee Smolin, The Trouble with Physics, Penguin, 2008. Theaetetus, 155d. Paul Celan, Tübinger Ausgabe, Suhrkamp, 1999, page 11. Further reading. Chapter 1. Socrates. Dewey, John. Reconstruction in Philosophy. Beacon, 1948. Foucault, Michel. Histoire de la sexualité I. L'Assige des Pieds, Galley. Mard, 1984. History of Sexuality, Volume 2. The Use of Pleasure. Translated by Robert Hurley. Vintage, 1990. Foucault, Michel. Histoire de la sexualité I. Le souci de soi. Gallimard, 1984. The History of Sexuality, Volume 3. The Care of the Safe. Translated by Robert Hurley. Vinrage, 1986. Frankfurt, Harry. The Importance of What We Care About. Cambridge. University Press, 1985. Hadot, Pierre. Exercices spirituels et philosophie antique. Études Auguste. Niens, 1981. Philosophy as a Way of Life. Edited by Arnold Davidson and translated by Michael Chase. Blackwell, 1995. Kierkegaard, Soren. Concept of LRANY with constant reference to Socrates. Translated by Lee Capel. Harper and Row, 1965. Viastos, Gregory. Socrates, Ironist and Merrill Philosapher. Cambridge. University Press, 1991. Chapter 2. Plero, Deleuze, Giles, and Félix Guatton. Panti-Oedipi, Capitalisme et Schizophrénie. Editions de Minuit, 1972. Anti-Oedipus, Capitalism, and Schizophrenia. Translated by Robert Hurley, Mark Seam, and Helen R. Lane. University of Minnesota Press, 1983. Dostoyevsky, Fyodor. Notes from Underground. Translated by Ronald Wicks. Penguin, 2009. Humboldt, Wilhelm von. Den zu einem Versuch, die Grenzen der Wirksamkeit des Staats. Reclam, 1986. The Lintitz AF State Action. Edited by Foon Burrow. Cambridge Studies in the History and Theory of Politics. Cambridge University Press, 1969. Moore, Thomas. Utopia. Edited by George M. Logan, Robert M. Adams, and Clarence H. Miller. Larson and English. Cambridge University Press, 1995. Reeve, CDC Philosopher Kings. The Argentine of Plato's Republic. Princeton University Press, 1989. Chapter 3. Lucretius. Clay, Diskin. Lucretius and Epicurus. Cornell University Press, 1983. Feuerbach, Ludwig. Das Wesen des Christentums. Reclam, 1984. The Essence of Christianity. Translated by George Aho. Prometheus. Books, 1989. Marx, Karl. Über die Differenz der Demokratischen und der Epikureischen Naturphilosophie. Lane Marx Engels Work. Supplementary Volume 1. Dietz, 1968. The Difference Between the Democritean and the Epicurean Philosophy of Nature. In Marx Engels, Collected Works. Volume 1. Lawrence and Wishart, 1975. Sedley, David. Lucretius and the Transformation of Greek Wisdom. Cambridge University Press, 1998. Warren, James. Facing Death, Epicurus and His Critics. Oxford University Press, 2006. Chapter 4. Augustine. Brown, Peter. Augustine. A Biography. University of California Press, 1967. Flash, Kurt. Augustine. Ein Verbrung in sein Denken. Reclam, 1980. Halbertal, Moshe, and Avishot Margalit. Idolatry. Translated by Nair Goldblum. Harvard University Press, 1992. Kierkegaard, Søren. Philosophical Fragments. Translated by David F. Swenson. Translation revised by Howard V. Hans. Princeton University Press, 1936. Lowith, Carl. Meaning in History. University of Chicago Press, 1949. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques. Les Confessions. In C. Yerves Konopletz, Tame 1. Published under the direction of Bernard Gagnabin and Marcel Raymond with the collaboration of Robert Osmonter. Bibliothèque de la Pléiade. Gallimard, 1959. The Confessions. Penguin, 1953. Chapter 5. Montaigne, La Boétie, Étienne de. Discours de la servitude volontaire. Gallimard, 2008. The Politics of Obedience, The Discourse of Voluntary Servitude. Translated by Harry Kurz. Black Rose Books, 1997. Lacertius, Diogenes. Life of Pyrrho. In Lives of Eminent Philosophers. Translated by R. D. Hicks. Volume 2. Loeb Classical Library. Harvard University Press, 1925. Fontana, Biancamaria. The Political Thaw of Montaigne. In the Oxford Handbook of Montaigne, edited B. V. Fibpe Dessin. Oxford University Press, 2016. Manent, Pierre. Montaigne. La vie sans loi, Flammarion, 2014. Nietzsche, Friedrich, Ecce Bomo. In Friedrich Nietzsche, Kritisch Studien Ausgabe. Edited by Giorgio Colli and Mazzino Montanari. Volume 6. De Gruyter, 1968. Nietzsche, The Antichrist, Ecce Homo. Twilight of Idols and Otber Writings. Edited by Aaron Ridley and translated by Judith Norman. Cambridge Texts in the History of Philosophy. Cambridge University Press, 2005. Starabinsky, Jean. Montaigne and Movement. Gallimard, 1982. Toulmin, Stephen. Cosmopolis, The Hidden Agenda of Modernity. University of Chicago Press, 1992. Chapter 6. Hobbes, Benjamin. Walter. Zur Kritik der Gewalt. In Gesamtinhalte Schriften. Edited by Rolf Tieternan and Hermann Schweppenduser. Volume 7. Suhrkamp, 1991. Critique of Violence. In Reflections. Essays, Aphorisms, Autobiographical Writings. Edited by Pereire Demetz and translated by Edmund Fefcott. Schocken Books, 1995. De Chaudet, Donatien Alphonse François. Français, encore un effort si vous voulez être républicains. In La philosophie dans le boudoir in Yerves. Volume th. Adhered by Michel Delon with the collaboration of Jean de Pruin. Bibliothèque de la Place and Aide. Gallimard, 1998. Justine, Philosophy in the Bedroom and Otber Writings. Translated by Richard Seaver and Austen Wainhouse. Grove Press, 1971. De Chaudet, Donatien Alphonse François. Justine aux les Malbours de la Vertu. In Yerves, Volume TL edited by Michel Delon. Bibliothèque de la Pléiade. Gallimard, 1998. Justine, Philosophie in the Bedroom and Other Writings. Translated B. V. Richard Seaver and Austen Wainhouse. Grove Press, 1971. Durkheim, Émile. De la Division du Travail Social. Presses Universitaires de France, 1994. 1893. The Division of Labor in Society. Translated by W. D. Halls. Free Press, 1984. Grotius, Hugo. De jure belli et pacis. Nabu Press, 2010. The Rights of War and Peace. Translated by John Maurice from the edition of Jean Barbarac and edited by Richard Tuck. Liberty Fund, 20085. Kropotkin, Peter. Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution. Freedom Press, 2014. Kropotkin, Pierre. La Conquête du Pain. Edition du Sextant, 2013. Conquest of Bread. Translated by Marshall Schatz. Cambridge Texts in The History of Political Thought. Cambridge University Press, 2008. Skinner, Quentin. Reason and Rhetoric in the Philosophie of Hobbes. Cambridge University Press, 1996. Skinner, Quentin. The State, in Political Innovation and Conceptual Change. Edited by Terence Ball, James Farr, and Russell L. Hanson. Cambridge University Press, 1989. Tuck, Richard. Hobbes. Oxford University Press, 1989. Chapter 7. Hegel. Bull, Malcolm. Seeing Things Hidden. Apocalypse, Vision and Totality. Versa, 2000. Fanon, France. Peau Noir, Masques Blancs. Soy, 1952. Black Skin, White Masks. Translated by Richard Philcox. Grove Press, 2008. Forster, Michael. Hegel and Skepticism. Harvard University Press, 1989. Fulda, Hans Friedrich. Das Problem einer Einleitung in Hegels Wissen. Schaft. Kiosterman, 1975. Hippolyte, Fien. Genese et structure de la phénoménologie de l'esprit de Hegel. Aubier, 1946. Genesis and Structure of Hegel's Phenom. Analogy of Spirit. Translated by Sarnweld Cherniak and John Heckernan. Northwestern University Studies in Phenomenology and Existential Philosophy. Northwestern University Press, 1974. Marx, Karl. Ökonomische Philosophische Manuskripte aus dem Jahre 1844. In Marx Engels' work, Organsungsband 1. Dietz, 1968. Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844. In Collected Works. Volume 3. Lawrence and Wishart, 1975. Chapter 8. Nietzsche. Artaud, Antonin. Pour en finir avec le jugement de Dieu. In C. Hooves. Edited by Eveline Grossman. Collection Quarto. Gallimard, 2004. Audio copies of the original recording of this work in 1947 are available as a CD from Sub Rosa Record Company, Brussels. Bull, Malcolm. Ostiniaci. Verso, 2011. Lizardo, Domenico. Nietzsche der aristokratische Rebel, Intellektuell. Biography und Kritische Bilanz. Edited by Jan Rahman and translated by Erdmet Briemeyer. 2 vols. Argument, 2009. The author describes the German edition as a second and corrected version of his Nietzsche, Il Ribelle Aristocratico, Biographia Intellettuale e Bilancio, Critico. Bolatti Boringhieri, 2044. May, Simon. Nietzsche's Ethics and His War on Morality. Clarendon Press, 1999. Nahamas, Alexander. Nietzsche, Life as Literature. Harvard University Press, 1985. Salome, Lou Andreas. Friedrich Nietzsche et seinen Werken. Severus, 2013. Staton, Henry. Nietzsche's Voice. Cornell University Press, 1990. Chapter 9. Lucchese. Comité Invisible L'Insurrection qui vient. La Fabrique, 2007. The Coming, L'Insurrection. Sermio Text, E. Intervention Series. MIT Press, 2009. Kierkegaard, Søren. Concluding Unscientific Postscript. Translated by Walter Lowry. Princeton University Press, 1968. Lenin, Vladimir. What is to be done? In Collected Works. Translated by Joe Feinberg and George Hanna. Volume 5. Foreign Languages Publishing House, 1961. Luxembourg, Rosa. Massenstreik, Partei und Gewerkschaften. In Gessem, Met Work. Volume 2. TNETS, 2000. The Mass Strike, the Political Party, and the Trade Unions. In the Essential Rosa Luxembourg. Reform AR, Revolution and the Mass Strike. Edited by Helen Scott and translated by Patrick Lavin. Haymarket Books, 2008. Luxembourg, Rosa. Social oder Revolution. In Gesamtmilt. Work. Volume 1.4. Deers, 1982. Reform or Revolution. In the Essential Rosa Luxembourg. Reform or Revolution and the Mass Strike. Edited by Helen Scott, translated by Integer. Haymarket Books, 2008. Merleau-Ponty, Maurice. Humanisme et terreur. Essai sur le problème communiste. Galbmerd, 1947. Humanism and Terror. An Essay in the Communist Problem. Translated by John O'Neill, Beacon Press, 1990. Merleau-Ponty, Maurice. Les Aventures de la Dialectique. Gallimard, 1935. Adventures of the Dialectic. Translated by Joseph J. Bien. Studies in Phenomenology and Existential Philosophy. Northwestern University Press, 1973. Knecht, Oscar and Alexander Kluge. Geschichte und Figensinn, Suite. Außendienst, 19814. History and Obstinacy. Edited by Devon Four, Cyrus Shahan, Martin Brady, Helen Hughes, and Fossey Galb, and translated by Richard Langston. MIT Press, 2014. Weber, Max. Die protestantische Ethik und der Geist des Kapitalismus. In Gesellschaftliche Aufsicht zur Religionssoziologie. Volume 1. Maher, 1921. The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism. Translated and introduced by Stephen Kahlberg. Oxford University Press, 2011. Chapter 10. Heidegger, Carmen, Caviar. Heidegger's Analytic, Interpretation, Discourse and Authenticity in Being and Time. Cambridge University Press, 2003. Martin, Rainer. Heidegger, Die Einer seines Denkens. In Martin, Heidegger's Schwarz Heft, dived by Marion Hines and Sidoni Kellerer. Surkamp, 2016. Meister, Eckhart. Deutsche Predigten und Traktate. Translated into Modern German by Joseph Quint. Michal, 2007. The Essential Sermons. Commentaries, Treatises and Detences. Translated and edited by Bernard McGinn and Edmund College. Paulist Press, 1981. There is also a selection of sermons in the original Middle High German, with facing page modern German translation, published by Reclam. 2001. Ray, Jonathan. Heidegger. Phoenix, 1998. Schneeberger, Guide. Nachlese zu Heidegger. Selbstverlag, 1962. Sluga, Hans. Heidegger's Crisis. Harvard University Press, 1993. Chapter 11. Wittgenstein, Artaud, Antonin. Latater et son double. Galmard, 1964. The Theatre, and its Double. Translated by Mary Caroline Richards. Grove, Weidenfeld, 1958. Fritz, Mauthner. Beiträge zu Emmer Kritik der Sprache, 3 vols. Cotta, 1904–1902. Kripke, Saul. Wittgenstein on Rules and Private Language. Harvard University Press, 1982. Luz, Adolf. Ornament und Verbrechen. In Trotzdem 1900–1930. Edited by Adolf Opel. Brenner, 1931. Ornament and Crime. Selected Essays. Translated by Michael Mitchell. Studies in Austrian Literatur, Culture, and Thought. Ariadne Press, 1998. Monk, Ray. Ludwig Wittgenstein, The Duty of Genius. Vintage, 1990. Tolstoy, Leo. A Confession and Other Religious Writings. Translated by Jane Kentish. Penguin, 1988. Tolstoy, Leo. The Gospel in Brief. Translated by Louise Maud and Aylmer Maud. Pantheanos Classics, 1921. Tolstoy, Leo. The Kingdom of God FS Within You. Translated by Constance Garnett. Penguin, 2010. Chapter 12. Adorno, Baudelaire, Charles. Painter de la vie moderne. In Yerves Completes. Edited by Claude Piquois. Volume 2. Bibliothèque de Applied. Gallimard, 1976. The Painter of Modern Life and Other Essays. Translated by Tom Main. Phaidon, 1995. Benjamin, Walter, Geschichtsphilosophische Thesen. In Angelus Novus. Ausgudheit-Schriften 2. Subracarap, 1988. Theses on the Philosophie of History. In Meluntinations. Translated by Harry Zahn. Schocken, 1969. Celan, Paul. Gespräch im Gebirge. In Der Meridian und in der Prosa. Surkamp, 1988. Conversation in the Mountains. In Collected Prose. Translated by Rosserneri Waldrop. Carncanet, 1999. Derrida. Jacques. Les fins de femme. In Marges de la Philosophie. Editions de Minuit, 1972. The Ends of Man. In Margins of Phi. Lasofby. Translated by Alan Bass. University of Chicago Press, 1982. Kernberger, Ferdinand. Der Amerikamtide. Amerikanisches Kulturbild. Insel, 1986. Rumbo, Arthur. Une saison en enfer in curves complets. Edited by André Guyot with the collaboration of Aurelia Servani. Bibliothèque de la Pléiade. Gallimard, 2009. A Season in Hell. In Collected Works. Translated by Paul Schmidt. Harper, 2000. Schlegel, Friedrich. Athendums Fragmente. Ta Athenoms Fragmente und der Schriften. Edited by Andreas Heissen. Reclam, 1986. Aranium Fragments. In Friedrich Schlegel's Lesinde and the Fragments. Translated by Peter Furchow. University of Minnesota Press, 1971. Schlegel, Friedrich. Über die Unverständlichkeit. In Ästhetische und politische Schriften. Hodenbers, 2014. On Incomprehensibility. In Friedrich Schlegel's Lucinde and the Fragments. Translated by Peter Furchow. University of Minnesota Press, 1971. Index. Abstraction, 177, 202-204, 230, 237, 268, 270. Account, Givingen, and Devi Adyoff, 32, 35, 39, 40-41, 44, 53. Action, 20-21. And Authenticity, 243. Cannot change our relation to being, 248. Collective, as central locus of freedom, 211, 224. Context of 5, 26. 28,171, 211. Cooperative, 212. Enlightened or unenlightened, 219. Guide to 18-20. Habiruel, 26. Irremediate, or unreflective, 7, 25-26. 259-260. Individual, 25-26, 28. Individual engaged, 245. Institution. Ally structured, 113-114. Isolation. From 294. And language, 258, 261. Motivation of 140, 144. Polyrical. 37-38, 224. And possibility, 237-238. And project, 241. Reasons Tor, 26-30. Rules for 121. Social, 255. Spanra. News, 273. And the subject, 213. 217. And thought, 26, 36, 162. Traditional, 26, and underlying, disposition, 50 to 51, 182, warrantor. Action, 169 to 171, 264. Activity, 63, 71. Everyday, 81 to 82, 238. Meaningful, 294. Practical, 30 to 31. 33. Repressed, 289. Advice, 49 to 50, 115, 117 to 120, 162, 246. 287, 295. Affirmation, 194, 201, 278 to 280. Resulting from rational comprehend, scion of universal disappointment, 278. Of self, 210, 2114. Of society, 202. Unconditional, 183. Universal, 194. 278. Afterlife, 21, $2. 55 to 57, 60, 94, 207. Agreement, 54, 39, 61, 70, 134, 136. 147. Alienation, 213, 217 to 219. Anthropology, philosophical, 143 to 144. 154, 153, 254. Anxiety, 226, 233 to 234, 239 to 242. See also fear. Argumentation, 3%, 48, 64, 116. 132 to 133, 174. Dialectical, 33 to 54. 56 to 57, 164, 1783. Local form of, 171. Art, 161, 164, 165, 172, 224, before and after, 294, and religion, 164. 164, 172. Artificiality, 63, 126, 129, 141, 143. 156, 154, 288. Atheism, 76, 81, 84 to 85, 89 to 90, 114. 232. Authenticity, 191 to 192, 194, 204, 226. 228, 246. Authority, 49 to 50, 17 pounds, 132 to 133. 168 to 169, 243. Local, 171. Being, 230. As dependent on time, 244. Forgetfulness of, 231. History of, 247. 2535. Question of, 226, 231 to 233, 237. 240, 242, 244. Understanding of, 240. Being in the world, 226, 237. Belief, fati of, 252. Religious, 216. Self-reinforcing, 216 to 217, 234. Valued more than life itself, 127, 142 to 153, 156. See also opinion. Best, things are for the, 25, 38 to 39, 40. 47, 63, 66, 87, 128. Capitalism, 157, 208 to 209, 221, 282. Care, 40, 239 to 246, 248. Relief from, 31. Catastrophe, ecological, 292, 301. Our world is constant, 286 to 288. Categories 162 to 165, 168. Metaphysical. 229. Reduction to 196. See also Metaphysics, Certainty, Uncertainty. 19 to 21, 61, 75. 119 to 120, 128, 144, 188. Change. Absence of 112, 114. Of Hohmann, Nature, 106. Impossibility of 208. 248. One's Life, 294. Of Philosophical Doctrine, 192, 250 to 257, 271. As Philosophical Goal, 298. Possibility of Real, 114. Prevented, 290 to 291. Of Properties, 178, 178. Of Self, 91, 213. Social, 202, 220 to 221, 285. Che World, 180, 298. World, Self, and Individual. Judgment as subject to 122 to 123. Character, 117 to 118, 196. Choice. After death, 60. Between types of life, 56. Consumer, 286. Economic, 209. Free, 105, 238. A matter of, 24. 108. Motive, 243 to 244. Number, 168. 223, 273, 290. Rational, irrational. 223 to 224, 238. Real, 142. The right, wrong, 52, 55, 91, 105, 110. 222. Clarity, 104, 135 to 136, 149, 163 to 164. 74, 256 to 263, 290. Coercion. Individual, 146. Moral, 136 to 137. In personal relations, 134. Physical, 139 to 140. And religion, 86. 93. Workplace, 218. Command, 44. 49 to 52, 105, 117, 140. 154, 234, 295. Common sense, 158, 160, 184, 249. Competition, 154 to 153. Economic, 209 to 213. Concepts and categories, 162 to 169. Appropriate, 107. Different, 131 to 132. 231 to 236, 300. Formation of, 101 to 102. Invention of, 241-243. As Nemes, 188 to 190. Non-identity. With particular, 280. Origin of, 203. Philosophical, 219. Possibility of. Unitary, 54 to 55. As self-moving. 173 to 174. As sticky, 130. Universal. Facts of philosophical, 169. Used to grasp a historical epoch, 157. 161 to 162. As useless for God, 196. Weight-bearing, 132. Concern, 40, 238, 245. Confidence, 148. See also diffidence. Conscience, individual, 166, 223. Religions, 2. Social, 282. Consciousness, 175 to 176. class 220, forms of 211, 213, 218 to 219, consensus 70, 128, 134, consent 136, 142 to 143, 148 to 149, 23%, consistency 7, 29, 32, 123, 125, historical dimension 167, not viable, human ideal 123, 193, consolation 38, 167 to 168, context of action 26, 211, 238, of desire and belief 28, as darer mining, meaning 70, 124, of enquiry 185 to 187, historical 202 to 203, 213, and judgment 67, 77, and language 260, 2683, local 145, 168 to 172, and objectivity 68, of the problem 206, and rules 121, social 280 to 281, and understanding 236, variability of Sank B 54 to 55, convergence 34, 17%, conversion 252 to 253, criticism heterary 224, negative 28%, 291, social 277, 285, subversion of 201 to 202. See also religion, criticism of self-criticism, culture, high 161, 163, 224, 228, absence of 276, 301, custom 38, 126 to 131, 135, 153. C. A iso nature, death, a tremp to escape, 1 to 5, 10 to 12. The end of everything, 73, 91, 300. Evaluating, 20 to 21. Fear of, 39, 50, 52. 74, 75, 91, 144, 239. Delusion about. 112. Preferable to change of belief, 152 to 143. Present stroke of, 142, 142. 298. And the soul, 55 to 57. As a way of being in the world, 146, 239 to 244. Decision, 25 to 27, 60, 122, 232, 289. Difficult, 162. Individual, 244. And meaning, 263. And rationality, 224. See also choice. Definition, 164, 187 to 189, 207, 264. Desire, 28, 61 to 63, 101, 111, 147 to 148. 204. Ability to modify one's own desires as sign of being a subject. 213 to 214. Of collective subjecture, 241. And duty, 204 to 205, 207 to 208, 219. False, 282, 288. And the good, 144. 152. Opacity to others, 144, 146, as opposed to merely tolerating or enduring, 219. Real, 288 to 289. Reasonable and unreasonable, 111. Satisfaction of, 60, 141 to 112, 287. Shared, 211 to 212, 218. to be, sublated, 280, to live forever, 1414 to 113, viral, fundamental, 206 to 207, dialectics, 32, 36 to 43, 52 to 70, 158 to 165, 173, 178, 280, 289. Diffidence, 148 to 151. Disagreement, 14 to 16, 178, 288, 295. Disappointment transformed by Rananal. Comprehension into aphormenon, 278. Discipline, 128 to 129. Discussion, 341 to 54, 98, 158 to 159. Idealized, 164 to 165, 173, 178 to 179. Proper philosophic, 174. Dominion, 144 to 143, 149. Doubt, 18 pounds, 135, 225, 280. Philosoph. ICAL, 20. Duty, 204 to 205, 207 to 208, 218. Ecology, 249, 301. See also catastrophe. Ecological. Centandra, 133 to 137. Environment, $3, 246, 249. Epistemic opacity, 144 to 147, 150, 156. Equalice, 144, 146 to 147, 149 to 152. Erox, 48, 105, 297. Ethics and Action, 9, as addressed to someone, 222, 246, and Biology, 246. Derached from Intelligence, 290. Focus of, 56, as Goal, 79, and the Good Hie, 119 to 121. Irrelevance of, 206, of Letting Be, 249, of Masters and Slaves, 195, and Metaphysics, 228, 246, and other parts of Philosophy, 75 to 76, of Political Choice, 222 to 223. Role of Gods in 91. Social, 83, as Transcendental, 270 to 271. Of Truth, 189 to 194. Universal, 136. Western, 193. Excellence, 30 to 31, 33 to 35, 40, 46, 32. 60, 62. Variety of, 124 to 128. Experience, 133, 229. Immediate, dire. 1425, 99, 277, 281. Individual, 255. 277. Negative, as Origin of Philosophy and Religion, 298. Subjective, 280. Explanation, as Condition of Knowledge, 39. Good, Best, 76, 86. Materialist, 91 to 92. Must stop at some point, 25%. Naturalistic, 41. Of previous philosophical theories, 163. Reasoned, 46. Facts, as changeable, 250 to 251. Historical, 165. Individual, 162. 218 to 219. And meaning, 260 to 265. Positivist conception of, 284 to 285. Quasi-empirical, 29. Sense for the, 187. Versus interpretations, 184 to 187. 247. World of, 255, 264. Failure, philosophically significant, 87. 165, 169. 199, 239, 298. Fanaticism, 80, 153, 1456. Fascism, 247, 291. Fear, 76, 86, 150. As origin of belief in gods, 85. As rational, 145. Of the use of force, 140 to 143. See also death, fear of gods, Gad, fear of fetishism, 213, 215 to 216, 219. Auxity and fluidity, 36, 117, 169. 78 to 173, 254 to 282, 262, 266, 269. Folly, fool, 13 to 14, 32 to 33, 36, 128, 228. Form of HFE, 262 to 263. Freedom, 66, 142, 164 to 167, 204. 206 to 207. Freedom of movement, 125. Full, 210 to 211, 221. Futility as infinite, 300. Games, 1 to 12, 48. See also, language game, pods, God, 71 to 92, 170 to 171, 295. Fear of 75, 94. As good, 78, 87. Indifferent to human affairs, 75, 80, 88, 94. Knowledge love of, 103 to 106. Language inapplicable to, 230. Only. Source of salvation, 243. Origin of, belief in, 85 to 88. Real and irreal, 111. Who reward, 207. Good, the common, 7, 47, 146, 156. 209 to 212. Different types of, 34. Distinct from satisfying, 13 to 14, 186. Diversity versus singularity of, 54, 58. 66 to 70, 144. And happiness, 66 to 67. Highest social, 210. Human, 30, 39. Idea of the, 51 to 53, $8, 70, 189 to 160. 178, 239. Judgment of, 109. 144 to 145. Knowledge of the, 21, 33. 38, 46, 49 to 50, 70, 91. As lacking. Determinate content, 144. Morally. 109. Objective, 68 to 70. As object of. Individual desire, 144. As potentially. In. Can flicker with self-preservation, 152 to 153. The practical, 8. As property. Of an activity, 19, 33, 126 to 127. As property of imagined state, 286. As property of pre-existing objects, 170 to 171. As property of results of an activity, 36, 33, 34. As property of someone who performs an activity, 18, 33. Pursuit of seeming, 144. Sobriety as, 296. Social definition of, 147 to 148. See also excellence. Life. Good, better, best. Good as, 67. Good at, 31, 48, 71. Good for, $3, 67 to 70, 147, 155, 186. Guilt, 222 to 223, 226. Happiness, 52, 58 to 60, 66, 69 to 70, 141 to 112, 297. conjoined to morality. 74. Derived from understanding that our world is a catastrophe. 288. Hatred. 182, 194. See also Love. Hermeneutic Circle. 235 to 236. Barrow. Heroism. 56, 100 to 101, 223. History. Basic agent of 254. As condition of possibility of experience. 281. Essential. 113. Happy eras as blank pages. 297. Human attempt CTO. Understand. 163 to 168. Philosophy as response to 96 to 109 and the present. 279. Real. 247. As story of Dectine. 228. And time. 247. Raditional. Philosophy's neglect of 188 to 189. Hope. 39, 50, 76, 252. Human being as configuration of love. 102. As constituted by projects. 237 to 238. As only potentially an individual. 246. Roman difficulty in deigning. 166. Ihusian. 9, 84 to 85. 88. 112. 159. 172. 198 to 199. 207 to 208. 216. 244. 260. 360. Image. Build. 100 to 101. 255. 287. 266 to 268. 285. Imagination. 9 to 10. 22. 26. 56. 85 to 86. 97. 238 to 239. Inadequacy. Human. 87 to 88. 298. Indeterminacy. 42 to 43. 256 to 263. Made. Determinate. 258 to 259. 264 to 265. 290. Individual. Becoming or being born as. 246. Elevation to universality. 279. Human. 51, 57, 82, 143, 143, 149 to 150, 254. Isolated versus socialized. 154. Oppression by the universal. 279. Innovative. 2138. Institutions. 13 to 114. 131. 170. 178. 277. 280. Polyrical. 168. Mitrists. 146. 184. Deepest Harmon. 294 to 296. Mitorpretation. 94. 147 to 148. 164 to 187. 226. 257 to 259. Introspection. 103. 176. 181 to 183. 191. Invention. 11 to 12. 38. 48. 65. 132. 144. Of the concept. 241 to 243. Invisible hand. 209 to 211. 217. Judgment. 22 to 23. 27. 67 to 70. 133 to 136. 154 to 146. 166. 187. Fallibility. 135 to 136. Individual. 58, 60. 124 to 122. 223. Opacity RO others. 144 to 145. Variability of. 123. 144. justification, as philosophically marginal concept, 168 to 170, focal, 168 to 169, 173, 179 to 180, 264. Knowledge and advice, 162. Critical potential of, 2014. And doing, 32 to 33. 39, 237. How acquired, 13 to 26. Of. How to go on, 268 to 269. Indispens. Able for politics, 63. And judgment, 136. Keeps society functioning, 200. Located IM institutions, 178, 221 to 222. And love of God, 104 to 107. Negative. Knowledge continued, 291. Non-verbalized, 149. And opinion, 18 to 20. Of the other, 144 to 148. And power, 66, 206, 214. And projects, 238. Propositional, 18, 22, 35. 118 to 119, 131, 134, 174, 178 to 179, 254 to 255. Requires. Denition, 188 to 189. Role of. Philosophical, 221. Socioeconomic. Limits on shared, 212. As source of. Philosopher's authority, 116 to 119. 7. 3. Traditional types of. 17 to 18, 22. 5. Surviving death, 56 to 5. And understanding, 157. Value of. 189, 1906. Of what one is doing, 30 to 49. See also self-knowledge. Jangnage, 16 to 17. 102, 131, 176 to 178. 230 to 231, 233. As form of social action, 258 to 265. Indeterminateness of, 256. Ordinary, everyday, 242. 245. As picture of the world, 255. Language game, 260 to 264, 266, 268. Law, 37 to 38, 126, 135, 168, 206, 209. Best society lacks, 46, and its interpretation, 148. Nature has none, 120, 128. Letting go, lettering B, 125 to 126, 245. 249. Life, 14, 22. As an activity, 30 to 31. A.F. Germers and Deniers of, 194. Biological, 50, 57, 62, 67 to 68, 71. Coherence of, 2%. Different general kinds or types of, 25 to 26, 29 to 30. Eternal, 111. Everyday, 83, 267, 270. 289. Good, better, best, 24, 30, 35. 46, 48, 66, 120, 182, 191, 295. How to analyze, 133. Like a game, 11. Must be considered as a whole, 24 to 29. 31 to 32, 56. Must be examined, 31-36. 51, 89. As necessarily in Cornplayer, 239. Not under one's own control, 164. Religion as way of giving structure to, 183. Role of history in, 102. Satisfactory, 13 to 14, 21 to 25, 59. Unity of, 26, 29. 40 to 41, 224. Live, how to, 30 to 40, 54, 132, 196. 233 to 234, 237 to 238, 2435, 286. Having, human, 67 to 68, 76, with other people, 130. Logic, 29112, 125, 146, 163, 244. As Supergame, 262. Love, 101 to 109, 143, 177, 182 to 183. Possible objects of 108 to 109, 111, 113. Real, 108 to 109. Universal, 183. Market, 131, 170,217,219. Martyrdom, 156. Mask, 47 to 48, 191 to 193. Masters, 143, 194 to 195. Meaning, 94, 161, 165, 188, 218. Of historic events, 96 to 97. Linguistic, 256, 263, 266. And social practices, 256, 257, 264. Theory of, 1614. Meaningfulness, 163, 178, 278. Metaphysics, 126, 175, 207, 226, 229. 232, 254. Of facts, 258. Neustrust, as an achievement, 149. Rationatai of, 146. Monotheism, 78, 86, $7, 88 to 89. 104 to 105, 108, 153, 232. Morality, 69 to 70, 75, 77, 117, 162. Common, 83 to 84. Conjoined to, happiness, 74. Non-coercive, 9g, no. Pure master morality or slave, morally possible, 195. Received. Religious, 81, 83 to 84, 88 to 90. Motivation, 30 to 31, 140 to 141, 145. 147 to 148, 152, 180, 199. Ethical, 75. 79, 199 to 110. Wrong, 110. Myth, 44, 48, 52, 55 to 36, 60, 75, 97. 106, 116, 120, 158, 163, 296. Nature, 154. Following or living, according to 125, 141. Human, 99. 105 to 166, 114, 146. Lacks laws, 120. 126, 128. Not to be contrasted with. Custom, 125 to 135. Need, 61 to 63, 148, 161, 184, 200 to 201, 260. Genuine, 63. Historical variability, 62 to 63. Tactical, 164 to 162. Real, 61. Social, 62. Speculative, 164 to 162. Negativism, universal, 289 to 290. Negativity, 265 to 286. See iso-criticism. R. Legative. Non-individualism. 113 to 114. 173 to 175. Normativity. 126 to 127. 130. 168. 171. 173,177. Objective. 14. 58 to 60. 68 to 70. 154 to 155. 174. 98 pounds. 218. 226. See also. Subjective, objective, objects and subjects. 213 to 218. 220 to 222. An understanding. 242 to 243. See also Rethcation. Opinion. 132. Consistency and accident. 123. To differ. 152. Difference of. 14. Distinguished from. Truth. 184. Fleering or substantial. 152. Giving an account of one's opinions. See account, giving an knowledge, and opinion. Oppression. 279. 29. Optimism. 299. Orientation. 83. 37. 116. 126. 195. 218. 238. 271. Derived from poetry. 255. Lack of. 2. 7. Origins. 182 to 183. 228. 247. Peace. 82. 141. 143. 153. 172 to 173. Peace of mind. 91. 97. Philosopher. Has no final opinions. 193. Invention of term. 296 to 297. Roles of. 118. 169. 267. Philosopher kings. 46 to 49. 52. 56. 70. 117. 166. 189. One or many. 65 to 66. Philosophizing. Three great established modes of. 254 to 255. Philosophy. Before and after. 295. Cognitive content of. 205. As conceptual analysis of the human situation. 254. Connection with. Periods of distress and failure. 205. 221. 285. 297 to 298. Connection with. The world. 256. As constructing new conceptual tools. 11. Dispensable. 301. As essentially reenactment. 297. As extension of science. 254. As form of spirit. 164. Invention of term. 296 to 297. As its time grasped in. Concept. 157. 161. And justification. 73. Literary forms of. 73 to 74. 197 to 198. 265. As non-autonomous. 200. 203. 205. Ongens of. 116. 298 to 299. As a path. 248. Positive. Role. 220. As social criticism. 285. And society. 200 to 205. As supergame. 262. Tasks of. 98 to 99. 161 to 162. 266 to 267. As therapy. 267 to 268. As unitary configuration. 295. Picture. See image. Plans. Divine. 71. 72. 80. 87. For unitary. Action. 211. Politics. 37 to 38. 47. 141. 172. 177. 244. 283. Possibilities, 170 to 171, 237 to 238. Power, S, 102, 122, 133, 143, 147, 1775. Active social, 215 to 216. Collective. Human, 287. Exercise and development. Powers, continued, of 210 to 211. Falsely attributed to. Objects, 215 to 218. Increase of human. 140. Overwhelming, 145, 154. Pursuit. Of, 144. And reputation, 154 to 156. Practices, 133. Collective, 82 to 83. Cultic. 80. Religious, 79, 82, 88. Social, 246. 269. Traditional, 8 to 9. See ISA Society. Principles, 121 to 122. Best life lacks. 128. Universal, 125. Problem. Conceptual, 207. The great, unsolved problem of modern times. 278. Life, 233. Philosophical, 204. 205, 219, 267 to 268, 272, 287. Prasukal, 162, 206, 287. Problems and Solutions, 122, 206 to 207, 233 to 234. Linguistic or Social, 269 to 270. Profundity, 191, 193 to 194. Progress, 7, 158 to 159, 165, 182, 228. 275, 285, 298. Projects, 237 to 239. Properties, 188, 230, 237. Proposition, 260 to 265. See also. Knowledge, Propositional Psychology, 194. Individual, 113 to 114. 173 to 177, 182. Puzzles, Philosophical, 207, 208, 219. 360 to 301. Questions. Ability to respond to, 36, 46. Changing the, 5. How they arise, 203, 204. Ignoring, 33, 116. Merely. Asking, 49, 115 to 116. Philosophical. 268 to 269, 298. Shifting, 302. Undermining assumption of, 187 to 188. Without answers, 122. Rationality, 120, 145 to 146, 149. 164 to 165, 174, 176. All forms encompassed in system, 278 to 280. Reason, 100 to 102, 110, 127 to 128, 146. 150, 166, 174, 204. Appeal to, 64. Gives itself its own laws, 166. Lacks. Authority, 119. Motivational force of, 74, 100. Nor a subjective faculty, 166. 227. As power, 106. Power of, 167. Rejection of, 247. As supreme, 37. As a whore, 228. Reasons, 15, 26 to 28, 44, 53 to 55, 110, 127, 138. Reconciliation, 172 to 173, 278, 281. Reflection, 32, 56, 98, 122, 129, 228. Philosophic, 51, 166, 203, 253. Reification, 213 to 216, 219. Religion, 75 to 93, 181, 204, 227, 232. 2714. Sexticism of, 76 to 79. Not a set of propositions, 183, 3 strands of, 81 to 85. Raditional, 295. Tray. 109 to 110. See isomonotheism, reproduction, social, 200 to 202, 219. Resistance, 115 to 116, 140, 147, 289. Rules, 2 to 14, 47 to 48, 149, 121, 127 to 128. Misplaced fixity, 168 to 169. Stupidity. Of following, 128. Of thumb, 121. 124. Universal, moral, non-existence. Of, 120 to 122. Usefulness of, 120 to 122. Salvation, 283. See also soul. Salvation of. Septicystin. L 18 120, 149, 278. Science, 144, 164, 254, 3014. As contributing to society, 200 to 201. Distinguished from philosophy, 1. Nataral, 190, 247, 249, 284. Self, better, 177 to 178. Real, 191, 205. Self-affirmation in action, 210 to 214. Self-criticism, 253. Of sociary, 200 to 203. Self-knowledge, 40 to 45, 100 to 106. 123 to 125, 132, 1343. 189,177, 295. Social dimension of, 134. Self-love, 103 to 105, 108, 180, 204. Self-preservation, 144, 147, 181, 1453. Sin, 103, 105 to 106, 232. Slave-holding society, no philosophic truth attainable in, 165 approximately, 167, 179. Slavery, 66, 142 to 143, contemporary. Condemnation of, 171 to 172, not theoretical issue, 206 to 207. Slaves, ancient contrast with free men, 204, and masters, 194 to 195. Slave trade, 279, 280. Society, 28, 46 to 47, 54, 64, 154. Civil, 156, and reason, 166. Self. Justification of, 201. Soul, 284. Care of, 40. Harmony, order. Of, 51 to 42, 56, 60, 91, 106. As inner. State, 541, 58. Salvation of, 113. 272 to 273. Survival of, 37. Tranquility. Of, 125. Unity of, 40 to 42, 50 to 51, 192. Sovereign, 143, 148, 147, 153 to 154. 258. Speculation. 169, 180, 204, 242. Contrasted with knowledge. 184. Spirit. 174 to 179, 271 to 273, 281, 296. Absence of. 276. State. The. 141, 146, 149 to 150. Rationality and artificiality. Of. 1414. 143, 150. State of nature. 146, 147, 151, 153. Subject. 175 to 176, 213 to 214. Cognitive. 254. Collective. 211. Genesis of. 246. Nature of. 222, 288. And objects. 213. 221 to 222. Self-transformation of. 213 to 214. Anatory. 43, 221, 224 to 225. Subjective, objective. 14, 58 to 60. 194 to 156, 174, 179. Subjectivity. 95, 175 to 176, 218. Submission to will of others. 139, 152. By consent. 143. By force. 142 to 143. By nature. 141 to 142. Supergame. 10, 262 to 263. Survival as human goal. 31. Of societies. 200, 216, 223. System. 121, 174, 179, 196 to 197, 220. 265, 278. Of philosophy. 158, 160. 265. Teleology. 179, 2014. Natural. 71, 74, 80. 127,134. The Addis C. 168, 170, 172. Theology. 10, 27, 80, 84 to 90, 108, 232. Negative. 227 to 228, 229 to 230. As. Supergame. 262. Thinker. Types of. 270 to 271. Thought as self-moving. 173 to 174, 179. Correct. 244. As perhaps futile. 288. Totality. 164, 169, 219 to 220, 239. False. 282. Transcendence. 90, 153, 229 to 230. 270 to 274. Trust. 45, 145, 148 to 156. Truth. 181, 183 to 194, 198, 221. Final. 179. As having a temporal index. 183, 283 to 285. Positivist conception. Of. 284. Power of. 166. And practice. 233 to 237, 243, 268 to 269. Purport. Editi Eternal. 117. As source of. Authority. 46. Theoretical and historical. 166. Understanding. 9697, 109, 133, 139, 1625. Visibility. Of. 163. Unity of explanation. 86. of collective subject 211, of my projects 239, of subject and object 213, utopia 286, virtue 30 to 31, 58, 66, 94, 109 to 110, 195, 245, 262, Christian 84. See also excellence, war, civil 1414, 153, 222 to 223. We 160,221, 262 to 2. We that is in band. And L that isa we 176. What is and what could be discrepancy. Berween 287. Will the 184, 192. Wisdom 30, 44, 46, 100, 228. World affirmation of 280. Basic truth about 74 to 76. Changing views of 159 to 161. As composed of facts 245. 265. External 175, 179, 204. Human 146, 200. Knowledge of the 118 to 123. Making sense of 86. Natural 189. No sharp picture of 257. As seculum 238. Social 206 to 207, 249, 221 to 224, 281. Subject has a perspective on the 213 to 214, 218. Tra a structural property of 284 as a whole 72, 161 to 170, 173. 179, 196, 229 to 230, 240 to 242, 267.